Religiously, understand the 7 principles of hell. You'll understand the 7 demons within you. You'll understand that whole concept. It's a whole metaphysical concept. We'll go over that, but anyway, so from a spiritual standpoint now when we say demons are our owners, what happens when you vibrate in that frequency, when you have those emotions? Understand what emotions are. Your soul has to express itself. How does it express itself? With energy. That's how your soul expresses itself, with energies, these feelings, these emotions that you have. That's your soul expressing yourself. So now when you get into emotion, energy and motion, that's your...
8, that makes sense. That kind of explains why I feel the way that I feel and I perceive things the way that I do. Check this out, coach. In a family of tradition, I stand out like a sore thumb. Born into the wrong lineage, feeling like I'm on the run. Surrounded by expectations that I can never meet. Yearning for a different fate, longing for retreat. Mismatched with my bloodline, an outsider in my own home. Struggling to find my place, feeling lost all alone. Dreaming of a different life, where I could truly be free. Cursed with this legacy that never quite fits me. Not just born into the wrong generation, but the wrong family too. Bound by blood ties that suffocate and constrain my view. Searching for acceptance in a world that doesn't understand. Destined to break free from this legacy unplanned. I don't know, I just question everything. They say he's portrayed as a deceiver, but in the scriptures, his words seem pure. If he spoke without deceit, what does that say about the Lord's esteem? You argue over his motives, trying to reconcile the contradictions. If he was truthful indeed, what does that say about the divine's needs? Lilith, she's in disguise, a woman who brings the skies to ruin. Her heart so cold, a mother, she's in control. Peter Pan was a fairy tale, or was it? When you look around, the majority of the men are childish, never wanna grow up, being messy, causing chaos, living in the world of make-believe, and never taking responsibility. Lilith in disguise, a woman of deceit, causes mental lust and leads them to retreat. A woman who should be cast away in the world of shadows. She lives in the gray. Tinkerbell's light flickers in the darkness of their souls, searching for eternal youth and fun. But time marches on and responsibilities beacon. Will they ever learn to put away their toys and become men? Lost boys playing games, never wanting to face reality, flying through life with no direction or purpose, avoiding adulthood like it's a plague to be avoided, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Lilith, a mother she should be, but in her heart she's free. She abandons her duty, leaving her children in disarray. Lust in her game, to men she plays, she leads them astray, and they pay the price. Karma. I guess people don't understand that karma can go both ways. It just depends on how, your mind perceives it. Karma can go, real deep if you're not careful.
Bro, you know the missing component? People think to feel. Again, you're working from the outside in. You have to work from the inside out. Right. The reason people can't manifest because they don't even believe they can have what they asking for. You gotta match that frequency. And belief is the feeling, it's not a thought. Right? This is where people get all this mixed up. So if you feel to think, feel to think. This is why you have dream boards and stuff like that, right? They want you to look at it and use those 5 senses. Any practitioner teaching you how to manifest things, what do they always say? Go and put yourself around the things you want. Why? So you can use those 5 senses so you can get a feeling of what the things are. So now you have a clearer picture of what the things are. So now people will try to manifest and look for the object they manifesting, but they not matching the frequency of it. So what happens is the universe gives you things to build you up to matching that frequency, to your own personal belief that you even deserve what you're asking for.
Yo, you're spitting some gems right there, coach. But for those of y'all in the background, man, check this out, y'all. They say karma's bad, but is it true? Depending on your actions, that's how she'll come for you. She's a friend to me, but an enemy in your head. Karma brings me peace, while in your mind she spreads dread. We blame God for the problems around us, turning a deaf ear to our own mistakes. We blame the devil for our misguided actions, lost in the shadows of regret and mistakes. Elders criticize, you rebel in return, cutting off potential, lessons unlearned. Butterflies trapped in cocoons, dreams adjourned. A cycle of disrespect, the flames still burn. Parents strive growth, children push away. Generations clash, never finding a way. In heaven in progress, the price we pay. Butterflies grounded, never to sway. The cycle repeats, a never-ending chain. Misunderstandings persist, causing pain. Lost potential lingers like a stain. Generations at odds, searching in vain. We're stuck in a cycle of pain and sorrow, hoping for a better tomorrow. Black lives matter, white lives matter too. It's time to unite and break through. I'm just saying, it's 2025, but it feels like it's 1942. Black lives matter, white lives matter. That's the plea. Blaming the white man for all the hate that we see. Yet we're still killing our own kin. Can't break free. Struggling to find peace in this chaotic scene. Racism and violence tearing at the seams. Pointing fingers while we continue to demean. Looking ahead with hope in our hearts. Learning from our past mistakes, making new starts. Together we stand against all that tears us apart. Black or white, it's time for a fresh start. We're quick to point fingers at others, but in reality, it's ourselves that we need. The power to change lies within us. Why blame others when we can be our own lead? Just a little food for thought.
But they done tricked you. They done told you it's something outside you coming into you. That's how they get you to accept God is outside you. That's that whole concept. God knows it's in you. That's why when you have a deep desire, things come true. When you get that feeling that God made a way. Because that's true. But it's not outside of you, it's inside. They don't want you to know it's inside. Because there's a group of people, it's not inside of them. They have to get you to participate and give that energy away so they can have those experiences. And that's what most people do. By worshiping something outside themselves. You're giving that energy away. I should have done this on the verge.
In the balance of right and wrong, karma scales tip where they belong. She rewards my deeds with serenity, but in your thoughts, she breathes enmity. What you sow, you shall reap. Karma's justice runs deep. I find solace in her embrace, while she hunts you with no grace. And the wrong generation lost in time's illusion. God's mixed up in my mother's womb, a cosmic confusion. Feeling out of place like a puzzle piece misplaced. Searching for my purpose in this unfamiliar space. Born into a world that doesn't quite fit. A old soul trapped in a modern day script. Yearning for simplicity, longing for connection. In a fast-paced world of constant rejection, I navigate this life with an ancient soul's gaze. Struggling to find my path in these chaotic days. Perhaps God had a plan beyond what I can see, to challenge me to grow and set my spirit free.
But they done tricked you. They done told you it's something outside you coming into you. That's how they get you to accept God is outside you. That's that whole concept. God knows it's in you. That's why when you have a deep desire, things come true. When you get that feeling that God made a way. Because that's true. But it's not outside of you. It's inside. They don't want you to know it's inside. Because there's a group of people, it's not inside of them. They have to get you to participate and give that energy away so they can have those experiences. And that's what most people do. By worshiping something outside themselves. You're giving that energy away.
It's to a word.
I should have did this on the word.
Hey, what up, everybody? I hope all of y'all is having a blessed and humble night. Continue to have a blessed and humble day. Let me welcome all of y'all to the Writers for Life brings you the Let's Talk About It podcast. All right, listen, today we're going to be talking about, listen, it's part 3. We're going to be talking about Kevin Gates, all right, the interview, Club Shay, random topics, random thoughts, all right. We're going to talk a little bit about envy, family, mental health, and more, all right. Now, like I just said, I want to welcome y'all to part 3. For y'all to understand this whole life, y'all would have to catch up to part 1 and part 2. And I want to give a shout out to those that participated. All right. They had a conversation with a shorty. I had to edit that, John, because, you know, some people, one of the persons that came up like on part 2, right? They didn't know how to mess with the camera. So I had to take that whole portion out. But I really appreciate them for coming up, regardless of anything, all right? Speaking not just on mental health or politics, right? And speaking on their story that kind of, you know, kind of like, you know, went with the topic, right? Because we were speaking about what, you know, Kevin Gates was speaking about. But like I said, right, let me welcome y'all to part 3. And let me tell y'all, right? Let me tell you right now, tonight, we're not staying on one leg, all right? We're not doing that. One topic only thing? Nah, not tonight. It's not just about Kevin tonight, all right? We are going to finish the interview. Tonight, we're bouncing around, you know, like my brain at 3 a.m. when it can't sleep. We're going to talk about life, all right? People, energy, relationships, healing, random thoughts, whatever comes to mind. And then we're going to circle back to Kevin Gates, all right, when the spirit tells me, because sometimes, you got to clear your chest before you dive back into somebody else's story. And Lord, Kevin's story is just as dark as mine, all right? So give me a minute, all right, before we get this John started. I appreciate those that are here, all right? We're going to see if more people come in, but let me finish setting this John up. And once again, I appreciate those that are right here, man. And listen, at the end of this live, all right, we're going to touch on the Ariana de Jesus. All right, listen, 26 years in the making, and Philly finally got some justice. Well, not Philly, all right, the family. All right, a family here in Philly finally got some justice. All right, shout out to Mota. All right, listen, man, hopefully this mofo gets buried 20 feet underground. But we're going to touch on that later on after we're done with the Kevin Gates thing. Everything is going to fall into place. All right.
Welcome to Philadelphia, aka Philadelphia. HP, baby. In HP where my blood runs deep. Not born in Philly but raised in the streets. A shorty from Ponce, Puerto Rico I hail. Taino roots run deep, my heritage won't fail. Indigenous to both lands, I proudly proclaim. America where water and air come at a price. But in HP my heart finds its place. Though it hurts to see what my community has to face. Sometimes I look around, lost in a maze. Questions linger in vain, pause in the haze. People get offended, their egos inflamed. Yet they scream for change, their voices untamed. We seek to make a difference, to break the chains. But anger and offense cloud our noble aims. Opinions are silenced, a disheartening scene. In the HP community where I grew up as a kid, we had nothing but fun. Didn't matter what we did, no matter what we looked like or where we came from. We got along just fine, never felt the need to run. But then a few kids went missing and some loved ones lost their lives due to mistaken identity, confusion and hate that thrives. And I don't know when it all really changed, but I miss the old days when we all had fun and didn't judge. Sometimes I look around, lost in a maze. Questions linger in vain, pause in a haze. People get offended, their egos inflamed. Yet they scream for change, their voices untamed. Looking back in my community, I shake my head. Strings attached to their backs, they're easily led. Waiting for a savior, a puppet master's command. While warriors fight and take a stand. Warriors rise, their spirits unyielding. Fighting for justice, their voice revealing. They offer solutions, paths to a brighter day. Yet met with resistance, they're forced to sway. Now it's about race, who has more and who could take what they want. They say they want change, but really they just want chaos to flaunt. They don't care about the community or the people who live here. They just want to stir up trouble, spread fear and hate, it's clear. Sometimes I look around, lost in a maze. Questions linger in vain, pause in a haze. People get offended, their egos inflamed. Yet they scream for change, their voices untamed. In the depths of my soul, a wish unfolds. To turn back time, a story yet untold. My community, once united, now torn apart. How do we divide, leaving scars in every heart? Our kids like sponges, absorb all they see. Mimicking our actions, following our lead. Young boys and girls, lost in a prison's embrace. Acting gangster, a tragic masquerade. Parents, consumed by laziness, have lost their way. Communications fade, they simply give up. Gun violence escalates, a vicious cycle's grip. Parents and children, now enemies, a bitter flip. Sometimes I look around, lost in a maze. Questions linger in vain, pause in a haze. People get offended, their egos inflamed. Yet they scream for change, their voices untamed. They demand change from their kids, yet fail to lead by example. They stumble, their guiding's weak indeed. In HP, we struggle, we fight for our lives. So let me spit these lyrics, unleashing the truth, letting my words freely glow. For HP is my blood, believe it or not. A shorty from Ponce representing my spot. Sometimes I look around, lost in a maze. Questions linger in vain, pause in a haze. People get offended, their egos inflamed. Yet they scream for change, their voices untamed. Welcome to Philly, baby. HP in the house, baby.
Welcome to Philly, baby. Let me give a big shout out to everybody that's in the chat, anybody that comes in. Let me give a big shout out to, all my day one supporters, all my day one subscribers, all my new supporters, all my new subscribers, all right? Listen, I appreciate y'all. If it wasn't for y'all, I wouldn't have made it this far, man. A lot of y'all have been rocking out with me since my first channel, and I appreciate that. All right, guys. Listen, man, I have my good times and I have my bad days where I'm off on this drawing, and a lot of y'all still rock with me. All right, and it's crazy. This John. Yeah, let me give a big shout out to Purple Heart Podcast, guys. Make sure y'all go check her out. Great conversations, great topics. I don't know what is it. All right, I was raised in Philly. All right, I was raised in Philly. You might as well call me a wetback. All right, somehow, somewhere. I ain't crossed the border, but I sure as hell came across them skies. My mama put me on a plane. I was just months old and she was pregnant on my brother. Came here to Philly. I turned a year old, right? She had me here for months. And she gave birth to my brother here in Philadelphia. And I've been here in Philly. Yo, I've been in Philly ever since. Yo, ever since. I haven't left my community. Like, I really grew up here. Right? Listen, before I came to HP, I was living in Albany. Right? Like, I was living in Albany. Then I came here to HP. I was like 5 years old when they brought me here to HP. And I've been here since, yo, for real. Fuck, Puerto Ricans ain't no difference from fucking wetbags, all right? The ones that wasn't born here, like me, my brother was born here. May he have peace and paradise. Lord have mercy, all right? But I was born over there. We might as well call ourselves wetbacks, airbacks or some shit. I don't fucking know, man. Skybacks. Like, shit, we got to fly through them clouds to make it a Philly, don't we? Listen, we got to have some humor, right? Because I don't know, before we get this John started, before I get, speaking on, get a little serious, right? I want to put this out here, right? Listen, I want to let y'all know, listen, I am a Puerto Rican. I was raised in Philadelphia. I'm a proud mother, all right, of an Afro-Latina daughter, all right? Listen. But like I tell people, I don't consider myself a Puerto Rican, all right? I'm a Taíno de pura cepa, all right? I go by my roots. You see where I'm coming from? My ancestors. But there's this whole thing going on, and I see where the division is coming, all right? Now, listen, not all Puerto Ricans are down with this Bad Bunny situation, all right? I've been asked up and down, side, from side to side. I've been looked up and down like, you Puerto Rican? You with Bad? I'm not with Bad Bunny. I'm with my man, the father of my daughter. But hey, look, listen. I don't rock with Bad Bunny. When Bad Bunny, when I was like in my early 20s, all right, I fucked with a lot of his music. But then when I started seeing him, put on dresses, paint his nails, I like at first because he was having them black all the time. I thought, all right, he into some gothic shit. You see where I'm coming from? He's into some Linkin Park, Evanescence type shit, right? But then it's kind of like, I was like, babe. Well, he wasn't my babe at the time. He was really my best friend, right? I went up to my fiance and I was like, yo, like, what do you think about this? And he even thought, like, listen, I don't have a problem, right, with what you are. But in the beginning, like, Bad Bunny wasn't coming out, it's like, be true to yourself, all right? And then it's not just that, all right? When it comes to Bad Bunny, I see so many, Puerto Ricans online going crazy, right? A lot of Latinos, a lot of, and y'all don't even peep that, right? Bad Bunny doesn't even represent his own island. He doesn't care about his own island. And motherfuckers up in this joint, mad as shit, causing division. Oh, the blacks, the Puerto Ricans, the Dominicans. I was like, wait a minute, let me pump y'all brakes, all right? Like, not everybody's a part of this, all right? Not everybody's a part of this. Fuck Bad Bunny, all right? Half the shit that he say don't even fucking make sense, all right? Not every Puerto Rican, just because he's from Puerto Rico, means that we rock with every celebrity and shit like that, all right? He ain't no goddamn Evie Queen. But anyways, back on the topic, right? I've been seeing a lot of videos. They've been sending me a lot of videos. If we can get, if I can touch a little bit more after the live, I will. But this whole situation, I feel as though is petty, right? It's dumb. And people not seeing what's happening. All right. And I'm not going to be a part of this little, small crew that tries to cause division amongst all of us when a lot of us are really together, all right? In reality, especially in my community, all right? Even though in Philadelphia we got communities where it's just an all black community, and I don't even know why we keep calling people black when in reality you're just a dark toned skin. You see where I'm coming from? Like like some people are just some real dark chocolate, and others are just white. And then we can go towards like caramel chocolate, fudge. Listen, it don't even matter. All right, black is the color of my hoodie. And I know some people look like midnight that when it's dark, you disappear. We got Puerto Ricans and Dominicans that are darker than fucking midnight. All right. But when the sun is shining on their skin, you see that mocha chocolate in there. All right. Like, come on, man. Like, we be petty up in this joint. Like, it's wild to me. It's retarded sometimes. I'm not gonna sit here and lie. All right, I live in a community where I'm not gonna sit here and lie, right? This part of HP where I'm in, all right, is a lot of Puerto Ricans and a lot of black people together, African Americans, whatever y'all want to listen. It is like when it comes to like my fiance, right? He comes from, how can I say, the Moorish, all right? So his ancestors are Moorish. He's like, yeah, he says it himself. I don't consider myself. I'm not black. Like, you see where I'm coming from? I'm a dark chocolate, and it's true. Black is the color of your skin, but for some reason, right, for this division, right, people don't even understand. All this is to cause erasure. Because when you look into this whole situation, right, this Bad Bunny situation, and people listen, I don't even know who the fuck came up with the idea, or who even like it crossed through their heads, right? That Bad Bunny is not better than Michael Jackson, right? I don't know who even like I don't know who was thinking about that, especially Kendrick Lamar, right? And I feel as though, listen, I'm not gonna sit here and lie. When Michael Jackson was in that Super Bowl, right? Michael Jackson was in that Super Bowl when he did that Super Bowl in 1993. Listen, y'all got to realize in 1993, we didn't really have social media, none of that, right? And I know he's not here, and I hate, saying it like this, but I'm going to say it just to, prove, how can I say an example? I mean, prove, I don't even know how to put it into words because I feel as though that but it's causing division, so it needs to be talked about, right? Like, imagine if Michael was alive right now and he would have been the one in the Super Bowl. All right, no, not even Kendrick Lamar would have been able to top the how can I say, the views, the likes, all this stuff. Not even Kendrick Lamar, right? As crazy as it sounds, listen, Kendrick Lamar is good, and Bad Bunny. There's no way in hell that people are comparing Bad Bunny to Kendrick Lamar. Let's be real. Y'all really compare him? And listen, not all Puerto Ricans feel like the Latinos and Hispanics that are coming out. And what's crazy is, right, I looked at this shit and they try to put, they try to put the history out there. Right, and people are gonna think I'm crazy, right? It's like in America that the slavery happened, right? According to America, right? The cotton fields, which is true. But listen, in Puerto Rico, all right, it was the sugar canes. And guess what? People that were light as me or lighter than me wasn't working in them sugarcane fields. All right, they were all dark skinned. And in that Super Bowl, tell me, where did y'all see one dark skinned person in that Super Bowl? And I'm not talking about the football players. I'm talking about that half played thingy, whatever y'all talking about, that concert that Bad Bunny did in there. And when he was singing, this motherfucker was mumbling half this shit. That's why I stopped listening to a lot of these reggaeton artists. Because a lot of them is kind of like the rap. It's like the reggaeton is like in the rap era right now. A lot of them is mumbling a lot of bull. All right. And I know a lot of people don't want to hear this, right? But I'm going to put it out there. Since people want to ask, listen, I'm going to take the time and do it before I get into my commentary. All right. Like, as crazy as it sounds, right? When we do the rabbit hole, when we dive down some rabbit holes, all right, we're gonna do the history of the sugar canes, all right, in Puerto Rico, so that y'all can see, what it's really about, all right? Because I see what he was doing, and it's crazy that he took a page out of Kendrick Lamar's book, because he did kind of like the same thing. People don't even peep it, but I guess that a lot of his fans are out there. I mean, he has a big fan. All right, he has a big fan following. I'm not gonna sit here and lie, but his music is not all that. All right, he's not a Tego Calderon, a Daddy Yankee, a Joel y Randy. You see where I'm coming from? He's not a Osuna. He's not one of them. Hey, he's not a baby Cate Gringo. Nah, like listen, when it comes to like Bad Bunny, Anual, and certain other ones, I'm a little. It's like, what do y'all see in these men that it's like each and every one of them songs is calling a female out their name. I mean, they've been that hurt to the point is like, damn, it's like it's time to move on. You see where I'm coming from? It's like, all right, and then I feel as though Bad Bunny wasn't really even representing Puerto Rico. He was representing Spain, right? What took over Puerto Rico, the European side of Puerto Rico, right? And it's crazy, like I said earlier, right? When it comes to him, right? People are fighting over a man that I feel as though can't even, how can I say top Michael Jackson? He can't walk a mile in his shoes. Like, nah, man, there's no way in hell that people are trying to compare Bad Bunny, all right, to Michael Jackson, right? And Kendrick Lamar. I'm over here like, but listen, that's how it be on this social media, all right? But we're about to get back on topic, all right? I just wanted to put that out there so nobody asks that question again. Because it's like, I feel as though to me it's stupid. We shouldn't divide ourselves over something like this because we see what they're doing. If you see through the smoke, you will understand what I am trying to say. But, if you're for the bullshit and the division and the drama, then you're not going to understand what I'm saying. All right? Like, I'm not no Bad Bunny fan, and I don't understand why they would put Bad Bunny up there. I get the message they're trying to, spread, but at the end of the day, Bad Bunny, y'all got to pick somebody else anyways. Before we even get, into Kevin, I got to say this, right? And, I'm just keep talking unless somebody says something in the chat or somebody asks me to drop the link, right? But before we even get into Kevin, I got to say this, all right? People really be out here living, life on autopilot. No awareness, no accountability, no self-reflection, just vibes and bad decisions, right? And then they wonder, why nothing changes. Like, if you keep repeating the same patterns, life's going to, keep handling you the same lessons, right? At some point, you got to wake up and say, hold up, maybe it's me. Let me ask y'all, what's the one pattern you had to break before life finally, started making sense to you? And another thing is people swear they want honesty until you give it to them. Then suddenly, you mean you're how can I say, you're mean, you're rude, you too blunt. Hey, how you doing? And it's crazy. I'm just not sugarcoating, how can I say, dysfunction. I'm not dressing up disrespect, and I'm not pretending, your red flags are pink. I'm outspoken, I'm open-minded, and I'm passionate. And if, that makes you uncomfortable, that's a you problem. One thing I can't understand is why do people ask for the truth to get offended when they hear it? And it's crazy. It's like, you could tell me, you can give me 1,000 explanations, but it makes no sense when, logic is out here. But I guess some people don't have logic. Do they? My taco. No. I'm about to beat him up. No. Hold on 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
In the old days, love was pure and true. Now it's just a show for all to view. People use it for their own gain, leaving hearts in sorrow and pain. Once a sacred bond, now just a game. Hearts are broken, never quite the same. Love used to be a beacon bright, now it's lost in the shadows of the night. Oh, how we long for those days of yore, when love was honest forevermore. But now it's twisted, tainted and cruel, leaving us drowning in an endless pool. What can we do? In the spiritual world, all seems bright, but shadows lurk in the dead of night. Half of humanity wears a wicked guise, evil deeds hidden behind virtuous eyes. Beneath the surface, a darkness lies. Massive deceit veiling their lies. In this realm where good and evil collide, the line between them is blurred, hard to decide. So tread carefully in this world so grand, for not all that glitters is gold in the sand. In the spiritual realm where illusions endure, evil and good dance in eternal obscure. Just imagine that. Karma doesn't ask you how you want it. It just comes and take it. So be careful how you treat others on your way up the ladder, cause your way down, trust me. In a world of empty stares, fake love fills the air. Sincerity's distant glare, leaving hearts in deep despair. Truth is lost in a web of lies, hiding behind deceitful eyes. Love that fades and slowly dies, leaving us with heavy sighs. Aching souls in a loveless land, yearning for a genuine hand, but fake love rules with cruel demand, leaving us to understand. In this age of like and retweets, we've forgotten what real love truly means. It's not just about show and tell, but a feeling that makes our hearts swell. It's hard to know who's true and who's fake in a world where appearances are hard to shake. But real love is deeper than a profile pic. It's in the way that someone makes your soul click. So let's not get lost in the digital haze. Let's remember what real love truly conveys. It's not about followers or online fame, but a connection that sets our hearts aflame. In this world of make-believe, they all wear a smile. But behind the scenes, it's just the clever guys, puppets in their show, dancing in their stage. We're all just pieces of their charade. Beneath their mask of joy lies the tangled web, where secrets and deceits are carefully bred. Their lovey-dovey act is just for display. We're all caught up in their twisted play. So let's break free from this illusion so grand and see through the facade with hearts unplanned. No longer pawns in their game of charade. Let's find our own path and not be swayed. I feel like I'm surrounded with people with strings attached to their back, waiting for their master's command. It's like when I was little, right, and I was reading Pinocchio. Every time that he told a lie, his nose grew. It's just that, you know, in real life, their noses don't grow. Karma just catches. In the shadows we see, a love so pure and meek, but all that's left is a ghostly echo, a memory bleak. Longing for a bond that's true in this world so cold and weak. Yearning for the love we knew before the all turned antique. Lost in illusions of affection, bleeding like the mist. Hollow hearts yearn for connection in a realm dismissed. Seeking solace in echoes of the past where love truly exists. But all we find are mere reflections of what loved ones kissed. Amidst the ruins of our hearts, we search for something real. Yet all we grasp are faded echoes of what used to appeal. In this world where love has become just a commodity to steal. It's just a little food for thought. If I knew then what I know now, sometimes I wonder, would I be the same or would I be different? A shorty still believes in fairy tales and imagination that lasts forever. Sometimes I wonder if I turn back the hands of times, fix my mistakes, will things change? Oh Lord, guide me through this journey of life, help me see the light through all the pain and strife. I wake up in the morning feeling lost and alone, wondering if life's worth living or if I should grab the throne. The weight of the world on my shoulders is hard to bear. I see no change, it's like nobody cares. I look in the mirror, see a stranger staring back, lost in the world that's spinning off track. I ask myself, is this all there is, or should I give up and let the darkness win? I see no change, just the same old game. Wake up in the morning, I ask myself, is life worth living, or should I blast myself? I see no change, just the same old pain, but I know deep down, I gotta break these chains. Sometimes I wonder if I turn back the hands of time, fix my mistakes, will things change? Oh Lord, guide me through this journey of life, help me see the light through all the pain and strife. If I can go back in time, tell my younger self it's gonna be fine. Embrace the challenges, let your light shine. You'll grow and learn, just give it time. Hey young me, listen up, don't be afraid. Life's a journey, mistakes will be made. Chase your dreams, don't let them fade. Believe in yourself, you'll make the grade. Don't stress about what others say. Stay true to yourself every day. Love deeply, laugh often. Don't delay, cause in the end, it's how you play. Be kind to others along the way. Spread love and positivity each day. Don't worry about what they may say, cause your uniqueness is here to stay. Sometimes I wonder if I turn back the hands of times, fix my mistakes, but things change. Oh Lord, guide me through this journey of life, help me see the light through all the pain and strife. If I can meet my younger self, I tell her not to be afraid, that courage will be her wealth and bravery will never fade. Don't fear the challenges ahead, for you'll face them head on. Your inner strength will dawn. You'll grow up to be a warrior, standing tall, unafraid and strong. A parent, a role model, and inspired, fighting for what's right all along. Sometimes I wonder if I turn back the hands of time, fix my mistakes, but things change. Oh Lord, guide me through this journey of life. Help me see the light through all the pain and strife. Looking back on all the roads I've traveled, regrets and lessons learned along the way, but still holding on to hope and faith that with God's grace, a brighter day will come our way. I see no change at all. I'm stuck in this cycle, feeling so small. I ask myself, is this all there is, or should I just end it all with a final kiss? I try to stay strong, but it's getting harder each day. The pain and the struggle won't seem to go away. I'm tired of the lies, tired of the deceit. I see no change, just defeat after defeat. I wake up in the morning feeling lost and alone, wondering if life's worth living or if I should grab the throne. The weight of the world on my shoulders is hard to bear. I see no change, it's like nobody cares. Deep down I know I must fight. I won't let the darkness consume me. I'll shine my light, I'll rise above the pain. I'll break free from these chains. I'll find my purpose and I'll make a change. Sometimes I wonder if I turn back the hands of times, fix my mistakes when things change. Oh Lord, guide me through this journey of life. Help me see the light through all the pain and strife. Sometimes in life we make so many mistakes, and we think that when we fall, we're not able to get up. We listen to those that, talk in our ear, tell us that they, are there for us. And at the end of the day, what's crazy? A friend ain't nothing but $1 in your pocket. Family is what you make of it. Family is not who you're born into. Alright? So we need to pick ourselves up and do what we gotta do. Life is not for you to sit around and wait for Superman to come save you. Only you can save yourself.
Just like that.
All right, my bad, guys. I apologize. I had a little interruption, but let's get back into it, right? And let's talk about, energy, because it's crazy. And I'm speaking in general, all right? I'm not speaking about everybody. I'm not speaking, about everybody. My bad. Like if you feel as though that what I'm saying, is about you, then that's on you. Like I said earlier, all right? So listen. We speaking on energy because some of y'all be, how can I say, letting anybody around you, anybody with a smile, anybody with a vibe, anybody with a story, and then you wonder why you drained. Protect your energy, like it's your last dollar. Not everybody deserves, how can I say, access to you. Not, how can I say, not everybody deserves your time. Not everybody deserves your spirit. Some people are lessons, all right? How can I say, not lifetimes, not lifelines. Like, let me ask y'all, who's someone that, you had to distance yourself from for your own peace? And for me, it was somebody, and it's crazy. Like, I'm not even mad that I realized it a little late. All right. It was somebody that I was around for, right? I'm 36 now. And it's funny because just like 3-4 years ago, right, I'm gonna say maybe 3, I had to distance myself away from somebody that I thought was, on my corner right there with me, the same way that I was for them. But it turns out that unless I don't have what they need, right, I'm useless. You see where I'm coming from? Unless I don't agree with them, you see where I'm coming? I'm worthless. So it's kind of like, so a friend ain't nothing but $1 in your pocket. Once that dollar gone, so is they. You see where I'm coming from? Like when you really hit rock bottom, right? When you really hit that point in life where, sometimes you need to ask for help and it's like, damn, you can't do this no more. For whatever the reason, mine was, I got into a car accident, right, 2 years ago. All right, a little before that, I was dealing with my brother's issues and stuff like that. So it's kind of like I'm starting from zero, right? And the people that I thought that was supposed to be there was really there because I was beneficial for something. You see where I'm coming from? And even though we all use each other, right, for something, it's crazy how motherfuckers take advantage, right? And then while they're telling you they love you, they stabbing you at the same time. But you never really know who's there for you, right? Until you're really alone and in the dark thinking, trying to figure out how to pick yourself up. All right, and since we, talking random thoughts, right? Can we talk about how people love to judge, right? You're healing, but can't even face their own. They call you different, right? Changed, acting funny, but really, you just stop tolerating what was hurting you. Growth looks like disrespect, right? To some people who, who benefited from your silence. And y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, but these are just my opinions, my thoughts, right? Ashuri is, just getting it out her chest and into the mic, right? All of this falls into place. If you watch for part 1 and part 2, right, you will understand why I'm saying all of this. All right. Let me ask y'all, excuse me. Let me ask y'all, what's one boundary you set that, how can I say, what's one boundary that you set that changed everything for you? And for me was, never will I ever give another the power, to bind. And what I mean by that is never will I ever lower my shell to the point where I let people in and say, hey, we're just family just cause. Because you never really know how, who people are, even if you've known them for years, even if you've grown up with them. You see where I'm coming from? So many people say I love you while stabbing you in the back. For real, for real. And that's how it be. Right? All right. Now, let's slide back into Kevin, for a second. For a second before we get into, this interview. Listen, I'm gonna be talking before we get into this interview. So, like that's what I said earlier. If y'all want me to drop the link before I get into this interview, y'all want to say something, let us shorty know. But anyways, before we get into Kevin, right? I'm gonna I'm gonna keep saying what I gotta say because everything we just talked about. How can I say the healing, the boundaries, the energy shifts, the self-reflection, the mistakes, the lessons, the searching, the confusion, the growth, right? All of us experience that, not just Kevin. All right, Kevin, how can I say, is just a walking example of someone trying to evolve while still dragging pieces of his past behind him. And honestly, a lot of us are too, right? Like we may heal certain things, but we still got more healing to do. Some of us don't just have our own trauma. All right. We're not just healing from our own trauma. Right. We're healing from passed down trauma. Right. Which is generational. How can I say? Generational curses passed on down. Because to be honest with you, I'm not just healing from my own past trauma. I'm healing from all the things that I thought, from the way I was raised was right. But even though I questioned it, I was told to stay shut. So as I got older, I decided to do things, different. I heard so many people say, yo, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that when I grow up. But some of them are still stuck. And it's because they're in the past dwelling instead of, going to the past to borrow, right? Borrow from, what you've learned to see what you could put on this table. What solutions can you bring to, prevent what's happening now in the future? What were the mistakes that they kept repeating so we don't keep repeating them? But anyways, right? Do you think people can truly grow while still, holding on to their past? And in my opinion, right, and I'm asking this question to a lot of y'all, right? Whether you hear in the chat, whether you passing through, whether you catch the replay, man. And if you're catching the replay, man, leave your comments down below and let's get this discussion started, right? Do you think people can truly grow while still, holding on to their past, right? And me personally, I feel as though that while you're still holding on to your past, you're still stuck. All right. Kevin's story ties, it ties back into, what we're talking about. Trust, love, trauma, right? Silence, searching, right? Searching for the wrong things and the wrong people. He's healing, but he's healing out loud. He's messy, but he's honest. He's flawed, but he's trying. And that's why, a lot of us can relate to him, relate to his story, the man, not the celebrity, because he's not pretending to be perfect. He's showing, the process, even when it's uncomfortable to people. But that's his life. It's not people's life. He's just showing y'all, this is what I got to deal with. This is what I got to overcome. And this is how I'm doing it. Listen, ain't none of us going to be able to do it the way he's doing it because we have to figure out how we do it. What part of Kevin's journey feels the most relatable to you? All right. And you ain't got to answer it now. I mean, if you catch in the replay, man, if you can, man, put your comment down below and let's get the discussion started. All right. Let's talk about it. So tonight, right, part 3 is about everything: life, love, healing, boundaries, right, energy, mistakes, growth, and yes, Kevin Gates. We're gonna talk about, Kevin Gates. We're gonna laugh. We're gonna get deep. We're gonna get real. We're gonna get, we're gonna let the conversation flow wherever it wants to go. Because sometimes, the best conversations are the ones that don't follow a script. They follow the heart. I forgot you was upstairs. All right, y'all. Let's get into it. All right. We're going to talk about Kevin Gates in a little bit, but before we even touch that man's name, I got to say some things. All right. Because on this channel, we don't just do reactions. All right. We do life. We talk about mental health in all forms. We talk about abuse, bullying, politics, personal stories, lived experiences, generational trauma, healing, boundaries, and everything in between. All right. We get poetic. We get comical. All right. We joke around. We roast when needed, but we always lead with respect. Right. And something that we're going to start doing soon. All right. I've had somebody else tell me or ask me. So I'm going to say, like, just ask me. And it's not the first person will I start doing interviews. And I'm going to start doing that. All right. To add something new onto this. I'm trying to figure out. I got 2 people. One is my fiance. I'm trying to get him and his him and his best friend together, right? His homie. So I'm gonna see how I do that. All right. I say best friend, but he don't even call him his best friend. He calls him his bro. I think the best friend thing is just a female thing. I don't know, but man, I'm trying to get them together. Right. That's one of one of the first interviews that I want to do on this job. All right. And like really, when I do interviews, I want it to be because we're spreading awareness. We're bringing, we're putting a message out there that the youth, right, will be able to understand. Some people want to do interviews just to interview. That's not how I want to do it. That's why it took a minute for me to, and I had to choose who was going to be the person to interview. All right. Because I don't want it to be a game. Like when you do interviews, right, I feel as though like you're putting something out there, right, for people to receive. But anyways, let me ask y'all. Why do you think that real conversations are so rare online when everybody claims to keep it real? But in reality, like if we was to really keep it real, right? And I'm saying we because I'm speaking about everybody, right? And I shouldn't even say it like that. I should rephrase it. If a lot of people kept it real, they wouldn't get mad when somebody, holds up a mirror in their face. Or if somebody's holding up just a mirror, whoever looks in it, right, and takes it, that means that, yo, listen, we had a nerve, but we didn't even know that your life was like this because I don't even know you from a can of paint. So why are you mad? Right? I mean, listen. Social media is crazy. Social media is undefeated. It is wild. But, we don't follow trends on this channel. We don't, how can I say, hop on bandwagons. All right? We don't bash people for clout, but we will expose predators, abusers, manipulators, and anybody harming kids or vulnerable people. All right? We dissect them. We break them down. All right? Their patterns. And yes, sometimes we build caskets for them. All right? Listen. We building caskets up in this John. All right? Not literally, but spiritually. All right? All right? Oh, and we bury them. All right? Because accountability is overdue in this world. For real. Like, why do you think society protects predators more than the victims? Y'all only know the system's not broken. It's doing exactly what it's meant to be. But anyways, right? My computer's all right. Ain't nobody in the chat. Let me make sure because I don't want nobody to think I'm ignoring them. All right, I've had that said a few times. Like, you ignoring me? No, I'm not. I'm sorry. Ain't nobody up in this Jones, so I could just keep going. Anyways, listen. All right, before we even get into the Kevin Gates, and I gotta keep reminding people, all right, because we are going to get into, the Kevin Gates topic, but I gotta get this out there. All right, there's a lot that's got to be said, and even after. So, because I'm hoping for some people to come up, but listen, I want to remind y'all down below, all right, in the description box, there's a link, all right, to support getting more cameras in our schools and deeper background checks, on staff for the safety of the kids and also the staff. Let me see. Let me see. I think I'll do it down in the chat below, right? If you can see it in the chat right there, right, where people rate and I can see it. I left the link. If y'all put exclamation petition, school petitions, right, or click on it. Y'all might not be able to do it on vertical, but if y'all go to the horizontal live, y'all will be able to click on each and every one of these links on this drawing. So on the exclamation petitions, you can even type it down, exclamation petitions, and the stream elements will leave the link down below for the petitions that we got. All right. Because, listen, protecting children is not optional. It's not political. It's not debatable. It's necessary. Right. Like, I think I got this drawing right here. And I don't know how many of y'all got your phones out because I think I got the little QR code on this drawing too, if I'm not mistaken, for the petition. So for those of y'all that can't see, why is it not popping up? Will it pop up? Hold on. I'm gonna have to do it like this. All right, give me 1 second. Nope, I don't want to share that. I want to share a file. All right, there we go. I'm not sure if y'all can see the screen, all right, but there's a link, all right, that'll take you to this petition right here, all right. There's a link down below that will take you to that petition right there. But if you got a phone, all right, just turn on your little camera, take a picture of the QR code, all right, on the screen. The link is right there, all right, waiting for you. Sign the petition. Let's get more signatures. All right, this is a brand new petition. All right, we're gonna keep doing this until each and every one of our schools got cameras. We get deeper background on the staff. All right, and these cameras, as crazy as it sounds, right? Yeah, it's not just gonna protect the kids. It's gonna protect the staff. All right, guys. We need to be able to see what's going on with our kids within these schools. Right? They got cameras, yeah. They got them in the hallways. They got them outside of the school. They got them in the principal's office and stuff. But we need these cameras, right, in every angle. We need them in every classroom. All right. We started already from K to third grade. Some schools got them. Some schools don't. All right. We need each and every one of these schools to have cameras, deeper backgrounds. All right. We need to have an officer outside of these schools. All right. I have another petition. Shout out to the ones that have signed the other petition, right? If you're in Philly, this petition can only be signed by those that are in Philadelphia. The other one, anybody, as long as you have the one that's on the screen, anybody can sign that petition. It don't matter where you're from, and you can start your own petition to do the same thing within your city or within your state. All right. But if you're in Philadelphia, down in the description below, we have a petition, right? And it's right there too. Like if you do the QR code, it's going to show you my other petition. Right, I have other petitions there that I need to close down because those didn't work. I need to shut those down. But I have that other petition there, and shout out to the 500 and some change, of signatures that we got on that one. We need some signatures like that on the cameras. All right, I ain't gonna sit here and lie. We need more signatures like that on the camera petition, the one right here on the screen. But shout out to all those that are here in Philadelphia that signed that petition. Hey, yo, listen, let's get more signatures in there. See, the goal is to reach 500 and more, but let's try to at least reach 5,000. All right, and if it works out for the school that we're fighting for, all right, we can expand it to every school in Philadelphia. right? I don't know if there's schools out of Philadelphia and other states, right? They're going through the same thing, where for some reason parents get up early in the morning and they're driving around crazy. Hey, we've had almost a few close accidents, but one day it ain't gonna be close accidents. It's gonna really happen. Where right there in the school, and it's happening. Listen, not just there, because the school here next to me is also happening, right? Like, listen, people drive so crazy, like it's not funny. We've had car accidents, but it's going to get to the point where somebody's going to actually get hurt on these sidewalks, right? And listen, I don't even want to talk about it. The way that they be driving when it's time to pick up the kids in the morning and after school is wild, right? But listen, I want to say thank you to everybody who's been showing support for real. Y'all don't understand how powerful it is, when a community comes together for something bigger than themselves. We always say be the voice for our children, for our children's need. But tonight I want y'all, to feel free, right? To, how can I say, to feel free to do that. Sign that petition. Let's really be, how can I say, the voice that our children need. I want y'all to feel and understand where I'm coming from. Because listen, if we don't speak up, who will? If we don't demand change, who will? If we don't protect these kids, who will? Thank you. Big shout out to Michael. I appreciate the comment. Michael says, good evening. Just stopped by to say I wish you the best on your channel and I subscribe to your channel. Thank you. I appreciate the support, man. Listen, all the support that is given, I appreciate it, man. Because this is what we need. We need people to start coming together and knowing what we need. But anyways, I want y'all to feel what I'm saying because listen, like I said, all right, a lot of us need to start speaking on this. So listen, these conversations are needed. If we don't demand a change, who will? All right, if we don't protect these kids, who will? Let me ask y'all a question. What's one change you wish schools would make immediately when it comes to the safety of our kids? Me, I already made my stand. All right, I'm starting that petition, right? If y'all sign this petition, the QR code is right there. Link is in the description box down below. It is also in the chat. You might not be able to see it, be able to click on it on the vertical, but if you go to the horizontal, you can click on it. All right. But like I said, these petitions are needed not just to protect the kids with special needs, but the regular kids too. All right, the ones that are not in special ed, all right, in a learning disability class, all kids need to be protected because not just the kids with special needs go through it, but we got kids out here that have been, abused, molested, been, through a lot of stuff. All right, and listen, there are organizations out there that really care. Not the fake ones, not the ones that show up, for photo ops. I'm talking about the ones in the, trenches, the ones doing the work, the ones fighting for the kids, families, and community every single day. But nobody talks about it, right? I'm going to be making more banners with QR codes so that y'all can check out, the ones around me in Philly, the ones that actually show up, right? And I'm also going to try to see if I can go, to more events and do more lives. All right, I got approved for some already. So when they come in due time, we're gonna show y'all what is the changes and the differences that people are trying to make, and can we, really actually accomplish them if we, how can I say, bring back unity to the word community. All right. Let me ask y'all, why do y'all think that real community work gets ignored while, how can I say, performative, right, activism goes viral? Because there's a lot of people, right, and what's funny is like even in the Me Too movement, right, it has been proven. It has been proven, right, that they was, they wasn't really, doing what they wasn't about what they say they was about. Let's put it like that, right? Like, and it's crazy because there are people out here who genuinely want to make a change. They're not doing it, for the likes. They're not doing it for attention. They're not doing it for clout. They're doing it because they care. And if they're willing to put in the work, how can I say, the least we can do is support them, amplify them, help them expand, and stand behind them, because change doesn't happen from one person. It happens from a movement. Real shit. Like, so before we dive into Kevin, all right, and all his layers of his story, I want y'all to sit with this. We are the voice our future generations need. We are the ones who decide what kind of world these kids grow up in. We are the ones who break the cycles, expose the predators, demand accountability, and build safe spaces. And if we don't do it, nobody will. Let me ask y'all, do y'all believe our generation is doing enough to protect the next one? I feel as though that some of us are, while others are stuck in the past. For real. Listen, I feel as though some of us is putting in that work, doing the research, trying to figure out, okay, this has been happening for a long time. Where were the mistakes? Why shouldn't we keep doing this? What should we change? How should we change it? Let's try this. If it doesn't work out, well, then we have to try this. But people say, hey, it's not worth it. It is what it is. It doesn't even matter no more. You might as well give up. You see where I'm coming from? Like, it's crazy. Now, with all that being said, right? Y'all want the link? Let us shorty know. All right. For those who want to join the live, chop it up real quick and get started before we start this review and reaction. All right, we're here to talk. We're here to talk about it, laugh, cry, reflect, and get into some real conversations tonight. And yes, we will circle back to Kevin and off of Kevin at times. But first, right now, let's warm up. Let's talk. Let's connect. Let's get into it. I'm saying all this for a reason, right? This is going to be I'm hoping that we are able to do this whole interview today, all right? Because it was a 2-hour live, all right? We did a part 1, we did a part 2, now we're on part 3, all right? And before we get into the interview, I just wanted to dive into it because, dive into, all of this because it connects. We've been talking about everything. You see where I'm coming from? Everything I'm talking about, right? It is on topic with what Kevin Gates is experiencing. Like I said, we don't just talk about the celebrity; we talk about the persona. It's crazy, right? Because I always choose topics that, how can I say, are not, how can I say, really, really going viral. And my topics aren't random, all right? They're intentional. And Kevin Gates, just like another video that I got sent, is something that I don't really like touching too much on celebrities like that. But when I do touch it, like I said, we don't touch on the celebrity. We touch on the persona behind the celebrity, the human being, whether it's a man or a woman. All right, like, to understand, because it's like a lot of us go through it, and people, how can I say, fall for the celebrity goals, right? But like I said, right, my topics, they're intentional, they're layered, and they're rooted in something real. And when y'all send me videos or interviews of celebrities, I don't watch them to gossip, right? Or how can I say, entertainment. I use them as a reference point, a mirror, a blueprint of what to do or what not to do, because celebrity life ain't goals. Celebrity love ain't goals. Celebrity healing ain't goals. They're just human beings with cameras in their face, all right? They're just human beings with a bigger bag, but they go through the same shit we go through. Why do you think people idolize celebrities instead of learning from them? See, because what people don't realize is that I don't want to put more on my shoulders the way Kevin is by becoming famous. You see where I'm coming from? On top of trying to heal, but I gotta make the world, happy. I gotta try to find a way to make them heal too. But I haven't even figured out how to heal yet. So, from us to the celebrities, we're all fighting our own demons, just in different ways, right? In the same hell. Some people fight theirs in silence. Some, fight theirs in public. Some fight theirs, with money. Some fight theirs with prayer. Shit. Some fight theirs, with bad decisions. But the demons don't care about your tax bracket. Pain don't care about fame. And trauma don't care about, status. Everyone, no. Everybody is bleeding somewhere. Let me ask y'all, what's one demon you had to face that nobody knew about? If y'all, don't want to share it, y'all more than welcome. All right. And let's talk about envy, because that's a demon too. And honestly, it's more dangerous than, the demon hate. Yeah, I'm calling them like that. Yeah, I'm calling them like that. I'm getting a little, how can I say, metaphor on this John right now, but I have to. All right, listen. Hate is loud. Hate is obvious. Hate walks in the room and you can smell it. All right. On some real shit. Hate be having you on this John like Dwayne the Rock Johnson's. Do you some with the rock is cooking? That's how hate be having you feel on some real shit. All right. Like as crazy as it sounds, right? Like you can smell when hate walks in the room. But envy is quiet. Envy is polite. Envy smiles in your face while studying your downfall. Envy claps for you. All right? Envy claps for you while hoping you trip. Envy is a snake wearing, how can I say, your favorite hoodie. Have you ever felt someone's envy before you ever understood what it was? A lot of us can't feel it. We don't realize it until it smacks us in the face. Envy hits harder because it comes from the people you trust, the ones you love, the ones you let close. A stranger can hate you. Who cares? Right? Who cares if a stranger hates you? But envy comes from your circle, your friend, your cousin, your coworker, your partner, your neighbor, the person you swear would never hurt you. That's why it's worse than hate, because you don't see it coming until the damage is done. Let me ask y'all, who shocked you the most when you realized, they were envious of you? And to me, it was those that I thought they were supposed to be there for me, those that I thought were riding for me. Yo, I love you, I got you. And while they're pulling out that knife, are you okay? How you feeling? I got your back, right? Bam! There goes the other knife. And then they start pulling the knives back out. They clean them bitches. I'm just checking up on you. How you been? I love you, right? Don't forget I got you. Bam! The knives go right back in. That's envy. Right? Like, what's crazy is, right? That's why I tell people, watch your circle. Whether you got a bag or not, you don't need money. How can I say you don't need money to be envied. You just need peace. You just need confidence. You need potential, right? You just need light. People envy your spirit before they envy your success. They envy your resilience. They envy your growth. They envy the fact that you survived things they, would have destroyed them. What do you think people envy most? Success or inner peace? And I feel as though it's like a combination of both. They envy the fact that people have found a way to have peace in their life and found a way to climb up the ladder to success without falling down, busting their ass again. But they don't realize the scars behind it, the sacrifice made. And it's not sacrificing those that you love. You sacrifice something in you every time. That's why I don't, how can I say, I don't, how can I say it? I don't imitate celebrity relationships or celebrity lifestyles. Half of them are fighting demons behind closed doors. Half of them are miserable with money. Half of them are spiritually starving. And the other half are pretending. I look at their stories to learn, not to copy, because if you don't know who you are, right, you'll try to be somebody else. And you'll lose yourself in the process. All right. Like one celebrity, one of the first celebrity goals that I started noticing that I stopped really looking up to, right? And I was a teenager. I was a fangirl at one point, right? Then I started realizing a lot of things, right? They look so happy in front of the screen, but behind these closed doors, a lot of them go in and out of jail. A lot of them can't keep a stable relationship. A lot of them are out here, just making kids to make kids, right? As y'all can see, no different from us. But what people don't understand is that if you don't know who you are, you'll try to become somebody else and lose yourself in that process. All right. What's the one celebrity goal you stop believing in once you grew up? Right? Because once I grew up, I noticed that these celebrity goals, celebrity relationships, they're all fake. From what went on to the WWE to what's happening in these movies and much more. All right, and when we talk about Kevin Gates, that's exactly what we're doing. Learning from his journey, not idolizing it. All right, he's a man fighting demons, searching for love, healing wounds. All right, and he's trying to grow. But he's also a reminder that no matter how big you get, you still gotta face yourself. Fame don't fix trauma. Money don't. How can I say? Money don't fix trust issues. Followers don't fix loneliness. Healing is an inside job. Do you think people forget celebrities are human because of the spotlight? So before we dive back into Kevin, I want y'all to sit with this. Envy is real, demons are real, healing is real, and growth is real. And the only difference between us and celebrities is the camera, right? The camera angle. We're all fighting something. We're all surviving something. We're all learning something. And tonight, we're going to talk about it all, raw, uncut, and with the same honesty this channel is known for. Like, oh, listen, I'm not ever going to change. Shit. I ain't never going to change. Like, I think I've been saying this my whole life. Listen, this weekend we're going to be touching on this chick they sent me videos of, all right? They sent me videos of her and her sister, and, I don't really watch her. What you say, baby? 11:17.
She goes at 11:30.
Who?
Jessie out? She open?
She should be already closed, baby.
No. She goes at 11:30.
Go ask your brother and find out real quick.
You're going in.
Hold on 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. My bad, my bad. My daughter just came through. We got interrupted. I see we got Mr. Oates in the building. Blessings, blessings. Shout out to Mr. Oates, yo. But like I was saying, yo, this weekend I've been sent a lot of videos of this chick and her sister. I think her name is Glorilla, if I'm not mistaken. I don't listen to her, right? She ain't no Dej Loaf. But anyways, her name is Glorilla. I seen a little bit of the interview. I think she did it a year ago with Club Shay. And then her sister did an interview with this dude. I don't know who the dude is, but we're going to check it out this weekend and we're going to talk about it. And once again, right, like Kevin Gates, we're going to talk about the persona, not the celebrity. And let me tell you, right, it lines up perfectly with everything we've, been talking about. Because sometimes, the universe be like, here, take this example and run with it. And I'm going to run. Because these stories, they're not just entertainment. They're reflections. They're reminders. They're warnings. They're lessons wrapped in chaos. Why do you think strangers online sometimes teach us more than, how can I say, our own family? All right. And I wanted to remind, and I want y'all to remember something. All right. Family is not always thicker than water. I don't care what the old saying says, right? Some of the worst wounds come from the people who share your blood. And some of the deepest betrayals come from the people who share your last name. Some of the biggest haters, sit at your table, right? And some of the most dangerous people are the ones who grew up with you. Have you ever had to distance yourself from family for your own peace? I know I had, and I'm not going to deny the facts. My story's out there. Listen, I don't know. Maybe I'm not the only one who could relate to these stories. Maybe, some of y'all been through, how can I say, the same thing? The fake support, the jealousy, the backstabbing, the manipulation, the I love you with the knife behind your back. Family, listen, family can hurt you in ways strangers never could because they know exactly where to aim. And, and I can never answer why, but listening, to other people's stories, right? Because I already know mine. Mine is already out there. And when people hear mine too, and then they listen to stories around, we all say the same thing. Why does family betrayal cut deeper than anyone else, than anything else? Family betrayal cuts deeper than we think. Hmm. That's a question can't nobody answer, for real, for real. And, like I said earlier, we're not here to talk about the celebrity. We're here to talk about the persona, the human, the patterns, the trauma, the behavior, the choices, the consequences, because fame don't erase dysfunction and money don't erase toxicity, right? A platform don't erase pain. And when I use my own experience as example, right, as example, it's not for sympathy. It's to show people that breaking chains is possible. Let me ask y'all something. What's one chain you had to break that your family never could? Have y'all ever experienced what a general curse is like? Been through it? Had to try to defeat it? And I ask that because, I use my story because I want people to see that healing is real, growth is real, change is real. You don't have to become what how can I say it? You don't have to become what you came from. You don't have to repeat the patterns. How can I say it? Let me see how can I put this in. You don't have to repeat the patterns you were raised in. All right. You don't have to carry the curse your family passed down. You can speak. You can stand up. You can break free. You can reach the goals even if nobody in your bloodline ever did. What's one thing you accomplished that your family never expected you to? See, my family never expected me for me to break the chains, all right? They never expected me, how can I say, to, start my own career. You see where I'm coming from? Stand on my own beliefs, right? They thought, oh, no, you're going to come over here. You're going to stay here just like the rest. No, I'm not. I'll be damned if I do the same thing as everybody else. I don't care how hard it gets. I don't want to be in a dysfunctional family where everybody's always pointing the finger at everybody and can't nobody take accountability. I don't want to be a part of a family where when things happen in the past, still in the future, y'all still don't know how to open up and say, yeah, I witnessed this, I saw this. I hold this person accountable and me for staying shut for so long because in the past people kept secrets. Kids got violated and they thought, well, we speak up is either, I don't know, embarrassment to them or I don't know. I don't know what the fuck it was back then. But so many things that happened to so many kids were kept a secret. You see where I'm coming from? I can go about this in so many ways. You don't have to repeat the patterns you were raised in. You don't have to carry the curse your family passed down. All right. And let's be honest, envy's, envy plays a huge part in these, stories. Envy is louder than, hate, stronger than hate, and more dangerous than hate. Hate, you can see it coming. Envy hides, envy smiles, envy hugs you while hoping you fall. Envy comes from the people closest to you, the ones who should be clapping for you but secretly want your seat. Who shocked you the most when you realized they were envious of you? All right. That's why we gotta watch our circle. Whether, We got a big circle or not, you don't need money to be envied. You just need potential. You just need peace. You just need confidence. That's all you need, just some light in you. And people envy your spirit before they envy your success. And when you talk about, this chick and her sister this weekend, oh, we're going to break it down. All of that, the envy, the dysfunction, the patterns, the lessons. Do you think envy hurts more when it comes from family or friends? So before we get into Kevin, all right, before we get into Kevin Gates, I want y'all to sit with this. We're not here to gossip. We're here to learn. We're here to grow. We're here to expose patterns, break cycles, and build a community that actually cares. We're here to talk about real life, real pain, real healing, and real transformation. And if my story or Kevin's story or this chick's story can help, somebody else's break free, then we're doing exactly what we're supposed to do. All right. Oh, I didn't send it. Come on. All right. So listen, let's expand on these topics because they're not just themes, all right? They're lived experiences, family betrayal, envy hitting. How can I say envy hitting jealousy? All right. Using your story to inspire others, that's real life. And I was made, to believe that little girls or boys that, who went through what I went through couldn't make it in life. They told me I, amount to nothing. They told me my trauma defined me. All right. They told me my pain was permanent. And instead of, folding, I chose to prove every single one of them wrong. Let me ask y'all, who told you that you wouldn't make it? And how did you prove them wrong? Me? I broke every obstacle. I showed them that my past wasn't going to determine who I was today and who I am today. I became a better mother than my mother. And I didn't even know it until I was told, especially by my kids. Right? I broke how can I say, the generational curses by doing the complete opposite of what my family was actually doing. I don't want to dwell in the past. If anything, I want to borrow from it and see what I can fix today. And those that told me that I wouldn't be able to, become, how can I say, who I am today, look where they at today, struggling. See, I may not be where I want to be at yet. I'm where I'm supposed to be. I should have been here a while ago. But I let the pain guide me. For a second, that pain was guiding me. And it left me stuck in the past that I should have been out of. So I broke challenges they swore I'd never overcome. I shattered expectations, they placed on me before I even knew who I was. I showed them exactly who the hell I am and why they can't censor me. Some people love me for that power, all right, for that fire, for that voice, for that strength. And others, they hate it. They hate that I can reach the children. They hate that I speak truth. They hate that I, didn't stay silent like they expected me to. They hate that. I had people turn on me because I spoke up. How could you? You don't do that. Family? Oh, it's like my husband. I could never sit here and call the cops even though I know that he hits me and my kids. Listen, if my husband is beating on me and my kids, I'm gonna find every way. You're gonna have to kill me, but I'm gonna find a way. And you can never say what you're gonna do because you never know what's gonna happen. But you got me fucked up, man. I've proven this time after time. When it comes to my kids, I don't care about my safety. Their life is more important to me than mine. I'll give my last breath for them. I'm not scared. I'll face the government. I was gonna say the governor. I'll face the government. I'll face the Pope. Listen. I'll face the president. All right. When it comes to my kids, listen. You're gonna have to put me down. You don't have to. And family hate me for that. They hate the fact that I don't follow tradition. But if tradition is to stay quiet when you should be speaking up, tradition is to, defend your child, rear your child, protect your child, right? But according to y'all, it's to stay quiet. Being quiet is not being strong. There's a time to be quiet and there's a time to speak up. But y'all traditions, people's, not just my families, a lot of, a lot of people's family traditions makes you feel weak. And they say, listen, man, y'all don't even want me to get into it, man. It's funny how we, when it comes to humanity, people blame God for their mistakes and the devil for their, how can I say, their evil deeds. See, I never forgot who how can I say it? I never forgot I was once a child too. A child with a story, a child with pain, a child who needed someone to fight, for her. And now that I'm grown, I fight, how can I say, I fight not just for my own kids, but for every kid who never had a voice. Some people hate the fact that children see a role model in me. But guess what? I didn't ask for this. I didn't chase this. I didn't plan this. I just wanted to help my child. And somehow that turned into helping the whole community. Like, have you ever stepped into, a purpose you didn't even know you were walking towards? Right? And I did. I did that when I decided to stand up and help my child when I couldn't even figure out how to heal my wounds. But it was the mother in me. I couldn't, lose my son, and I couldn't let my son think that he was alone in this world when I at one point felt like that. And when I needed someone to stand up and speak up for me, they told me to shut the fuck up. So I spoke up for my child. I never wanted my child to ever feel the type of pain that I felt. You see where I'm coming from? And I'm not mad. I'm not mad that this is the path that I'm taking. I'm not bitter. I'm not resentful. I'm grateful. Because deep down, I was supposed to be here a long time ago. But I was too angry and too hurt. How can I say too hurt? Too guarded to listen to the people who were trying to guide me. Sometimes pain makes you, deaf to wisdom. And sometimes trauma makes you blind to purpose. Sometimes survival mode keeps you from seeing the bigger picture. What lesson did you learn? All right. No, not what lesson did you learn. What lesson did you, how can I say, only understand after you healed? Like, I'm not going to lie. I'm not perfect. All right. I never claimed to be. Just like Kevin. All right. I'm the perfect imperfection. All right. I'm the walking contradiction that still stands tall. I'm the proof that broken crayons still color. All right. I'm not ashamed of my story, who I was, where I came from, or where I'm going. My past is not my prison. All right. It's a passport. All right. It stamped me, shaped me, and sharpened me. I carry it proudly because it made me, how can I say, unstoppable. Let me ask y'all, what part of your story used to embarrass you but now empowers you? Right? Some of us forget who we were. We forget our power. We forget our purpose. We forget that fire inside. Right? We forget that power inside of us, right? That fire inside of us because life keeps throwing water on it. But once you wake up, once you, how can I say, once you remember who you are, once you step into your purpose, baby, and I mean, baby, there's no going back. All right? And the sad truth is, right? The sad truth is a lot of people can't walk in their purpose because they're still chained to their past. And I'm hoping y'all understand where I'm coming from. All right? What's one chain you had to break before you could finally move forward? And I can honestly say that, family betrayal plays a huge part in that. Because when people, who were supposed to protect you are the ones who hurt you, it changes everything. It makes you question your worth. It makes you doubt your voice. It makes you shrink. But envy is even worse because envy hides in every smile. Envy hides in every hug. All right. Envy hugs you while hoping you fall. And when envy comes from family, that's a wound that takes you, how can I say? It's a wound that takes years to heal. Who surprised you the most when you realized, that they were jealous of you? And like I told y'all, it was my childhood best friend, right? But here's the, here's the beauty, right? You didn't let any of that stop you. You didn't let betrayal break you. You didn't let envy silence you. You didn't let trauma define you. You used your story to inspire others. You turned your pain into purpose. You turned your wounds into wisdom. And now you're walking, right? You're walking in a calling that was always meant for you, even when you didn't see it, right? Some of us don't see it on time. That's how it was for me. And there was people trying to tell me, all right, the way I'm trying to tell people, out here, you see where I'm coming from, that's how it's like. And this is not for everybody, all right? Who this is supposed to reach today, it's going to reach when the time is right. I'm not here to force, or convince anybody of anything. We just talking, having conversations that, like the word says, could change nations. All right. So listen, before we even cycle back to Kevin Gates, we got to talk about something deeper, something that ties into everything. All right. We've been discussing family betrayal and breaking generational curses. Because let's be honest, some of the worst pain don't come from strangers. It comes from the people who raised us, the people who were supposed to protect us, the people who swore they loved us. And when you grow up in that kind of environment, you start believing the lies, all right, that they fed you. I was made to believe that little girls who went through, what I went through couldn't make it in life. That we were broken, that we were doomed, that we wouldn't amount to nothing, that nobody would even believe the stuff that we say. But it was like there was people believing me and trying to tell me, hey, look, listen, there's a way I can help you. And I was like, nah, man, you're just like my mom. You're gonna believe him. And you're gonna turn around and call me a liar. And it hurts. It hurts. I'm not gonna sit here and lie. But when I became an adult, right, that hurt was something else. And I distanced myself from the people that I was like, damn, I thought family was supposed to be this. But I want y'all to go look up what is the real definition of family, la familia, right? But see, I chose to, prove every single one of them wrong. I broke challenges they swore I never overcome, and I shattered expectations they placed on me before I even knew who I was. I showed them exactly who the hell I am, and they couldn't stand it. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and lie. I could understand each and every person that says, this is why I prefer, you know, to start my own tradition. It's where I'm coming from, my own rules, my own family, and I don't even look back. All right. It's let me I don't know how to put it like this. Some people love me for having the strength, right? For fighting, while others hate it. They hate that I didn't stay quiet. They hate that, that I didn't stay broken. They hate that I didn't stay, in the box they built for me. Right. And what's crazy is, right, let's talk about envy, right? Again, because envy is, a silent killer. Some people hate the fact that, that I can reach the children, that they hate the fact that kids see me as a role model. They hate that, I speak the truth with no filter. But guess what? I never asked for any of this. I didn't even, I didn't wake up one day saying, let me break, how can I say, let me break the cycles. Let me be a leader. I just wanted, to help my child, and that's it. And somehow, that turned into helping this whole community. That turned into being a voice for the kids who didn't have one. And in that process, I learned a lot of things, right? And I'm not mad, right? Like I told y'all earlier, I'm not mad at the path I took. I'm not ashamed of that. I'm not even running from it. I was supposed to be here a long time ago, but I was too angry, too hurt, too blinded, by pain to listen to the people who were trying to guide me. Sometimes trauma makes you deaf to, sometimes, sometimes survival mode, right, makes you stubborn. And sometimes you're too busy fighting that that past with them demons that you don't realize you're fighting the wrong battles. You see where I'm coming from? Some people will understand me, others won't. But let me tell you something, right? I am the perfect imperfection. I'm not. How can I say flawless? But I am fearless. I'm not polished, but I'm powerful. I'm not ashamed of my story of who I was, right? Where I came from, or where I'm going. My past didn't break me; it built me, it sharpened me, it prepared me, and now I use that story to show others that they can, rise too. Because if I could survive what I survived, then baby, you can survive anything. What part of your story do you know? I mean, do you now wear like armor instead of, how can I say shit? And let's talk about breaking generational curses. Because, I stopped, how can I say, I stopped the curse that was being passed down in my family. I refused to let my kids inherit trauma. It wasn't theirs. I refused to let them grow up thinking pain was normal. I refused to let them, how can I say, repeat the cycles that destroyed the people before me. And my children, how can I say, they will do the same. That's why I'm consistent with my message. That's why I speak the way I speak. That's why I fight the way that I fight. A lot of us are living proof that you can break chains. That we're meant to, how can I say, that we're not meant to, how can I say, that you're not meant to, how can I say, a lot of us are living proof that can break chains that were meant to keep us stuck, that were meant to keep you stuck. All right, you can rewrite your story. All right, you can rewrite the story. Your family, how can I say it? You can rewrite the story your family handed to you. Right, you can build a life that looks nothing like the one you were born into. And that's why I use my story. Not for sympathy, not for attention, but to show people that, healing is possible, that survival is possible, that transformation is possible. So as we move into part three, bouncing between, topics touching on real life, all right, circling back to Kevin Gates, when, we feel like it, I want y'all to remember your past is not your present, and your trauma is not your identity. Your family's mistakes are not your destiny. You can break the curse. You can rewrite the script. You can walk in your purpose, even if it takes years to wake up. All right. Hey, listen, a lot of people ain't gonna understand what I'm saying. It's crazy, right? It's crazy how so many people on social media and in real life don't care about anything until, until it's done. Until the devil comes knocking on their door, until the storm hits their house, until the pain touches their family, right? Then suddenly they wake up, right? They wake up and suddenly they want, compassion. Suddenly they want support from the same people they bashed, dragged, mocked, and dismissed. Life's got a funny way of humbling folks who swear they're untouchable, don't it? Why do people only care about an issue once it affects them personally, right? And the wild part, right? The wild part, when it finally hits them, they expect the same people they disrespected to help them. Like, what? Listen. I'm trying to cuss less, all right? So instead of saying, I'm going to say, baby, like you throw rocks at me for months and now you want me to, how can I say, hand you the bandage? You called me crazy, dramatic, messy, but you want my wisdom, my voice, my support? It, you know, it's always, it is what it is. Until, until the one they love gets hurt. Then suddenly it's a, please pray for me. Aren't you always, or aren't you always, how can I say, aren't you always, or don't you make a living of a bashing and dragging people? Damn, the devil's knocking at your door. So now you're looking for people like us and then turn around and that's why I say that our focus is more on those that want change, not those that want to sit here and play around and joke around and take things to, a level where things go left and now boom, the next day, there's consequences to people's actions. People love to bring up God when they're, in trouble. They hide behind him, you know, like he's a shield for their bad behavior. They blame the devil for their actions, right? The actions they chose. The devil made me do it. Nah, baby. Mm-mm. You made you do it. The devil didn't tell you, to be, how can I say, petty, messy, hateful, jealous, or manipulative. That was you. Stop blaming demons for your decisions. Stop blaming demons for decisions you made with a clear mind and a dirty heart. Why do people use God as a cover-up behavior? They refuse to take that people refuse to take accountability. Like, but according to you, right? God is a good guy. He's not a bad guy. All right. God does not sit here and, how can I say, punish you for your evil deeds. No, he don't. He sends you love. But in the Bible, it says he had temper tantrums just like us. And the punishments, Lord have mercy. But, let me shut up before people start coming at my neck for saying what I just said. All right. But it's the honesty. It's honesty. All right. For real, for real. And you know what's crazy? The childish games. Whew. People act like we can't see through the facade. All right. Like we don't see the mask slipping. Like we don't see the insecurity behind the attitude. They get mad, they get mad over your opinion, but they can critique. They can critique you back with no problem. They can dish it, but they can't take it. They can throw shade, but they melt down, when the sun hits them. Shit, imagine if it threw grenades. Boom, bitches. Like, why do people get, offended by the same behavior they do to others? Then comes the victim act. Oh, Lord. They love the role. You're bullying me. You bashing me. You attacking me. No. Oh, no, baby. I'm holding you accountable. All right. I'm reflecting your energy back to you. I'm showing you the mirror. All right. The mirror you've been avoiding. All right. And when we hold that mirror up, it's like giving garlic to Dracula. They start hissing, running, blocking, deleting, disappearing, anything to avoid, seeing themselves up. No, that's you. Why you yelling? Why you screaming? Look, oh my God. Mommy, they cut me. Mommy, look at that motherfucker on the computer. I don't know who they are, but look, I'm bleeding. They punched me. They hit my heart, my lungs. My eagle's been bruised. Yo, man. Like, listen. People will deflect all their insecurities and pain onto others because it's easier than healing, right? It's easier to point fingers than to, how can I say, look inward. It's easier to blame the world, all right, than to admit you're the problem. And when you finally call them out, man, when you finally say, no, you did that, they crumble, they fold, they run like vampires in sunlight, all right? Have you ever watched someone run from the truth, like it was burning them alive? It's like picturing, how when the sun in the movies hit the vampires, right? Or when the witch gets wet by water, right? And you be like, I'm melting. It's kind of like that. But listen, the funniest part, they swear they're fooling people. They swear their facade is flawless, but baby, your energy speaks before your mouth does. Your actions exposes you before your words do. Your patterns tell on you before your excuses even form. People think, they're slick, but transparency is a curse for the ones who lie to themselves. right? That's why I don't mess with a lot of people on this app, right? Let me ask y'all, what's one behavior you can spot instantly because you've lived through it? All right, so yeah, it's crazy how people don't care until it's them, but that's why we talk about it. All right, that's why we talk about these things. Why we break cycles. All right, that's why we hold mirrors up. That's why we speak truth even when it's uncomfortable because somebody has to. All right, somebody has to wake up. Somebody has to wake people up before. How can I say? Before life does it for them, and life don't wake you up. How can I say gently? Karma has a way of telling people, "Hey, I'm not asking you for permission. I'm just gonna take it." All right, or shit. Like unity is what's missing, and some people forget that. Some people don't care. All right, they'll scream, "Our children are the future," but audition for the circus for free. All right, and some for a small fee at that. But either way, people know what's needed, yet they choose to look the other way until it's their life in dismay. Right? That's the problem. Folks, don't. How can I say? Folks don't wake up until the fire is in their living room. But unity, real unity, that's when we care before the flames hit home. Why do you think people ignore problems until it's their personality? Right? How can I say not their personality? Until it's theirs personally. All right, their loved ones affected. That's when you start people saying, "Oh wait, oh no, they was right. Now it's time for me to do something." My point is like we all struggle, right, in this cruel world, but it's up to us, all right, which path we take. Some people, are wise. Some, some gifted even, but they love drama and choose. How can I say it? They love drama and chaos, right, more than they love drama and chaos more than peace. They love the mess more than the message. And by the time they realize the damage, right, it's too late. Only God can help. But, not a lot of us, how can I say, are ready or willing to receive the knowledge when it's given. Some of us learn fast, some of us slow, and baby, some just won't get it ever. Ever. Don't ask me why. I can't answer it. I ain't get there yet. All right. But what lesson did life try to teach you that you ignored until, it smacked you, right? And if y'all want my answer, y'all gonna have to go check out part 1 and part 2, which I already did. Now, one thing, I could tell you before we get into this review and reaction is this, right? When you are ready to receive, you will be able to, how can I say, work magic. Listen, the power is in your hand, right? The power is in our hands. Some of us are ready to receive, others aren't, and that's okay. But don't get mad, how can I say, at the ones who are ready. Don't get jealous of the ones who are doing the work. Don't get bitter because, someone else chose healing while you chose chaos. What power did you unlock in yourself once you were finally ready to receive? Me, I learned that, we all have it, not just women, but a lot of us have the power in our hands to do a lot of things, especially women. All right. But some of us don't know what to do with it. For real, for real. And we go back down to square one. Like, you could take the easy way out, right? And bust your ass trying to compete with others instead of competing with yourself. And you'll never, get up the ladder. You'll never find peace. You'll never grow because the only person you should be trying to outdo is the version of you from yesterday. Leading by example is how we get the next generation to do what they have to do. Kids don't follow lectures. All right. They follow footsteps. Who taught you more? Right? Who taught you more? The people who talked or the people who led by example? And I'm not going to sit here and lie, right? The people who taught me the most was the people who didn't just talk, was the people who walked and talked. All right. They was able to chew gum and run. Right? Like, as crazy as it sounds, they taught me the most. They led by example. Now listen, we're about to get into this video, but I gotta, pause at times and give commentary. And I want to hear y'all opinions too. So if you want to come up, let us shorty know. But let me say this loud and clear. If what I say or what my guest says or what the chat says, bothers you, you're welcome to exit stage left. I'm not God, your priest or your mama. I can't heal, wounds. I can't heal wounds you created yourself. I don't know why people expect others to heal wounds, that they refuse to acknowledge. But shit, listen, we all have choices. We all have the ability to do things differently. I can't heal you. Only God can. Only you can. So when you exit, make sure the doorknob doesn't hit you with a good Lord split you. And yes, I will block disrespect. All right. We can roast, we can joke, we can laugh, we can clown around, but we keep it, respectful. Because this space is for truth. All right. Not tantrums. All right. I'm not your mama. I ain't here to babysit your ego. I don't know why, people confuse accountability with disrespect, but when you come with disrespect, I can top your disrespect. And I will block your ass too. We all have opinions, and opinions are like assholes, all right? Everyone has one. I don't know why men come online and get messy, but women do it too. So let's not get testy up in this joint, right? We're here to talk, not tear each other down. We're here to learn, all right? Not lose our, how can I say, minds. We're here to grow, not gossip. And if you can't handle that, hey, this might not be your channel. This ain't for you. I know I'm not everybody's cup of tea. So, with that being said, let's get this John started. Let's get into this video. Let's break it down. Let's talk about unity, accountability, purpose, and everything in between. And if you're ready to laugh, cry, reflect, and get real, then buckle up because we're about to, go out there. We're about to get into it. All right. So, listen. On this part of the interview, I think Kevin Gates gets really, into his, opinion on relationships. All right. So the last few times he got into his mental health, his childhood trauma, and we got into relationships. That was part 1 and part 2. So on here, I know it's going to start off because we're going to pick up where we left off, relationships. And I have a feeling that, and in part 2, it was also about his music career. So over here, I think it's going to be more into relationships and mental health again. Like I told y'all, everything that he's talked about ties right back into mental health. All right, guys? All right. No. Here we go.
Here, anything could happen. Like I told you, I can't tie my shoe good without God. I'm nothing without God. I pray before I work out. Sometimes I don't have the strength to do the extra little rep, but I pray, and God give me the strength to do it. Sometimes before I walk in the room, God give me your confidence. Because me as a man just going in here, I'm going to be nervous and all that. So I pray about everything. Ain't no certain shit. I need God all the time. Shit, the truth of the truth is death. This life is a lie. Death is the separation from false pleasures. Things we do in this life don't really feed our soul.
That's true.
It's just vexation.
Facts.
But when you and your woman have a relationship that's surrounded around the Most High, that's a different type of intimacy. Like the woman I got now, I prayed for that. I ain't know it was gonna come like that, but it came like that. I didn't know it was gonna come this fast.
Did you slide in the DM? How'd you meet her?
Hey,
I said on another thing, I was like, I've been on her since, but it was really like 2022.
Okay.
And she was like a tomboy, but we always had fly conversations. But she a Marine. My wife a Marine.
You waited out.
No, we just was cool. I never looked at her in the light as a wife.
So he met her in the process of, him separating with Drika and stuff like that. So that's when he met the shorty right here. And she a tomboy, just like a shorty. Listen, and people get it all misconstrued and shit. Like, listen, as a A female being a tomboy isn't that she's a dyke. People get the two confused. There's a difference between a tomboy and a lesbian. All right, girls that are tomboyish are just more into sports. All right, that's the only difference between being a girly girl and a tomboy. All right,
Like just like my partner. I never looked at her like she was just a cool person. And I was like, damn, she do boy push-ups. And like we just always been cool. And then one day when she was coming to me, we had went out to eat a few times and whatever. Then one day I was like, look, I want to cook for you tonight.
Uh-oh.
And she was like,
I sure wish she'd heard this conversation before then.
nah, she knew she done heard this.
man. Like I said yesterday, man, a man that can cook is a plus, ladies, man. Listen, cherish them men that could work, help you clean. All right, still open up the doors. Those that still pay for the restaurant meals and stuff. Cherish them, man. Stop treating them like trash, because your trash is someone else's treasure.
Conversation before then, because we used to talk about everything. Like that was my partner for real, my friend first. And then it was raining, but the sun was shining. And I told her on the phone, I just buried my grandmother. I was going through a little bit. But when I seen her, I was like we was looking for each other in the mall. And I was like, you my wife. And then we went grocery shopping and went back to the house and cooked.
Uh-oh. Damn, you did everything.
Nah, she hold on though. I was still kind of running from her for a little while. I'm gonna be honest. I was running from her for a little while because when you cool with somebody, you got a different level of respect.
Yeah.
And then Ramadan had came, and for people that's not familiar with that, that's what we fast from sun up to sundown for like 30 days. And I ended up marrying somebody else. And like that marriage only lasted 52 days. And I know I'm a legend. But so then
that ain't I mean, why you do that?
It ran its course.
In 52 days?
Yeah. It could have ran its course in 15 days. But that was beautiful. It was a beautiful situation. I learned everything that I needed to learn, and then that's still my friend. We're still cool.
Yeah, I think I had on the pod. I thought you had.
Hey, listen, I'm gonna tell you something.
What?
I've been probably knowing that person since like 2014, and she always been a friend of me.
Yeah.
Like outside of this media shit, like I don't care what nobody say about how. Like the only person could make me not with you is you.
That's facts. I say that a lot.
I don't care. You seen when they was trying to say that pussy shit about you?
Yeah.
What I got in your DM? What? Hey, on?
Yeah. You did.
Cause that shit'll make you, when everybody talking that pussy shit, that make you just. I say, "Oh, you ain't do nothing wrong." All that. I say, keep what I told. Hey, keep your head up. Hey, hey, we on that. Hey, I'm on that black top. We love you on this black top. I told you that.
Yeah.
And keep your head up. So it's like people go through shit.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Then a lot of the shit people go through, it be lies and bullshit. Playing. So like that's the type of person I am. I guess I'm like my grandmother. I go off your heart and how you treat me. But that was a beautiful situation too. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's why people ask me, say who I love, I don't discuss. Cause she always spoke like life into me and just wasn't in alignment at that time. Daisy couldn't even keep up. It's cool. I ain't tripping. My wife had called me. She said, "Hey." I said, "Hey, what's happening? You okay?" I say, "Yeah, I'm good. I'm Gucci Louis Prada. I do bullshit, talk." She said, "How you don't feel kind of messed up and nothing about it?" I said, "No. Mm-mm. When we get married."
That what you told her?
From that day that we was in the mall, it's been like a year. Like it was like 8 months or something like that. I used to always tell her, "Hey, you my wife."
I'm dead.
Nah, I didn't know I was gonna propose to her. But she came back. And then I'm gonna miss you. She was like, I got a surprise. I said, what? She said, I'm gonna come on tour with you. And she came on tour with me. And when I say like, it was one of the most peaceful tours. Like the love that she poured into me, the way she spoke life into me behind closed doors, things of that nature, the things that a man really needs.
Yes.
You know, just being there, somebody being there, being supportive, you know, and she was like, babe, I got a lot of shit that's wrong with me. She said, no, I say, I think I told her, I got a lot of shit that's wrong with me. She said, well, I love everything that's wrong with you. Wow. And I was like, wow.
That's the one.
Yeah.
When somebody tell you they're going to love you through all your scars.
Yeah, I'm scared. She an expert shooter.
Yeah.
She a Marine. You know?
You better be careful.
She got some skills with her, huh?
I like all that type of
Whether you're stepping up for the race of a
I'm
lifetime
on this channel.
or just racing through life.
I'm mad.
Kev, when do you know it's time to move on? When should people break up? When do you know? When did Kevin Gates know, say, you know, this relationship that I'm in, the marriage that I'm in, 52 days, that's as long as it's going to meant to be?
I knew after 52 days.
Some people just fall out. He shouldn't have married her, but
you don't think you started out too strong?
No, because we had already like been knew each other.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, I don't want to say this. I've been on her. I've been on Brittany. That's my dog.
I think she came out on some of his videos, if I'm not mistaken.
Kev, you had another relationship before Britt.
Yeah. But me and Brittany were always friends.
Yeah, okay, I get that. But this other one.
Just say it.
Nah, I'm just saying, I mean, you was in another relationship.
Yeah. You talking about the public one?
Yeah.
Everybody know about? Yeah. I was.
You didn't want to lead that, like, and this, like.
I'm going to say this and I'm going to try to be respectful to all my children, but people either grow together or they grow apart.
Right.
I think he's talking about
and, you know, there's no hatred or no ill feelings or nothing like that. But,
right.
You know, you grow together or you grow apart. Sometimes things start off in alignment and then it's no longer in alignment. Respectfully.
I think on this part he's talking about Drika.
Are y'all still cool?
I don't have anything against that person. And I love that person. I do.
I like the fact that he don't talk bad about his baby mom.
I do.
Some people can't do that.
You happy?
Yeah.
Is this as happy as you've been in a while, ever? What makes this one?
This the happiest I've ever been in my life.
What makes us so different?
Everything. Like I said, I used to look for my mother inside of women.
Mm-hmm. He said this on part
I found
2.
myself.
Wow.
She's strong in all the areas I'm weak. I'm strong in all the areas she weak. And like, it's so crazy. Like, I took all these different types of martial arts because of what I had been through and because of what she been through. She went to the Marines. I said, so we really gonna be able to protect our children.
You want more kids?
Oh,
yeah, I'm gonna get up pregnant. I'm gonna get up pregnant. Yes, Lord.
Have you talked to her about that? Is that what she
know what's happening? She ready. I told her I just want to wait a year, babe, because I just want to enjoy you. I say, you know, so many lifetimes I've been looking for you. We just finally, I'm glad for us to be reunited in this lifetime. I know, like, people be like, y'all look alike. I say, yeah, we soulmates.
Wow.
Yes, me, Kevin.
That's your spirit animal. That's your spirit animal.
What?
They say, like, sometimes you find a person that's your spirit, and she's like, you never know. But you said she's the best, most that I've ever met, and you like, I waited a lifetime.
I ain't trying to keep.
Let me pause it right there and rewind it a little bit back. All right, I gotta pause it right there. Listen. It takes a real man, you know, to admit he was looking for love in all the wrong places. And that's exactly what we talked about in part 1 and part 2. All right. Kevin been searching for something he already had, but didn't know how to protect. And that's, a lot of people's story. You lose the person, who grounded you, and suddenly every new relationship feels like a remix of the same old pain, right? Have you ever realized, too late that you were searching for something you already had? And y'all know what's funny, right? I can relate to Kevin when he said, he never thought about being with, his new girl in a relationship, because I went through the same thing. Yeah, with my fiance, I looked at him like he was just a friend, nothing more, nothing less. Meanwhile, God was like, girl, girl, if you don't stop playing and look, at the blessing I put right in front of you, sometimes, the person meant for you don't come wrapped in the package you expected, right? Did you, did your person come into your life in a way that you didn't expect? And a lot of us go through it, right? Like sometimes we have love right in front of us and we don't even realize it, right? And I'm grateful because I learned that not all men are the same. Some men, love loud, some love soft, some love, how can I say, through actions, some love through presence, right? But real love is intentional. Real love is consistent. Real love is patient. Real love don't confuse you. Real love don't drain you. Real love don't make you question your worth. And let me ask y'all, what's one thing your partner does that made you realize this is different? All right. Our hearts aren't meant for everybody. They're meant for one person. The person who matches your energy, your spirit, your purpose. The person who sees you, hears you, understands you, and chooses you every day. And that's why I take relationships serious. That's why I don't play with people's emotions. That's why I don't, do, how can I say, half love or half effort. If I'm in it 100%, and I'm expecting for you to be in it 100% too. Like, do you believe love is a choice, a feeling, or both? And I think, if I'm not mistaken, I don't know. I think it's both. And why I say it like that, because listen, man, love is tricky. I ain't gonna sit here and lie. But why I say I feel as though it should be 100%, because if you can't take, your other half serious, right? If you can't give 100 when they're giving 100, if you can't show up, the way they show up for you, then you should, be alone, walk away, be honest from the gate. Don't waste people's time. Don't play with people's hearts. Don't drag someone into a relationship you're not, emotionally equipped to maintain. I don't know why, people stay in relationships they know they're not ready for, but it does happen, right? And that's the difference between Kevin and a lot of folks. He's honest about where he is emotionally. He's honest about what he can give and what he can't. He's honest about the fact that he's still healing, still learning, right? He's still trying to figure it out. Love, he's still trying to also figure out what love means to him, right? And honestly, that's more mature than pretending you're ready when you're not. Like, do you think emotional honesty is more important than, like, how can I say, than romantic effort? So listen, before I press play, right? I want y'all to sit with this, right? Love is not, how can I say, a game. Soul ties are not a joke, right? Healing is not optional, and the person meant for you will show up when you stop chasing, right? What's not aligned with you. When you're ready to receive, you'll recognize, and how can I say, the blessing God put in front of you. Just like, like I did, just like he did with me. Let's put it like that. Right? Like, listen, we all make mistakes. I'm not going to judge Kevin for jumping into relationships the way he does. All right. Everybody heals differently. Everybody loves differently. Everybody copes differently. When, he finds Miss Right, he'll sit down. Trust me. A man can run through 1,000 situations, but when he meets the one, all right, who aligns his spirit, he'll stop running. Maybe this new chick could be, the one. Maybe she's, a lesson. Maybe she's a stepping stone. All right, that's his journey, not mine, not nobody else's. Like, do y'all think that people judge others, others' love lives too quickly without knowing the full story? And I think a lot of people online do. I mean, it happens out here, but out here, this shit is consistently. Like his love life is not, my priority. I don't agree with everything he does, but I'm not God to tell him, you know, how he needs to learn. Sometimes life teaches you through heartbreak. Sometimes how can I say it reaches you through loss. Like it did me. All right. I had to lose a few people in my life for me to sit here and say, yo, look, listen. I mean, yeah, for me to sit here and say, listen, you gotta get your shit together. Sometimes it teaches you through the, wrong people, and sometimes it teaches you through the right, how can I say, through the right one, right? At the wrong time. You could really fall in love with this person, but you fucked up thinking, damn, holding on to that past regret, that past mistake, and now you've let something slip through your hands, all right? We've all got our own, how can I say, curriculum in this, how can I say, school, in this school called life, right? What's one love lesson you've had to learn the hard way? Shit. I thought my first was going to be the one. I really did. And it turned out he wasn't. All right. May he have peace in paradise. All right. He still has a big place in my heart. All right. Love don't disappear just because the relationship ends or life's, how can I say, life takes someone's life. Did I say that right? Or life takes someone's life away. But God had a different plan for me. All right. And sometimes the plan hurts before it heals. Have you ever looked, someone deeply, but still had to, let them go? Like, have you ever, my bad. I don't know why I say it. Oh my God. I'm over here mixing up my words. Have you ever loved someone so deeply, but still had to let them go? All right. And listen, God said my fiance is the one. All right. And my heart agrees with him. All right. We've known each other for 17 years. All right. And that bond is still building, still growing, still evolving. That's how you know it's real. Real love don't rush. Real love don't force. Real love don't confuse you. Real love grows with you, not against you. And I don't know, like, do y'all believe, the right person comes back around when the timing is finally aligned? That could be possible, right? I feel like we should be honest, all right, from the gate. If you notice, right, you're drifting apart, if nothing, makes y'all happy anymore, if the connection feels forced, then walk away. Don't drag it out. Don't pretend. Don't stay, how can I say, don't stay out of guilt or, how can I say, fear or comfort, right? Because when two adults refuse to be honest, the relationship dies slowly and painfully, right? Like, I don't know, why do people stay in relationships long after the love has faded? Like, a lot of times, hold on one second, guys. Ugh. Like, a lot of times, right? Shit, I grabbed the wrong thing. I told you to relax your leg. You okay? Are you sure? You need to relax that leg. Next week you see the doctor. Stop playing around. All right? Go relax your leg. Stop playing around. No, you too, baby. Keep putting force on it. You gotta relax it. Get it off the ground. Take some pressure off of it for a little bit. Like, you have a broken leg and a whole metal rod inside that joint. Relax. He was making a soup. I was wondering what the hell that smell was. My bad, my bad. I apologize for that. My son came in. All right. Apologize. I don't know if anybody's in the chat right now. Check on this joint. I was checking these text messages and I got thrown off. But listen, a lot of times when relationships fall apart, the kids pay the consequences. Sometimes, they don't, but a lot of times they do. Kids feel the tension. Kids feel the silence. Kids feel the distance, and that's why I always say don't hold on to something that makes you feel down, drained, or dead inside. Because when you stay in the wrong place too long, everybody suffers. Walking away doesn't mean you failed. It means you chose peace over pretending, right? It means you chose healing over hurting. It means you chose growth over, how can I say, stagnation. And that sometimes, that's something, how can I say, that's something that Kevin, right, and a lot of people are still learning. Love is beautiful, but it's not supposed to break you. It's supposed to build you. Let me ask y'all, what's one thing you refuse to, how can I say, tolerate in love ever again? So yeah, I'm not going to judge Kevin. I'm not judging anybody. All right. We all got our own path, our own lessons, our own heartbreaks, our own healing. And when you finally meet the person, meant for you, the one God aligned for your spirit, everything makes sense. The pain makes sense. The timing makes sense. The journey makes sense. All right. And that's why I speak, I speak on this with passion because I lived it too. Like, what did your past relationships teach you about, the love you deserve now? One thing I can say is, right, one thing I can say is before we jump into another relationship, we need to heal, period. Some people, take heed and then, how can I say, some people don't take heed and then wonder why everything goes, downhill like a shopping cart with, no brakes. I'm not saying that this is Kevin's situation for sure, but baby, the patterns are patterning, right? You can't be out here bleeding from old wounds and then trying to build a new love story. That's how you end up hurting people who didn't, break you. And Kevin, Lord, he just met Shorty and already talking about, yeah, I'm gonna get her pregnant. Sir, you still married to Drika too. But then I keep forgetting that he's in the Muslim thing. He's able to marry one, the Islamic marriage, right? He's able to marry more than one woman. I keep forgetting about that. But Drika was the first. Does she agree with any of these? Did you finally, separate with her the Islamic way, the way you're supposed to? Like, you know what? Never mind. I'm not even gonna get into that. Right? Sir. You're still married to Drika. And the crazy part is spiritually, culturally, and emotionally. That right there, that tie is still active. And then it turns out he also married the new chick, all right? So come on. Like, Kevin, you always wanted a wife. Now you got like 5. At this point, he's collecting wives like Pokemon cards, all right? Like, all he needs is a few a few Pokeballs. Like, why do some people rush into commitment before, how can I say, closing the last chapter? But let's be real, all right? This is what happens when you don't, how can I say, heal before you love. You start confusing chemistry with destiny. You start confusing attention with, affection. You start confusing a vibe with, how can I say, a vow. And Kevin is a lover boy, all right, with a spiritual twist. So he falls fast and he falls deep and he falls repeatedly. But falling in love ain't, how can I say, the same as being ready for love. Do you think people fall in love with, how can I say, the person or the feeling of being wanted? And I feel as though that some people fall in love with the feeling of being wanted, right? Because like I've explained, right, I'm not sure if it was on part 1 or part 2, right? Kevin cheated on Drika a few times, right? And I'm not saying that it was okay for her to cheat on him, but it's kind of like, and then they had this, swinger type of lifestyle, right? So it was kind of like, at one point, one of them knew it was going to backfire, right? And I feel as though, like, when you live them type of lives, these are the type of, consequences that your actions have behind. Listen, the wild part is Kevin knows, he needs healing. He says it. He admits it. But admitting it and doing the work are 2 different things, right? You can't heal by hopping from one heart to, from one heart to another heart. You can't heal by feeling the void with new faces. You can't heal by pretending you're over someone when your soul still whispers their name. And Kevin's soul, baby, Drika still got room in that joint, right? And that's what his soul is whispering every night. He sees this shorty's face, but deep down in his soul and in his mind, he's screaming, Drika, I love you, baby. Real shit. But I'm not judging him, right? We've all been there. We've all made choices out of loneliness, confusion, right? Or pain. We all tried to replace someone we weren't ready to release. We all tried to outrun heartbreak by running into someone new. And it never works. Healing is internal. Healing is, how can I say, intentional. Healing is uncomfortable, but it's necessary if you want, love to, if you want to love to last. What's one mistake you made in love that, that taught you the biggest lesson? And for me, it was that, right? When your heart is screaming someone else's name, different faces in different beds can't replace it. All right. And let's talk about honesty. All right. Because if you can't be honest from the gate, the relationship is already dead. If you notice you're drifting apart, say it. If you're not happy, say it. If you're not ready, say it. Don't drag someone through emotional mud because you're scared to, be alone. Don't hold on to something that makes you feel down just because you're used to it. Right? A lot of times when adults refuse to be honest, the kids pay the price. Right? They feel the tension, they feel the silence, they feel the distance. And that's why I always say you can't give 100 when you're given 100. I mean, how can I say it? If you can't give 100, right, to when the other person is given 100, there you go. Be alone, walk away, heal, grow, because dragging someone into your unhealed mess is not love. It's selfishness. And what's crazy at times, right? You see people, right, that where both parties thinks it's 50-50, and it's not even like that. Then that right there shows you how can I say, generations of unhealed trauma, right, and generational curse passed down, got together, and boom, more. It just passes on down like a virus, right? So yeah, coming out here talking about wives and pregnancies and soul ties, all right, he don't really want it. But the truth is simple, right? Until he heals, he's going to keep repeating the same cycle with different women. And honestly, a lot of people do the same thing, all right? Healing ain't cute, but it's necessary. Love ain't a bandage, all right? It's a commitment. And if you're not ready to give 100, just sit down, breathe, and work it out, all right? Work on you first. All right? Let me ask y'all, for those that I'm not... For those that have figured out how to heal, right, and move on and be happy in another relationship when they've been broken from one or been broken from a childhood trauma or both, what's the one thing you had to heal? What's the one thing you had to heal, right? No, I'm saying it wrong. What's one thing you had to heal before you could love? All right, yeah, before you could love someone the right way. I would love to hear your answers on that. All right. So let's listen to a little more of what Kevin Gates got to say. All right. And then I got to pause it again and give some more commentary. And I appreciate those that, are on this drawing supporting the shorty.
That I've ever met. And you I waited a lifetime.
I ain't trying to keep saluting her like that.
No, but you said that's your spiritual connection.
All you got to do is look at the evolution of Kevin Gates and you can see something's different.
Yes.
Like, I prayed for this.
Mm-hmm.
Last Ramadan, I was praying for a wife. I think it's beautiful that you see a lot of men out here want to be players and all that. I want a wife.
Right.
Like, I got married because I wanted a wife. It just wasn't in alignment with what I had going on. Then I married her December 18th. We went straight to the mosque and got married. We had an Islamic marriage. And then we went on our honeymoon in Napa. Every time I used to pass through Napa, I used to cry on my way to like got a farm like 45 minutes away, like without saying too much. But every time I pass through Napa, I cry. Cause that was my dream, to go to Napa. I cry real tears. My partner say, "Why you always?" I said, "I'm gonna be honest with you.
I thought that you already fulfilled one of your dreams, Kevin. I thought it was to go to Dubai, and you did that with Drika when you got married on top of that elephant."
It's not what you do; it's who you do it with. And I always wanted a wife for real. Not an Instagram wife. A wife.
Mm.
Hi, I'm Jeff. I'm a former workers' compensation judge, and I used to represent.
But you was in a bunch of people's DMs, and the lady screenshotted that you was in her DM.
What I told her, be blessed.
Yeah, about okay. I might want to have sex with you at an earlier time.
No, I didn't. I didn't say those things.
What'd you say?
She said, you talking about the girl who asked me for all the cars and all that?
You said
I told her be blessed.
No, I saw the one that you. Yeah,
you talking about the other girl? She said something, and I said that you passed. I say that I don't know. I was trolling then. I say that unfortunately the response time has been something I told. I used some professionalism in the speech.
Yeah,
I told her be blessed. My wife was right on side of me when I said that. We both laughed about it.
But you said that, okay, at an early date and time, I want to have sex with you, but it is what it is.
I never said those things in no DM.
No, I said no. You said that when you responded.
You saw this?
You said it, yeah.
Oh, I said it.
You said it.
No. I might have got in a DM. I was saying
you said you want, like in the DM, it was like you wanted to talk to her.
Yeah.
When she screenshotted it and showed everybody that you was in
no, that's not what happened. That's not the woman I'm talking about. It was some girls from way back when that sent some shit to my wife.
Oh.
And I was like, yeah, I wanted to lay dick.
Yes, that's the one I'm talking about. Yes.
Only Kevin, yo.
Yeah, me.
Yes.
Like any other man. What you think? I ain't getting your DM because I think, oh my gosh, all that ass she got. I bet she has some great intelligent conversation. No, I want to see, I want to see how you act when
you want to have sex.
I put about two. You keep saying, I want to lay dick.
He said, I want to lay, yo.
I don't do all that.
But Kev, we're a family show.
We is.
I think he had a song on that, and I think in one of the lyrics of the song he says, I lay. And on some real shit. That's all Kevin want to do. See, that's what I'm saying. He's thinking with that second head. Man, think with that first brain, not the second brain. That second brain dumb as shit. All right. Teach this brain to control that brain. All right. Then you have sexually matured.
Yeah, but I drop though. And I'm about to drop on my wife and create a family. Big old family. I want 5 children.
5?
Yeah. I'll take 3.
Why y'all men say this? Why do y'all? He's already got 3 kids. All right. The kid he had before he had the 2 kids with Drika. All right. And now he's talking about he want to have 5 kids with this one. And he gonna say, nah, I'll take 3. Come on, Kevin. No, you out of pocket right now, man.
3.
How old are you? About to be 40, right?
Yes, sir.
No. He tripped.
Well, consider she's probably substantially younger than you.
Yeah, she's 26.
Okay.
She'll be 27 in March.
Yeah. Okay. That's doable. I was like, you got to get on the ball if she's close to your age, bro. 5.
Well, I can't say that. You don't know what God could do. Because the strangest things happen for me. And I ain't trying to sound like a spook or some weird believer, but good shit just always happen for me. Like for real. Like good shit just always happen for me.
You always wanted a big family?
I come from a big family.
You want one?
Yeah. I used to watch my grandmother and my grandfather like they was married.
Mm-hmm.
They died married.
No, you tripping, man. As many family as I've seen my family have, listen, I was shocked when I got pregnant with my daughter, right? Because in reality, I don't even know how in the world. I was looking at my daughter didn't have that IUD in her head, right? I ain't gonna sit here and lie. Because they ain't even noticed that I was pregnant until I was about almost 3 months, right? Or I was already the 3 months, if I'm not mistaken. I got the IUD taken. The IUD got taken out, right? And I had put on the same day that I took out the IUD. I had put on the Depo, right? And I'm over here like I waited 3 months thinking I'm doing everything right, boom, boom, boom. Yo, then I had a deep conversation with the doctor, and I'm like, yo, I did everything right. I even put the depo on. Like, how did I get pregnant? Right? And it turns out that, these things that prevent you from getting pregnant, to me, because of my irregular period, right? It gets me pregnant faster. So being on a depo, right? Being on birth controls isn't going to work for me the way it does with someone that has a regular period. That threw me off. You see where I'm coming from? But in reality, right? And I don't regret none of my kids, right? I always wanted to just have 2 kids because you could carry them, right? Hold one kid's hand on the one hand, the other kid on the other, right? I felt as though when you have a third one, right? It's kind of like, damn, you see where I'm coming from. It's like it's uneven now. But in reality, I didn't want to have no kids until I was really ready. And boom, at 17, because I was just running around with anger in my heart, thinking, you know what, I'm just going to do this, I'm going to do that, thinking I was grown. I ended up giving birth to a baby because I was already acting grown before that. But because of, listen, I'm not even going to get into it right now. Like I said, we all make mistakes, sometimes out of anger, sometimes out of, whatever it is. And that anger could turn into hate towards someone.
That's beautiful.
And that's what you want.
Yeah. Want that.
I pray for that for you.
And
right?
Unfortunately, I'm gonna have it.
5 more kids.
And I ain't trying to just salute her because she here, but like I love that woman.
I believe you.
It's evident, like everybody tell me that they like, I ain't seen this part of you before, Kevin. It's beautiful. You calm. And I'm like, I guess.
Yeah.
I can go for that.
DraftKings Casino sounds like fun, but what
God,
does
it's
fun
out
sound
there,
like?
man.
Maybe like whatever fun sounds like to you. The #1 casino app's got you covered. All players get a free daily reward and a chance at 5,000 in casino credits every day.
Oh, y'all double the ads, huh? Y'all tripping.
How do you feel when the internet gives you a title?
You want me to be honest?
I want you to be honest.
They could eat my.
Whoop. Adios mío.
Okay.
What they eat don't make me shit, and what I eat don't make them shit. They can eat my. That's a nerd or somebody miserable. It don't be number. Ain't number black people on there. Got the worst shit to say about me.
Kevin, wow.
That's all it be. It be your own people. Number miserable.
Do you believe in soul ties?
Yeah.
Like when you have, because I was talking, I forget who it was. They were talking about like when they have sex and they don't want somebody's bad juju, so you got to be careful who you lay down with because you don't want their bad spit.
You could just shaking hands with somebody, you can form a spiritual agreement. Because you don't know what their intentions were when they shook your hand. You have to pray to be protected from all of that type of shit. If you believe in that, you know what I'm saying? But it's certain people come to your house, they leave, you could feel their energy still in the house.
Facts.
My grandmother used to say, baby, be careful who you let in the house. Bring evil in your house.
Yeah. You're right. You're right now. The old people, but when my grandmother and grandfather would say things, being young, you didn't understand.
It ain't make sense till you had your own.
Till you grown.
Till you had your own.
And then you understood everything that they were saying. And I was like, why didn't you just say this? Why you got to put everything in a parable? Why you got to put everything in
You got me talking in riddle.
Working out.
Dude.
You changed your body. I mean, you weighed almost over 300 pounds.
315. 315.
Yeah, and that's how bulky he was a few years ago. I knew it. He was like that when he was a little younger until I remember he started working out real heavy. If I'm not mistaken, that was around 20, 2019. I don't know when, around the pandemic. I know he went to jail and came back home.
How 315?
How you let yourself get that big, kid?
Jail, sitting in that bitch eating all day.
You ain't do no push-ups, no sit-ups, no squats.
I was just eating.
That little bit of food they give you, how you gain weight eating that little bit of food?
I don't go to child hall.
Oh, you had this stuff in the comments saying you had your stuff in
Penitentiary rich.
He said penitentiary rich.
Penitentiary rich.
So you cooking your stuff in the microwave and on the hot plate?
I gotta have a private chef, a personal chef.
Huh?
Yeah, he cooked for me. It wasn't like he was just under my administration,
right,
but he was cooking for me. That was my part.
Hold the fuck up. Wait a minute. Wait. What? I'm mad my baby daddy not right here. I'm mad my baby daddy not here right now. Like, wait a minute. You had a bitch in jail? Because a personal chef in jail? I need somebody that's been in jail to explain this to me. For right now, I'm going to leave it alone. I don't want to put my foot in my mouth. Kevin, you lost me on this.
Personal chef.
Huh?
Yeah, he cooked for me. It wasn't like he was just under my administration,
right,
but he was cooking for me. That was my partner. And I made sure he was straight. Anybody in there that was indigent, I made sure they were straight. Hey, look, check it out. You got people out there that love you? No, you indigent? Yeah, check it out. I'm going to put $100 on your books. I want A to keep the 20 for yourself. Somebody that's in your list.
Wow.
Have
you always been like that? Have you always?
I don't know. When he first said it, I was like, huh? Just like, listen, like Shannon Sharp. But it's like, yeah, listen, money will make a monkey dance, all right? Money will make the dog go in circles, all right? Money will make someone eat shit off of a fucking ground for the right price. So, listen, he could have probably been paying somebody off. But look, I can't think like everybody else. I can't. But that was the first thought that went through my head. All right, we ain't gonna sit here and lie. We honest on this joint. All right, we honest on this joint. But let's get back.
Wow. Have you always been like that? Have you always got a good heart?
Funny as shit.
Yeah. Do you feel people take advantage of people with good hearts, or try to, or attempt to?
Yeah, they try.
Yeah, they do.
But see, I don't run game. I just recognize when game being ran.
Right.
And then people get mad at you once you recognize the game they running, and you don't let them run it on you no more. They get upset with you. I'm like, wow.
These ads.
So you lost the weight, down 100 pounds. You say you 215, 220?
I don't know. You said that.
I would say, honestly, I would say 205.
205?
Yeah.
You think so?
Yeah.
I got big bones though, huh?
Yeah.
You know better than me.
But I mean, to get down to that, that's a lot of discipline to lose that kind of weight. If you didn't use no Ozempic or anything like that, no GLP.
I'm addicted to self-improvement though.
Yeah, okay.
It make me feel better.
Yeah.
Like everything I ever wanted in life, I always had to earn it anyway.
Yes.
It was never easy for me, and I know God did that for a reason, because most people that get it easy, they don't really appreciate it. You know, adversity is what built this character you looking at. So,
why was it so important for you for self-improvement? Because you say you've always been a guy about self-improvement.
Who want to be a fat slob with titties? Who think that don't? Who want to be that?
I mean, some women like dad bod.
You know why?
Why?
Well, listen. I'm going to rewind this back, all right, because before he keeps talking, right?
Most people that get it easy, they don't really appreciate it. You know, it was never easy for me, and I know everything self-improvement though.
Yeah, okay. Use no Ozempic or anything like that. Honestly, I would say 2 down 100 pounds. You say,
they get upset with you. I'm like, wow.
All right, so I'm gonna pause it right there, right? Because I'll get my commentary on the health part in a second. But Kevin, listen, Kevin touched on something a minute ago, right? And before he continues with this health conversation, I want to touch on it, all right? Like, Kevin said something real when he touched on the voodoo topic. And whether people agree with him or not, he made a point. A lot of good things can happen to us, right? But one mistake, one wrong move, one wrong energy exchange, it can knock us right back to the bottom. And Kevin knows that, right? We know that. Life will humble you, how can I say, quick when you're not spiritually aligned. Have you ever felt like one wrong decision set you all the way back? And, when he started talking about voodoo, spiritually, energy, all that, it hit home for me, right? Because when I was younger, my mom used to tell me, right, if you don't believe in that stuff, it can't hurt you. And I was confused, right? Still confused to this day. Because if she believed in Santeria and Brujeria and all that spiritual warfare stuff, right, why tell me not to believe? Why tell me, to ignore something she clearly feared or respected, right? Did your family ever teach you something that didn't match what they practice? It's like she was trying to protect me from something she couldn't protect herself from. Like she knew the dangers, the darkness, the consequences, but didn't want me to carry that fear, right? And that's the thing about parents. They'll hand you mixed messages because they're fighting battles you don't even know about. They'll warn you without explaining the war. What's one thing your parents told you that never made sense until you got older? Listen, growing up, right, my friends would see things I couldn't see. They'd feel things I couldn't feel. They talk about shadows, spirits, energies, dreams, and I used to think they were crazy. I'd be like, girl, boy, like, what are you talking about? Like, is you okay? But as I got older, I realized they weren't crazy. They weren't crazy at all, right? They were spiritually sensitive. They were, tapped in. They were seeing things my spirit wasn't open to yet. And I don't think my spirit could see a ghost. But I could see the spirit inside someone else, and not the way you think of it, right? Like, I could see the good inside people. I could see the bad, and I've been like that since I was a child. I could feel that bad. I could feel the bad vibe, the bad energy in people. To this day, I still can. Right? When it comes to social media, it's a little different. Depending on how people carry themselves on here, how they talk, I could feel their energy. And it hasn't changed. That's why I was able to, really distance myself little by little when that predator was within our chats a few years back, the one that got arrested for, actually, doing the same thing over again to some other teenage girls. Yeah. When I was trying to warn people, they was like, you tripping, da, 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 da. But no, man. No, some of us can feel that shit. And that's why, Kevin's points hit me. Because whether you believe in voodoo, energy, spirits or not, the spiritual world don't need your permission to exist. Some people are protected because they don't believe. Some people are targeted because they do. Some people walk around with open doors they never, closed. And some people like Kevin been exposed to things most folks can't even imagine. Right? So do you think spiritual protection comes from belief, behavior, or both? And I don't know. I feel as though it kind of comes from both. But here's the twist. All right, Kevin plays with, how can I say, fire sometimes. He talks about energy, spirit, soul ties, magic, cleansing, all that. But then he jumps into relationships without healing. He mixes emotions with, spirituality. He mixes trauma with intimacy, right? And that's how you end up spiritually tangled. That's how you end up, soul tied to people you were never meant to touch. Do you think emotional wounds make people spiritually vulnerable? And let's be real, right? Kevin out here talking about he don't want soul ties, but he's still tied to Drika. You can hear it in his voice. You can see it in his eyes. You can feel it in the way he avoids certain topics. And then he turns around and marries another woman while still married to Drika. Baby, that's not spiritually, how can I say, that's confusion with a wedding ring. Like, why do people try to create new bonds when they haven't, released the old ones? So yeah, Kevin made a point about voodoo, right, and energy, but he also reminded us that spiritual confusion, right, is real. Family beliefs can be messy. Childhood, teachings can be, contradictory, right? And sometimes, the things that we don't understand growing up become the things we finally face as adults. And that's why, these conversations matter, because we're trying to make sense of the spiritual, emotional, and generational chaos we inherited. What's one spiritual belief from your childhood that still sticks with you today? Right?
So you lost the weight, down 100 pounds. You say you 215, 220?
I don't know. You said that.
I mean, I would say, honestly, I would say 205.
205?
Yeah.
Think so?
Yeah.
I got big bones.
I got big bones.
Yeah.
You know better than me.
But I mean, to get down to that, that's a lot of discipline to lose that kind of weight. If you didn't use no Ozempic or anything like that, no GLP.
I'm addicted to self-improvement though.
Yeah, okay.
It make me feel better.
Yeah.
Like, everything I ever wanted in life, I always had to earn it anyway.
Yes.
It was never easy for me. And I know God did that for a reason, because most people that get it easy, they don't really appreciate it. Adversity is what built this character you looking at. So
why was it so important for you for self-improvement? Because you say you've always been a guy about self-improvement.
Who want to be a fat slob with titties? Who want to be that?
I mean, some women like dad bod.
You know why?
Why?
Because somebody like that don't have no self-worth or self-discipline, he's easy to manipulate. He don't care about himself. One of the first things my woman fell in love with about me was my discipline. She know. Got up at 3 a.m. in the morning. I'm gone. Where you going? To the gym.
Mm-hmm.
You do this every morning? Every morning. I don't miss.
Does she have to be as disciplined and structured as you? She probably is, because she's in the military, and
she ain't in the military no more.
But I'm saying it's hard to break that habit though. When you do something for
I wouldn't have a woman that's not disciplined. She even said, she like, baby, when I get pregnant, I'm gonna work out every day. I'm gonna work out till my water break. I said, I'm gonna be right there with you. Yeah. That's intimate. It's beautiful, like, to get up in the morning with your woman and pray, and then we go to the gym together. Almighty God, let us have a beautiful workout. Give us your whole of divine discipline, your whole of divine focus, no distractions. Let us go in there and let this be upliftment. That's the greatest act of self-love, when you get up and work out.
Couple that work out together, stay together, huh?
The couple that pray together, stay together. The couple that work out together, work out forever. Because we doing the hard part every day.
Right.
The hardest part was getting up and going to the gym and honoring the commitments that we make to ourselves as a unit.
Yes.
I be trying to leave her in bed sometime. I be trying to sneak
out.
And I be done got dressed here, babe. Where you going? I'm coming. I say, babe, you were supposed to wake me up. I say, babe, you be so peaceful though. I don't be wanna. I say, you sleep like a little angel, babe.
Doing it? Were you?
Yeah, I ain't gonna sit here and lie. I hate when my baby pops does that. Like, you're supposed to wake up. We had plans in the morning. Don't come telling me I look so peaceful in the bed. I look like a little angel. Listen, I know that when I wake up, I'm sweet, but I'm dangerous too. Right? Listen, it's a part of being a female, man.
See, hey, when you could like feel them breathe, you're like, I don't want to wake you up. I'm just gonna go. Hey, I'm going.
I kiss her forehead. She always just jump up and grab me.
I just want to admire the angel side of you. He's like, when you wake up, I'm going to see certain demons come out, man. You got like 100 personalities, but so do y'all too, man. Y'all men too, y'all. Plus.
But she told me that, she said that at my home, the first time she ever spent the night, she said, it's the most peaceful I ever slept in my life.
She feels protected, comfortable with her. She said that
my home set up.
If she said that, she feels comfortable and protected with him.
Spit it.
On Fanatics Casino, Patrick Schwarzenegger, while also spinning.
Only Fanatics Casino has fan cash spins, a game that lets you.
That house wasn't even on the market when I found it. I was looking for houses for like 2-3 months. I couldn't find anything, but I accidentally went to the neighborhood by accident looking for another property. I was like, I'm gonna move in this neighborhood. The guy was like, I love your music, but there's no houses for sale back here. I said, I'm gonna move in this neighborhood. He said, I really hope you do, like I say, but there's no housing back here. I told my realtor, I say, see if they got something in there. He said, I just took one off the market. And then when I got there, it was everything that I wanted. And I went in the backyard and just prayed. I say, God, if you give me this home, I'll make it a healing place, a sanctuary for me and my children, my family, that you bless me with. And I got the house. Wow. So like it's a sacred home. It's very sacred. That's when my healing journey really started, like the end of 2022. Like I've been on my healing journey, but my rebuilding journey started like the end of 2022, 2023. And I could see it going up because, it had to crumble first.
Yes.
So I was coming out the end of that crumble like 2022.
Right.
And then the rebuilding phase went on. It was like God was like, I'm going to break you all the way down.
Build you back up.
I'm going to build you back up. I'm going to turn you into something you ain't never seen before.
But I'm going to build you better than what you were.
Way better. Yes, sir.
So what's your diet? So what is the Kevin Gates diet now? You were 300 pounds. Now you're down to, you lost 100 pounds. So what is a typical day of food for Kevin Gates?
Typical day. Well, after we work out, we go get smoothies. And she cook a lot.
Okay.
And then after she cook me a little meal, sometimes she be my little meal,
Oh my God.
That's a typical diet.
Este más fresco.
She my diet. Yes, Lord.
What old foods do you miss? Because obviously you, like you said, you was over.
I don't miss no food.
You don't miss anything that you used to eat.
I still go eat that once a week.
Okay.
And then the cheeseburger tastes better when you have it on your cheat day. Well, excuse me, treat day.
Yes.
I got to treat myself. I can't cheat myself.
How many? So you get one meal? I take two.
No, I eat the whole day. Treat day.
No, I get meals. I get 2 meals a week.
Treat day.
It's a treat day.
Once a week. I only eat once a day anyway.
The whole week.
Once a day?
Yes, sir.
You intermittent fast?
No, I just don't be hungry till after later on. I ain't eating nothing today. And whatever I ate the night before, I'm gonna use the energy for that at the gym.
Wow. I read you drink hot water lime to clean out your digestive system
every morning. Beet juice, black coffee. Don't judge.
Obviously,
people be so critical of coffee. Like,
it's just nasty.
I don't drink coffee.
How much weight do you lose during Ramadan? Because, like you mentioned, you can't eat anything from sun up to sundown. So that's about 12 hours.
I don't know. I feel good after Ramadan, though.
Really?
During Ramadan, like after about the 3rd or 4th day.
Because Ramadan is what, 30? How long is Ramadan?
30 days.
30 days, right? Okay.
I feel good. You had that mental clarity. You just could think. You don't be tired. You have so much energy. It's like, once you eat, you get tired and be, once we break the fast, you be thinking you so hungry, then you break the fast and you can't even eat nothing because your stomach just shrunk about you.
Right.
Yes, sir.
I don't make coffee.
Do you fast outside of Ramadan?
Yes, sir. My body tell me sometimes just don't eat. I be needing clarity. When you got too much food, you can't really hear God talking.
Okay.
When you feeding your body a lot of food, I can't speak for other people. I'm gonna say I feel like I be feeding my ego.
Right.
But when I do stuff like working out and do stuff for my soul, that's fulfillment to my soul, I be so full of love. I really don't be hungry like that.
Right. What's the longest you fasted?
42 days.
So when I say, so like Ramadan, no food, just water.
Liquids.
Wow.
I did that 3 times. It was just ugly.
Yeah, boy.
I ain't gonna lie, I wouldn't do that. But if you juice the fruits and stuff like that for 30 days, is that considered as food? It's a liquid. It ain't the actual fruit. I'm just juicing it out. And if you look at it, it's not H2O, but it's H3O.
You drop like wet polyester.
I don't.
You don't lose no weight when you fast that long?
You lose waste. You don't lose weight. You lose waste. You lose impurities. That's the best thing you can do for your body. It's fasting. People be telling me, your skin just be glowing. I say that because I ain't been eating. They be looking at me like that all. Like we make a nervous.
I would definitely recommend TurboTax.
That's
My
the
tax
one mistake I
expert,
did.
she was amazing. She
I
answered
just lied
all
to you,
of
so
my
just
questions.
speaking
It all
instead
just
of my premium channel.
felt super easy and transparent. You gotta try it. You have to.
Then they hit me with 2 ads. Orange Spanish Tart. I hope my ads.
So if I can tell you something,
Yeah.
man, I love you, bro.
I appreciate
you. Everything. You everything and more than I thought you would be in person. Like, cause I already fuck with you, but then like I love you, bro. Then when I got your DM and said this stupid shit, then you got my number. We talked on the phone. I'm like, man, it's just like, cause I already tell people I'm about to go fuck with them. But it just like it just seemed like I've been knowing you forever. I swear to God.
I appreciate that, bro.
I just had to throw that in there. Like I really with you. I already loved you.
Right.
But like you everything and more than I thought you would be in person.
I appreciate that, bro. Let me ask you a question. Help me out with this.
Anything.
Obviously, you know, you being Muslim and what you eat and how you eat and how you take care of your body.
Now that's crazy. That I just don't get it. I won't eat no pork, but eat booty.
Oh, Kevin!
I don't eat no pork, but eat booty.
Yeah.
Oh, Kevin! Oh. We know. All right, we know. No. I can't with him right now. Lord have mercy. You don't gotta keep repeating that you eat the groceries. Like, what's up with you? Both pork and the groceries is nasty, all right? The swine and what comes out of someone's ass is nasty. You got your nose all up in her like, all right? And when it comes out, does it look brown? Do they fart? Like, ugh. I don't know what is it with y'all men. I don't know what is it with y'all men that eat groceries and love getting y'all groceries eaten. But something's like, do y'all get bacteria in your stomachs when y'all done eating the groceries? Like, what in the world is going on? Listen. Oh, my head hurts. I need a drink.
No. I eat pork.
That's what I'm saying.
I eat pork. I ain't eat no feet. I eat pig feet.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Chicken feet.
I don't eat pork, but I eat booty.
Oh my God, like, no.
I ain't got no room to judge nobody.
I don't judge either.
God.
But they be judged.
Listen, oh my God. What comes out of someone's ass is, listen. Some people don't even use rags to wipe their ass after they get done taking a shit. All right? They just go to the toilet and they don't realize that they have the feces they have dumped into the toilet, the demons that they have released throughout the day, all right, carry germs, bacteria. It's everything you have released that your body isn't accepting anymore. All right. But you out here, I mean, I get it. You get the women. You shouldn't have to have somebody wash their ass up real good to have to sit here and slurp up like you slurping a fucking Slurpee. all right? Or licking it like you eating goddamn fucking ice cream, all right? Now, if you eating, listen, if you look at me, I'm over here studying all this combobulate. Now, if you licking the kitty cat, okay. All right. Now, if a woman's trying to figure out how many licks does it take to get to the bottom of a goddamn Tootsie Roll Pop, okay, that's fine. But you're not gonna sit here and tell me, does it fucking come out brown when your nose come out her ass? Is it brown? Now, Trick Daddy. All right, because this is what the fuck this shit is reminding me of. Trick Daddy, when them bitches over here all up in your ass, is it shit in their fucking nose when they come out looking like the fucking frosting from a cake? Like if you just stuck their face inside some cake? Lord have mercy. Like, oh, I just want to. Jack, my baby daddy's gonna have to give me some of you, some more of you. All right. I said I wasn't gonna drink after New Year's. This is the third shot I've had to take. I only got a sip left. I don't even know if I should just chalk that shit up. Fucking groceries. What is wrong with people, man?
Jamito,
help me, Lord.
They tell us you got dogs in the bed, but you won't do that.
Wait, what?
You got a dog in the bed?
I got 2 dogs. I got 3 dogs. Yes, they be in the bed.
No, I treat my dog like family, but he got his own bed. All right. That mofo not coming in my bed, farting and fucking trying to lick my face and all. No. The dog sleeps in the floor in his bed, not in my bed. All right. The only dog that's gonna sleep in my bed is my man. He's gonna kill me. He's gonna kill me. Whenever y'all see me hanging upside down, 2 fingers, all right, and the camera only showing, that's my 6 foot, my 6'3" baby daddy, all right.
I'll be sleep. One sleep on me, one sleep in front of me, and the other one's running around.
They ain't never changed on you.
Blessings.
Humans is what I'm scared of.
She's in the building. Blessings.
Yeah. I was looking for the monster. I used to be scared of the monsters under the bed and in the closet, but the people was the monsters.
Yes.
The people was the monsters. We was always looking under the bed and looking in the closet and down a dark, you know what I'm saying? But the people was the monsters in my life.
And it wasn't even dark. It was broad daylight. How do we get better help in the Black community?
Hold on, I got to say this.
Say this. Say it.
When you say you sleep with 3 dogs in the bed, hold on. Fuck that. So you like me then? I trust animals more than humans.
For sure, absolutely, okay. 1,000.
Hey, I'm gonna say this.
I'm with you.
I know this off topic.
I trust my dog, but my dog's still not sleeping in my bed. All right. I loves my dog, but he's not he's not eating at my table. All right. He got his bowl. He gonna eat in his doggy bowl. All right. I'm not gonna be sitting here at dinner eating my food, chilling, watching what was I? I was watching Stranger Things lately. Now I'm about to watch Black Phone too. So I'm not about to watch neither one of these shows or movies, right? Chilling, falling back, right? All I know is y'all know that's why I don't like watching some of them ASMR videos, because I like a lot of them have to do with people chewing their food, eating and making noise with their mouth, and I cannot stand when a mofo sound like a cow chewing their food. My daughter loves listening to the ASMRs, and it gets on my nerves. I'm like, after like 3 minutes, I'm like, baby girl, I can't take it. Put something else on. I can't watch this with you, because it's like I just want to throw up. Like, why are you chewing like a cow next to me? Even though they're on the TV, that don't listen. But I can't have a dog eating at the table. I love my dog, but unless he could pick up a fork or a spoon and cut the steak, like a human being, he not sitting at the table. And unless he could, get up and go fart somewhere else and not underneath my goddamn blanket, he ain't sleeping in my bed either. I love my dog, but there's some no-nos in certain situations. All right, he got his bed.
I hate that you've been through what you've been through. And I love you.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
You say how we get help in the black community?
Oh, ASMR. ASMR is you know them videos that they have where people are making like noises and stuff like that. Some of them are eating. Like that's what an ASMR is. The food videos or people are sitting here sound like the different sounds the food makes and all that. I can't do that. I can't watch these videos. Like, first of all, some of them look like animals eating. You know what? I'm gonna just keep my comments to myself. I was told if you ain't got nothing nice to say, don't say nothing at all. And some of these videos are just plain out stupid. Some of them are good. Some of them are cool. But some of these, like the ones where people are eating and stuff, that disgusts me. All right, it really disgusts me. And sometimes they do zoom ins into their mouth and stuff like that. I'm good.
Yeah. How we eat? How do we? Because like a lot of the stuff that I ate when I was growing up, I don't have to eat now. God has blessed me, put me in a situation I don't have to eat.
I can't say that. I can't say that. I can't say that about eating pork and all that. I can't say that. I don't eat it now because I learned.
Right. But you used to eat it, right?
I done ate bacon before, I think. Yeah, I done ate bacon before. But you got to think.
All right, so it seems like he's about to hit. It's just, I didn't even turn the camera off. Forget. Fuck me. It's going to happen. I don't like smoking in front of the camera. All right? I just don't. But anyways, listen. I got to pause it right here, right? Because he was talking about health, right? And y'all know that I talk about this a lot. But listen, when Kevin touched on, fasting and health, I felt that. Because a lot of us, right, me included, need to take better care of our bodies, right? We talk about healing emotionally and spiritually, mentally, but babe, the physical parts matter too, right? You can't pour from an empty cup, and you damn sure can't pour from, how can I say, a cup that's wheezing. And I'm not judging nobody because I'm right here with y'all, all right? What's the first sign your body gives you when it's time, how can I say, to get your health together? Right, I slack a lot when it comes to working out. I'll be honest. I'll be motivated for a week or a week, like then life hits me with stress, kids, work, emotions, and suddenly I'm like, Jim, who? Like Jim, what is that? Like, who is she? But lately, I can feel, I can feel it. I gained weight, my breathing changed, my body hurts, in places they didn't hurt before. All right, that's when your body's tapping you, right? It's tapping you on the shoulder, like, get it together, right? So, I started a diet, and listen, I'm not gonna, sit here and act like I'm perfect with it. I fall off, all right? I get lazy, I get cravings, I get emotional, but I know I gotta keep up with it, right? I know my body is asking for better. I know my future depends on the choices I make today. And that's the part people forget, all right? Health is not about looking good. It's about living longer. Right? For me, I think the best way is, juicing and smoothies. I can do that. I like it, right? It feels lighter, cleaner, easier on my body. And honestly, sometimes, you got to find what works for you, right? Like, not what works for everybody else, right? But for you. Some people love the gym. Some people love walking. Some people love dancing. Some people love, fasting. Me, give me a blender and some fruit and let me mind my business, right? For real. I ain't gonna sit here and lie. Shout out to Mr. Oates. Blessings to Mr. Oates.
What's going on?
Blessings, Mr. Oates. How you doing?
Well, that's good. I'm over here chilling. All I wanted to say when I just had one comment, and I'm going back on. I'm gonna go on mute. I ain't gonna say nothing else. Carry on with your commentary. But when you was talking about when you get that sign where it says like start taking better care of yourself. Yeah, that motherfucker hit anywhere.
Yes, it does, and it hits at the wrong time. You think you do good.
Yeah. Dear Lord, please. You automatically break down in prayer. when that moment hit, dear Lord, I swear I won't do this again. Just give me one more chance to all that.
You heard, I mean, I don't know if you heard Kevin. That's what he started doing for every situation he had. He said he prayed and he received.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Now, now are you ready? Are you ready for this prayer?
It'll be already nice. Like I tell people, man, listen, I'm already ahead of it. For real, for real.
No.
Like, here I did a live a few weeks ago. Like I did a few lives. I've been going to the markets. I've been getting the fruits. I got me the blender. I've been doing the smoothie diet. I cheat here and there. That's why I say I slack. I gotta be more consistent. I cheat.
You got another channel or something?
No, I got this channel.
No. Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me slow down a minute.
Sometimes I go live in the mornings early. On the
I ain't been seeing them.
Huh? No, I haven't been going live this week or the week before like that. But before that, yeah, I was going live.
No, I ain't been seeing nothing. You live going to smoothie diet, and I ain't been seeing none of that.
You gotta go. You gotta check the lives out. You don't see all my lives.
I do because they have my notifications. So I'm like, okay, so they hiding some. Okay, all right, I missed them.
You miss them. Now I could sit here and say Miss Chicago be in all of my lives, all of them. Miss Chicago and
Wait a minute, hold on. Miss Chicago got a page?
Nah, she don't. She just be on my lives, each and every one of them.
Oh, okay, all right.
That's why I'm like, no, Mr. Oates, you be missing some. Some people do too, is because YouTube, when you send out a lot certain notifications, it doesn't really, how can I say, after a certain amount of notifications that you send out, that's why you see me share my live a lot, right? It doesn't give everybody the notifications the way it does. It only sends out a certain amount of notifications per week.
Okay, so that's now let me say this too. I recognize that I can't comment on any of your shorts.
That's YouTube. I can't change that. I can't fix it. I'll be trying it.
Why? No, I just can't understand it. Like why can't if I can like it, if I like it, and if there every one of your lives or not lives, every one of your shorts that I go to, it always has 0 comments.
For real? Some of them, yeah, majority of them don't got. I got some with comments, but that's mostly poetry.
No, I have never came across any of your shorts that have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 13. None of that. It's always says 0, and I'm like, why? I'm like, that's weird.
Yeah, that's on your side. The technical difficulty is on your side. I mean, I know all my shorts don't got comments, but I got comments on some of them.
No, but I get a notification about it. I ain't got you blocked on nothing or nothing like that.
It's YouTube. The issue is what I don't know.
Yeah, you be all the bullshit. Don't worry, we gonna figure it all out. But go ahead. Carry on with your commentary. I ain't. I wanted to.
I'm like, I know. I reply to a few people. Like sometimes I get the notifications late for people that comment on my little shorts or my videos or my lives, but I get them.
I can't. I just can't. If every time I go to one of your shorts and watch it and go to comment, it won't let me comment. It just will 0.
I guess I'm gonna have to send a notice to YouTube and say that.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I'm gonna look for it later on because like just now, this video, I made sure I liked it before I even got up here.
That's the funniest shit. I appreciate you. Muchas gracias por la like.
Yeah, go ahead. Carry on your commentary. I'm back on mute.
All right, bet. Shout out to Mr. Oates. But listen, back on topic, all right? Like I was saying, All right, Kevin was talking about the, taking care of our bodies and stuff, right? And like I was telling y'all, like for me, right, I think the best way for me is juicing, right, and smoothies. That's something that I could do and I like it, right? It feels lighter, it's cleaner, it's easier for my body. And honestly, sometimes, you got to find what works for you, not what works for everybody else. Like some people love the gym and some people, love walking. Some, how can I say it? They love fasting. They love dancing. They love, their working out is different, right? And let's be real. Health is not just physical, it's emotional, it's spiritual, it's mental. When your body is off, your mood is off. When your mood is off, your decisions are off. When your decisions are off, your whole life starts, spiraling. That's why Kevin's fasting made sense. Sometimes you got to reset your body to restart your mind. Like, do you feel your emotions in your body when you're stressed or overwhelmed? And I think a lot of us do, right? Here's the thing, right? We got to stop waiting until, how can I say, we're in pain to take care of ourselves. We got to stop waiting until we can't breathe right, can't sleep right, can't move right. We got to stop waiting until the doctor gives us a warning. Prevention is better than, how can I say, panic. And I'm talking to myself too, all right? Because I know better and I know I'm trying to do better, but I still slack, right? And that's a decision that I'm making, a choice that I have to change. And listen, don't let nobody shame you for starting over. Don't let nobody clown you for trying, again. Don't let nobody make you feel bad for wanting better for yourself. Health is a journey, all right, not a race. And if you fall off, get back up, all right? If you mess up, try again. If you lose motivation, find a new reason. Your body is the only home you can, how can I say, you can't move out of. So we got to take care of it. So yeah, Kevin talking about fasting reminded me that I got to get back on my own path. I got to take care of me. I got to, how can I say, be here for my kids, my fiance, my purpose, my future. And if juicing and smoothies is my lane, well then, baby, I'm staying in that lane with my blender, all right? And my, how can I say, my mason jars. Because health is wealth. And I'm, trying to be rich in years, not just moments. And I think that's where a lot of people want to be rich in moments. All right. So I think Kevin is about to get into something deep, and it's something that we talk about a lot. So when he says what he says, I'll give some more commentary, guys.
Appreciate that. I appreciate that.
You say how we get help in the Black community?
Yeah. How we eat? How do we? Because like a lot of the stuff that I ate when I was growing up, I don't have to eat now. God has blessed me, put me in a situation I don't have to eat.
I can't say that. I can't say that. I can't say that about eating pork and all that. I can't say that. I don't eat it now because I learned.
Right. But you used to eat it, right?
I done ate bacon before, I think. Yeah, I done ate bacon before. But you got to think, we are only the face of our circumstances. If we knew better, we'll do better.
Correct.
We ain't know better. We come from slavery. We come from slavery.
And we
come from slavery. I'm talking about our mind and been so up just through everything that we've been through as a people. We up.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? We up.
We could be fucked up, but this is where, and one thing that I disagree with Kevin, all right? As fucked up as we are, once we know better, right, we should be doing better. We should be teaching our kids, right? Look, listen, at one point, I was doing this just like everybody else, but then, there was a point in time where I realized, right, we need to start planting. That's what you call planting seeds and watching future succeed.
You know what I'm saying? I know. Trust me. So I don't judge nobody for what their dietary issue is or nothing like that.
No,
and
then dietary.
When I have good days or something, me and my wife, we go bake cookies and shit sometimes. I do that around treat day. We'll bake Pillsbury cookies. That's something I used to eat as a child.
Mm-hmm.
So, you never know, you know what I'm saying? All that come from, that's nostalgia to what you grew up around.
Right.
Big mama cook all that at the house, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
As I just wanted better for myself. And I noticed my body different now that I don't put, impurities in my body.
In there.
But I was just at Napa. Nah, I don't drink.
Right.
But I just was at Napa. Yeah, with my white voice and everything. Wine tasting.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm
They brought the
dead.
sommelier out.
Getting the Parmesan, yeah. At the vineyard.
Okay. You had
And
a
that-
charcuterie board and everything.
That always been my dream. I was out there wine tasting, me and my wife. That was my dream. I tell her thank you probably 2-3 times a day. How many times I tell you thank you, babe?
Yeah, like 3 times a day.
I'm dead. You know why I say I'm dead? Because Kevin act like he ain't do half this stuff with Drake. And it's his first time doing it. That's what I'm saying. Like, yo, you can tell when a lot of us is really like, all right, listen, I'm in this process of healing. In my head, I think I'm healed, but I am able to help others. I mean, we all go through that. All right. Listen.
Every day or just some days? I just tell her thank you. Ain't nobody never treat me like this.
Have you ever treated anyone like you treat her?
Shout out to my OG Gary Bust It Down Brown, man. Make sure y'all go check him out. Great conversations, great topics.
I hate to say what I'm about to say. I always gave my all. I always gave my all. I always got taken advantage of. My heart.
But you harbor no resentment for those that took advantage of you.
No, not no. I used to. Not no more though.
That's the
I used to
past.
harbor resentment, but
Now it's different.
when I look at the conditions that they in now,
Right.
it's sad.
Facts.
I used to think like, oh, when I get my bread up, I'm gonna shit on you. I'm gonna show you. But when I do run across people that I done dealt with in the past, it's sad. God ain't play with your little dirty, nasty pussy ass.
Oh Lord.
God done punished your little funk ass. It's so sad. Like I thought I wanted to see you like that, but I don't.
Right.
My heart still love you. It's sad to see you like that. You ain't nothing like what you used to be. You washed up now. Poor thing.
This is how you can uncover all the
Polo.
secrets of your family that no one ever told you.
There is a platform where you can search.
Has there ever been a situation where
I want to help, but I don't want to interfere with what God doing in your life.
God plan. I don't want to interfere with God plan.
Your soul needs this.
Yep.
Your soul needs this right now.
That's why sometimes, listen, like when it comes to grown folks, man, I don't cuddle, I don't sugarcoat. All right. Like, what do we look like, grown adults? Here, how can I say babysitting people's egos? Because, oh my God, did I hurt your feelings? Like, nah, man. Like, is you serious? A lot of us ain't therapists. We're not your mama to sit here and babysit your ego. We're not priests to sit here and exorcist your demons. You could only fight your demons alone in the dark and silence. You can only figure out how you're going to overcome whatever situation, whatever obstacle has come your way. The answers are within you, but so many of us was taught, to look for the answers outside of us. You see where I'm coming from? Like, but it comes a point in time where you realize. Now the question is, right? Once you realize this and you have a family, do you still stay quiet or do you continue to, reclaim your voice, reclaim your story? Speak on it, and not just speak on it, not dwell on it, right? But show the next generation how you overcame these obstacles.
Yeah, I don't want to interfere with God now. But Cam, let me ask you this, Cam. Have you ever been in a situation you've been with someone and it didn't work out, and maybe you thought it should have worked out? Do you ever miss anybody from a past relationship?
I got the pussy, I didn't get the pussy.
Yeah.
Either one, you had sex or you didn't have sex.
Okay, was it like I was courting somebody and it didn't work out?
No, you was with this person, and maybe it didn't go to maybe you dated for a month or 2, 5, 6 months,
but I got the pussy.
Yes, you had sex.
That got a lot to do with it.
Okay, yes, you
because I done been in a relationship with this crazy, but this bitch got some good ass pussy, but this toxic.
Okay, yes,
the pussy.
The sex was amazing. Okay, but you was with this person for a period of time, and you look back like, man, you know what? Now, obviously, you don't. Now, I'm saying before you met your wife, did you ever look back on a past relationship
with my wife or not my wife? Go ahead.
Yes, someone that you look back like.
It was a woman that we had great chemistry, and she's a great person.
Mm-hmm.
But I asked her one question, and I just wanted to see if she allowed to me. And I never dealt with her. I never even called her and talked to her again.
What'd you ask her?
Just something, because we tell each other everything.
So not just women put men through tests, but it seems like men put women through tests too. Oh shit, it's a vice versa thing on that one too. Damn. Yin and yangs at everything, man.
And I just ain't wanna put myself in that predicament. I asked her, I say, hey, look, check this out. I got a question. And she was like, no, I ain't never do. I bet. I said, I just wanted to hear myself ask you that. I love you.
But you know she messed with it?
I know for sure, for a fact.
He told you?
I really be the streets.
He said I really be the streets. What?
Were you there to see him?
I really be the streets. I managed by the facts.
Why you care? That was before you.
Nah, it's you still be around this person. It's like, yeah, you still be around this person. And I ain't want to put myself in that predicament.
Okay.
And
yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I ain't want to put myself in that situation and pull you away from that, because you and this person do business together.
Oh, okay.
And that's like,
they're asking for trouble.
If you could have told me the truth,
yeah,
then we could have figured a way to, like, because if you'd have told me that, see,
I'm understanding now. I'm understanding. And for a second, he had me thrown in a maze. All right. So basically, all right, he would have been cool. He would have found a way to work with her because that was her business partner. But she didn't let him know that there was way more with them, you know, from back then. She made him to believe that it was one thing when in reality it was another. And that right there, man, that's why I say honesty matters more than anything, man. If you can't be real with your partner, if you can't put 100, right, and give 100 the same way that your partner is putting in, you might as well be honest and say, listen, this is not working out. And you know what's crazy? This is something that I try to talk to my kids about, right? Mostly my son, because my daughter's still a little young. When that time comes, we'll have these conversations. You see where I'm coming from? But especially my sons, all right? Because it's true. Like, listen, if you're not feeling this person, if you did feel this person, and then it's like you're not really feeling this person no more, just let this person know. Don't wait for this person to keep having feelings for you, and then you try to break it off, because now that right there, it is going to be, boy, I'm telling you, some women can be dangerous. Some men can be too. But some women can be dangerous when you lead them on.
Power is in the secret. The power is in the lie. The truth ain't worth shit. Why you pay a lawyer to lie? You got something over my head. But see, once I tell the truth, that, hey, no manipulation. That's why I said that in that song. We tell each other everything, no manipulation. Because I done been manipulated before. We all have.
Yeah, of course.
So when you live in your authenticity and you and your partner authentic with one another, y'all can recognize the spirit of manipulation when it come around. You recognize it like that. Facts. No manipulation. Like, we just had a situation where an old girl had texted me and I called and put on FaceTime. Yeah, this is my wife right here. I just wanted y'all to, yeah. She know how, the shit out you made you piss all on that. She know what's up. Ain't no secrets. That kill all that. That kill all that. That kill all that plan.
Your wife is a very strong woman.
Ain't no very strong woman. Ain't no very strong woman to do with it. It's the truth of the truth. It's the truth of the truth. I'm not about to never lie to my wife about nothing, because it hurt me to lie to that woman. It hurt me to tell that woman a lie.
It's hard for me to believe, Kev, you felt like this about any other woman the way you feel about your wife. And I know you give your all.
Man, hey. I know one thing that I do different in this relationship.
What you do different?
The finances separate.
So
I've been in a relationship where a woman control all of the finances. I'm the sacrificial lamb. You control everything. He'll just take it. I know you're going to do the right thing with it.
For those of you confused,
but then they get mad and don't do the right thing.
For those of you confused, he's talking about Drika. All right. And you know, a little earlier he was talking about, you know, how us people are the real life monsters. I'm gonna get into that in a minute, all right? Because it's all gonna tie into everything, as crazy as it sounds. But right here, he's talking about Drika. I don't know what happened, but I think this interview sparked something up. Drika says something. I don't feel as though she just respected him, right? But he came back on Instagram, like snapping and firing back. And that's why I keep trying to tell him, like, look, listen, on that video, you was talking about how, you know, why is she talking about a divorce and a lawsuit, you know, for child support when they got married the Islamic way, right? And the way they got married is the way they have to get divorced. And it's true. And I think Drika said something somewhere, and it was probably in that interview that she did. All right, we might go down that interview one of these days. I have the video too. They wanted me to go, but this video alone took us, man, 3 parts to it. All right, but we might go down Drika's interview, but I'll see when we get time for that because I want to go down back some rabbit holes. All right, y'all, and some current news and stuff like that. But and then don't forget we gotta do this chick. All right, so I'm not sure if we're gonna do it tomorrow or Sunday, but I'm definitely gonna schedule it live. Right? What's her name? Glorilla and her sister. All right. I don't listen to her music, so we're gonna watch this interview. I don't know nothing about Glorilla, so y'all gonna really have my raw reactions on this live with this chick already. Like I don't listen to these new female rappers at all. Like unless it's Dej Loaf, I ain't listening to shit. All right, because we don't have no more faith. We don't have no more. How can I say? We don't have no more Eves, no more Foxies, no more Queen Latifahs. Listen. None of the real female rappers exist in this era, and don't come and tell me fucking Cardi B and Nicki Minaj because to me, they're not female rappers that I want to listen to, and I can't relate to their music. All right. Cardi B want to draw. Oh, how can I say? Want to talk about? Oh, it's okay. I used to drug men and rob them. But now she want to talk about and speak up. It's crazy. You know, what's going. Listen, I feel as though that people have done stupid shit like that in their past. All right, should not sit here and speak. Right? I get it. You know, we all should speak up when it comes to when it comes to victims and sexual abuse and all that. But lady, you was out here drugging men and stealing their fucking money while making them think that you was gonna do with them and shit. So what makes you any different from these predators out here? Okay, you're not doing that no more, but at the end of the day, oh, you didn't get caught, you're not in the registry. Yeah, we all know that happens, and if you're a real person in this world, you know that the reality of it is until you get caught or you're in front of a judge, you're not going to be part of none of these registries, and both men and women can go in it. But when Cardi said that, boy, when Nicki started showing us that she was protecting her brother who's a predator, right? And her husband who's another how can I say another predator? Man, I was like, look, listen, I can't rock with a person and I will not show support or love to a motherfucker that sits here and cuddle predators. Fuck that. Y'all may like her, y'all may still rock with her music, but I don't give a fuck. It don't take the fact that she still has some good music in the past, but at the end of the day, I'm not even listening to the good music she had. I don't give a fuck about it no more. All right, and she brought that upon herself, and I'm not the only person saying that. But these conversations matter, right? But I just wanted to point, to a lot of the other word, that didn't know or don't know about Kevin Gates, right? He's talking about his wife, the one that he was with before, he got on this little adventure seeking, I need more wives type shit. Because right about now he's collecting wives, like he's, like you collect Pokemons or like how can I say it? Yeah, like you collect Pokemons or Pokemon cards. All he needs is a pokey fucking ball, and every time he sees a female that he wants to marry, he's like, Pikachu, I choose you, on some real shit. But let's get into it.
I don't want to get into all that, but I've committed. They what did my business manager at the time? He said, "This is financial suicide." I said, "Yeah." I didn't committed financial suicide.
Yeah,
because it's like I come from that era where you in the streets and everything you making in the streets, you giving it,
Mm-hmm.
And then I took that ghetto street mentality into the legitimate business, and once I woke up, I got myself together,
Right.
Kevin, but the one thing you don't take accountability for, right? And I love the fact that you take accountability, but I haven't heard you say, take accountability on this. All right. You brought that mentality into your relationship too with Drake. and Drika followed along. All right. And I feel as though that when she felt as though, oh damn, man, I feel like I'm wanted, or I'm just being used, or this or that, or I'm being disrespected because he's out there, he's doing this, he's stepping out. Right. And it's crazy because they was both, and they both agreed to do the swinging thing, go out there and exchange couples, right? Do threesomes and all this shit, right? And she went with it too. She could have walked out, but she agreed with it too. They both wrong in this situation. But now it is crazy because I hear a lot of men say this, right? Oh, well, she gave the pussy up. It's like, I feel like the Chu was giving up the dick. How does she feel? And this is why I say, look, listen, they both wrong in the situation. They should have been walked away when they felt as though they wanted to step out. But neither one of them did it. Neither one. I mean, Drika kind of, but I'm not even going to sit here and say she really did. Right? Because she's also pointing the finger at him. Right? And even though they're not bashing and talking bad about each other, right? All this is going to stir up and it's going to blow up in public. All right? It's going to backfire on both of them. Neither one of them has taken that accountability. They fucked up. This is not the life they should have lived. But they did it anyway because this is what they thought, was making them happy at the time. Not realizing that little by little, all right, they was, tearing each other apart and, breaking apart. It's hard to put it into words, man, but if you understand, you understand.
I started putting some safeguards in place once I woke up. But then once you put those safeguards in place, you start noticing the shift in the way people act. So was it me, or was it when you gave me your intimate embrace, was it my heart that you pulled close, or was it my crown? I'm not trying to speak in parables.
Yeah,
but you picking up what I'm putting down.
I am. I picking it up.
But I felt like that was how it was supposed to go.
Right.
They make it feel like he's a great man, he's heroic in nature, and I'm like, man, I'm a sucker. I'm so glad I woke up. God woke me up. World full of lollipops. I can't be just another sucker. But it's beautiful because players fuck up too. Players fuck up too. That was a learning experience.
We have
never again.
When I do the next video, I gotta go to my premium channel.
I read that you were on drugs really, really bad.
Oh God, yes.
Did you feel, heavy drugs like coke, heroin, marijuana? What were your pills?
Opioids. That's H. Heroin.
Yeah.
I was sipping lean. I was smoking weed.
Did you feel like you needed that to function, to do music? How did you get?
I was so depressed, I just needed something to cope. I didn't want to live. I got shot myself in the head before. I got a bullet in my head.
Been there.
I ain't want to live.
Yo, what's crazy? Let me pause this right here, right? And I'm glad Kevin Gates is hitting on this, right? And earlier, right, he touched on something, and I want to touch on it now that he's saying this, right? Because, the people, right, the how can I say it? The people are the real monsters, right, in real life, right? He said that earlier. And I've been saying that, for the longest, right? As humans, we are the biggest virus in our, own communities. We destroy more than we, protect. We hurt more than we heal. We judge more than we help. And growing up, they tried to make me believe, the monsters in the movies were the ones I should fear. Freddy, Jason, Chucky, all that, right? La Llorona, El Chupacabra, all that, right? English and Spanish, I don't care which way you go about it, right? But baby, those monsters had nothing on the ones walking around in real life, right? When did you first realize the real monsters weren't, how can I say, that real monsters weren't in, how can I say it, in movies, but in your own environment? Because, when I saw monsters, I didn't see creatures with claws and fangs, right? I saw men and women who acted like, my mom's husband. I saw adults who, hid behind smiles but how can I say it? I saw adults who hid behind smiles but carried darkness in their hands, right? I saw people who were supposed to protect, but chose to destroy. The monsters on TV were predictable, but the monsters in real life, right? They lived in your home. They sat at your table. They tucked you in at night. Why do you think society teaches you, how can I say? I'm gonna put it like this. Why do you think society teaches kids to fear imaginary monsters instead of warning them about the real ones? Right? I grew up, listen, let me tell y'all this, right? I grew up watching this woman beat her husband, and he did nothing. I grew up hearing stories from other people, whose pain sounded just like mine. I grew up seeing kids get abused, not disciplined. And there is a difference. Discipline, corrects behavior. Abuse destroys souls. And the sad part is that a lot of people don't know the difference because they were raised in chaos and called it normal. Let me ask y'all, what's one thing you saw growing up that you didn't realize was abuse until you got older? And that's why I call my abuser Freddy Krueger, because he was the monster in my nightmares, right? He was the one I feared. He was the one who haunted me long, how can I say, after the lights were on. Freddy was fiction, but my Freddy was real, right? Even though they say that there's a real life Freddy Krueger, right? But back then they didn't tell me that this was based on a real story, right? I didn't even know that he was a predator until I got older and I understood the movie. I was calling the man that abused me Freddy Krueger, not knowing that the actual Freddy Krueger was abusing little girls and boys. That they killed him because he was a child predator. But my Freddy, he was real. And when you grow up with a real life monster, you don't fear the dark, right? You fear the people standing in the light pretending to be good. Have you ever given someone a nickname because their behavior reminded you of a villain? I did. All right? People love to pretend monsters look like, how can I say, a certain way? Scary, how can I say, scary, ugly, obvious, right? Sorry, something went in my eye. Right? But the truth is, right, real monsters look normal. They look friendly. They look, how can I say, trustworthy. They look like family. They look like your neighbor. They look like caregivers. And that's why so many kids suffer in silence. Pay attention to what's, going on in these daycares, in these schools, how teachers are out here, preying on the younger, the students and stuff like that. And it's not in colleges no more. This shit is happening from kindergarten all the way up to colleges. All right. Daycare is the same thing. Within our communities, all right, which is a case that we're going to talk about after our live, how we got predators out here, unaliving little girls and stuff like that. Right? I mean, we're gonna get into it in a minute. But all this is happening. All right. And what's crazy is it's happening because nobody believes that monsters can look like someone they love. Why do you think people ignore red flags when the monster is someone they know? And Kevin touched on something deep, all right? The idea that humans can be more dangerous than anything supernatural. That right there is deep. Because at least demons, follow rules. Humans will smile in your face and destroy you behind closed doors. Humans will pretend to love you while breaking you, all right? Humans will hide behind religion, culture, trauma, and excuses, all right? Anything to avoid accountability. What's more dangerous? Evil intentions or hidden intentions. All right. Like, it's crazy because when someone is evil, their intentions is out in the air. But hidden intentions, it's like envy. But here's the thing, all right? Surviving real monsters make you see the world different. It makes you, stronger, sharper, more aware. It makes you, question everything you were taught. It makes you realize that fear doesn't come from shadows, it comes from memories, all right? And when you finally heal, when you finally speak, when you finally reclaim your power, the monsters lose their grip. Let me ask y'all, what moment in your life made you realize you were stronger than your past? That your past doesn't determine who you are. So yeah, Kevin wasn't lying, right? The real monsters are people. And he said that earlier. And the fact that, so many of us, right, how can I say, relate, right? It proves it. But the beauty is this: we survived them, we outgrew them, we exposed them, we healed from them. And now we talk about it. All right, so the next generation doesn't have to fear the same shadows we did. That's why conversations matter, because silence protects monsters, but truth destroys them. Right? What truth did you finally speak that set you free from your own? For me, it was a Freddy Krueger, but I don't know what you name your monster behind closed doors. Right? We all heal in different ways. We all love in different ways. All right? And that's why I can't judge Kevin. I might not agree with everything he does, but I understand the root of it. Hurt people love differently. Unhealed people attach differently. Confused people, all right, move different. And Kevin is still figuring himself out. I just hope that he heals and accomplishes every goal he's reaching for because everybody deserves that choice. And him touching right here on this topic right here, right, is crazy because I dealt with somebody, right, and may he have, peace in paradise, right. I've spoke on this before. He's about to touch, and I don't know. I think he did it already, right? Because I don't know. He asked him, but I think he already did it. I might be, mixing it up, right? But he was heavy on drugs, on heroin and stuff like that back in the day, right? And it's crazy because when a lot of these men are in these streets, sometimes, right, the streets take over. Instead of you controlling the money controls you. Instead of you controlling, how can I say, the hardware, right? I'm gonna put it like that. The merchandise. There you go. The merchandise. The merchandise controls you. And unfortunately, right, I ended up with someone, where the streets took over, right? Like, and I hate that part, right? Because when these men are in the middle of that, selling heroin or selling coke, selling weed and all that, a lot of them end up consuming the same shit that they're putting out there. And it probably is karma. It's probably karma.
I was up. I can show you a bit. I showed it to my wife. I'm holding my baby, my child. She'll tell you, babe, what I was doing while I was holding my child. Tears coming down my face. I know I'm about to go push my shit out. I'm about to go push my shit out.
That's how it be.
Yeah. I'm about to push my shit out. Ain't nobody gonna miss me anyway. That's how I felt. And that wasn't that long ago.
That's depression.
Wow. That wasn't that long ago. That was what, 2020? Yeah, 2020. I'm holding my child. I'm like, man, this is gonna be the last time they see me. Cause I don't feel like it's real when I'm about to go kill myself. Nah, you supposed to just go do it. That's how I
exactly.
Know what I'm saying? Right. Y'all gonna find me stretched out somewhere. Stinking. I don't do all that. That's horse playing. Talking about I'm about to
listen, people think it's bullshit. And he's saying the same thing I said. All right, listen, if you know my story, then you know that as a child, because of what happened to me, I was suicidal. All right. And I tell people, right, like I still ask myself, like, even though, right, they say that I'm here because, for a reason, God didn't, take me because I have a purpose in this world. Sometimes I'm like, damn, there's other people out here that would do the same thing, attempt what I've attempted, and in their first try, they're not here no more. And once the soul is gone, the soul is gone. You can't, really talk to that person. I know we go to cemeteries, right, and talk to our loved ones and stuff like that. But there's times that I even question, is your soul really here? Have you transitioned? And if you have, what have you, where did you transition to? I mean, listen, I ask so many questions that y'all don't even understand. I still question. All right. Sometimes I wonder if my mama's soul is really there, but in reality, I was told that the vessel is there, but the soul is not there no more. So who are we really talking to? An empty vessel? Like, I don't know if y'all understand where I'm coming from, right? What Kevin Gates is going through is depression. And some of us, when we survive them suicidal attempts, we question why, how I did something and I did it so perfect to the point that, I know my calculations wasn't wrong. And it's like you have angels guiding you, holding you, like, whoa, I'm not supposed to be here. But you're here.
about to go kill me. That's you want attention. I'm about to push my shit out. And everybody that know me know one thing. I don't bluff.
Exactly. And I used to say that, right? They used to ask me, why are you doing this? Because I don't want to be here. Are you seeking attention? I don't need your attention. When I wanted to speak up, y'all didn't want to listen. So why do you want to listen now? And every time I would say that, I used to question, why am I still here? How did I survive something that someone else failed at? Man, still at times mourn some of the people that sat here and took their lives because they couldn't handle the situation they're in. And then sometimes, they call it survivor's guilt. But I'm here. I survived even you. You were stronger than me. But life got you. I've had people that try to help me out, in situations, and they were good people. Sometimes the good die young, right? And it's like, whoa, yeah. You go through that depression, you gotta fight it, man. And that's why I tell people, man, I face my demons. All right. And we all go through depression. Like we all go through it. Sometimes life piles up on us, right? And we have to fight. Like sometimes we need to take some time alone and get away from those. Because if we don't take the time to think and analyze the things that we're going through and what's happening, all right, and separate that from the past, right? We're gonna get stuck right in a situation that we can't get out of.
I don't do no bluffing. What I utter with my mouth, my actions must prove.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what made me really start speaking up for men. I was suffering in silence.
Exactly.
When you go back to jail, the only person gonna be there for you. Damn, like shit, it's nothing I do right. I can't do nothing right. So hey, guess what? You know what? Y'all could just have this shit. I'll push my shit out. Yeah. My baby's young, get over me. They get a new daddy, somebody that's great, that's greater than me. Cool. That's how I felt.
It's not true.
Was that the drugs talking?
I wasn't on drugs then.
He was on depression before he used to be on drugs. And what's crazy is because, when I spoke on my first fiance story, right, he let everything get to him. And I don't know, he was probably thinking like Kevin Gates, right? He a lot was, pinning on him. And it's crazy because people ask me, why won't you ever, how can I say recreate that bond with your sister, right? And I say no, because she's the reason that man is not here. She had the audacity to sit here and say, well, he did this to me. He raped me when he didn't. Then, by the time she turned around and said that she was lying, he was already, deep into that drug. All right. And by the time I realized it, it was too late to even help him. By the time that I, tried to help him, and I had to like kind of distance myself because the drug was really taking over and stuff like that, that man took his life. You see where I'm coming from? And that's why I'm saying these drugs, right? Some of these men that are out here in the midst of this shit, in the middle of drug wars, right? How can I say block wars and all this shit? There comes a point in time where their personal life, right, their street life, and everything that's happening with them piles up on them, right? And I'm tired of seeing a lot of our, black and brown men lose their life over the pettiest things. And I'm not saying that what they're going through in life is petty. I'm just saying that, damn, there's other ways to go about it. You see where I'm coming from? Like, and it's crazy because I was in their shoes at one point. I'm not saying the drug situation. I'm talking about that depression situation. Right? And, I could have been in their path too. Because at one point in time, I had a therapist that was trying to, prescribe me Xanax. And there was a point in time, when I was, after I had my firstborn, I was a teenager where I was just taking them Jones to numb the pain. And that's why these men that you see right here, they get so heavy hooked on it. They were in the streets, they're having family issues and stuff like that. They go towards these drugs, right? Just like us females when we, go through what we go through in our past, right? And they take the drugs to numb the pain. It's just to numb, to make you feel like you're not even here no more. That's all that shit does. When you take them Xanax and they tell you it's going to relax you and all that, that shit really numbs you. That shit don't take nothing from you. I mean, it don't take the pain away from you. It numbs you. That's why I don't listen when they like, oh, go to a therapist and take this. No. And then the therapist don't prescribe the medication. It's the psychiatrist who prescribes it, right? But I prefer to see a psychologist over a psychiatrist. I'm not going to sit here and lie. Because it's like, I feel as though that a lot of these psychiatrists just care about a paycheck, right? And they don't care about the consequences behind the medication that they prescribe these people. But that's a topic for another day. That's a topic for another day, especially if someone's willing to talk about it.
In 2020.
Wow.
I stopped doing drugs and I came home, and once I got on my fitness journey, like 2019, I wasn't doing no drugs. And it's just like, I'm doing all this working out and I got myself together. I'm doing all this and I'm still seem like I'm just being tolerated. I ain't being celebrated. Like, and the reality hit even harder when you ain't inoculating yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Like, damn, I'm just only as good as what I could provide. That's how I felt.
Right.
I'm only as good as what I could do. You poster, you poster. I'm on stage every night, an hour. I'm not even enjoying the shit I'm doing. Nothing. I'm living, but I'm not alive.
That's how a lot of people feel.
That's how I felt. I'm going to the gym, working out. I'm taking all this pre-workout, Adderalls and everything. Going to the gym 2-3 times a day sometimes. Killing myself. Like, dang.
Them Adderalls ain't no joke, yo. And you know what's crazy? Those are the first pills those are the first pills that they think about giving a child with autism and ADHD. Think about what I'm saying.
I'm crying for help. Can't nobody see nothing wrong. Shit, I guess
Was your tears silent?
I cry now. Like, I'm all cried out now though, but probably since 2020, when I left and went to Puerto Rico, that's when the true like releasing began. I talked about all that, when I recorded the song, the feds, all that. That's when the releasing began and the rebuilding phase got to happening. But before that, nah. I cried every day from like 2020 to about every now and then a tear might fall, but I'm all cried out now. I'm cried out now. But people need to know this though, because there's somebody out there watching this, a man that feel like he only as good as his ability to do, and he's suffering in silence. He don't feel appreciated. And when you don't feel appreciated, what's the point of even living?
Point.
So now I got something, it's crazy, it's called couples therapy, where I go in the studio and I record, and my wife sit there and listen like a counselor. Like on the song Dangerous, she like, thank you for not giving up when it got hard, but you got this. And then I come back on the song. I'm elevated and ranked. They say I'm playing with paid enforcers, and it's like, it's a song of triumph. It's a song of triumph.
What is
I read that you suffered from ED at the age of 23 because of drugs. What would you say?
Lean, make your don't get hard.
Really?
Yes.
Why the hell would you do that?
Because it was the feeling. You be so in
it. Ain't better than the other feeling.
Man, when you in that depressed lane and all that, I'll be honest, you don't be able to be giving a about no. You just want to get loaded.
Man, listen, man. Listen. I don't know why is it that a lot of people don't get it yet, but I hear people bringing awareness to, there's a lot. Stop taking them opioids. Stop taking that lean, all right? That syrup. Hey, stop taking them little blue pills when y'all young to last longer, to, get that hard on. Listen, because when y'all reach a certain age, y'all ain't going to be able to function for y'all girlfriend. Nothing, all right? That third leg going to be more wobbly than a snake's body, all right? Listen, I ain't lying. That shit gonna be more wobbly than goddamn flubber. Right? And for those of y'all that like joking around, your ass, your ass gonna sag when you fucking get old. Guess what? Y'all dicks get wrinkly too, all right? But doing that shit, y'all ain't gonna be worth nothing for y'all women when y'all get older, man. Natural way is the best way. I don't understand why y'all keep taking these goddamn supplements. Look at what he's suffering from now, a lot. That shit don't make it better. It makes it worse, yo.
I just want to get loaded. Go to the studio, get loaded.
Now you've been talking about for like an hour and a half, 2 hours. We've been talking about how you want like love piping people down, and now
I mean, every now and then you might, but you got to think couldn't really move like I wanted to. I was in bondage then.
No.
Yeah, I wasn't in no happy situation the way I could have been doing all that. Come on, man.
You speak about mental health. Why is mental health so important to you?
Everything I just told you.
Right.
One of the greatest artists in the world say he wanted to kill himself. That's why mental health is important.
But did you go to therapy? Did you go to seek to a counselor, or you just figured this out on your own, or you just sat down and had a conversation with Kevin Gates himself?
Yeah, I did a lot of inner work, but you got to want to change.
Yes.
You can't go off what people tell you about what you need to change. You need to have that honest conversation for yourself.
Correct.
What gives me fulfillment? I know what gives me fulfillment.
Facts. That is so true. He's about to ask what gives him fulfillment. But let me tell y'all, right? Listen. How can I say this? Like I said earlier, right? I just hope, Kevin heals and accomplishes every goal he's reaching for, because, everybody deserves that, right? They deserve that chance. And the same goes for anybody going through, what he's going through. If you're still hurt and still confused, still carrying emotional baggage, right, still tied to someone spiritually or mentally, right, you should stay single. Not because you're, unworthy of love, but because you're not ready to give love the right way, especially if you believe in, soul ties, energy bonds, spiritual connections. You can't play with that, all right? That's not, how can I say, casual. That's not light. That's not just dating. Why do people jump into relationships knowing they're not healed yet? And even though he says, well, I'm healed, but you can't even really talk on Drika yet. You see where I'm coming from? But because, let me say this, because when you're unhealed, you don't just hurt yourself. You hurt, the person who, tries to love you. You drain them, you confuse them, you pull them into, a storm they didn't create. And that's why I say, unless you're ready to give 100%, 100%, unless you're ready, how can I say, to fully, no, not to show, how can I say, to show up fully, unless you're ready to be honest about, where you are emotionally, stay single, heal first, grow first, learn yourself first, right? Like, have you ever been with someone who wasn't healed, right, and ended up ended up paying you as a person ended up paying, how can I say, the consequences, the price for it, right? But like I said, right, we all learn and mature differently. Some people learn through, heartbreak. Some learn through loss, like I did. Some learn through silence. Some learn through chaos, and some don't learn until life forces them, how can I say, life forces them to. Healing is not a race. Growth is not competition. Right? Everybody's timeline is different, and Kevin, he's on his own timeline. All right. I don't know. Let me ask y'all, like, what lesson did life teach you, right, later than you would expect it to? Right. And honestly, I hope, Kevin finds his peace. I hope he finds clarity. I hope he finds, the version of himself, he's been searching for. Because when you spiritually find, how can I say, when you're spiritually tied to someone, right, like he is with Drika, it's hard to move forward. It's hard to love someone new. It's hard to, be present. And until that, he cuts that, tie or heals that wound, he's going to keep replacing the same cycle with different faces. And people might say, well, he's moved on. Look, he married another chick, but look how fast. Before that, he was marrying other chicks. Like I said, by now he's collecting women like Pokemon cards, all right? But let me, bring it, back to us, because this ain't just about Kevin, all right? This is about you. This is about me. This is about anybody who ever tried to love while still bleeding. Healing is, not optional. It's necessary. It's the foundation of every wealthy relationship, all right? You can't build love on top of trauma. You can't build trust on top of fear, and you can't build a future on top of a past you refuse to face. Even though you hear him say it, And I feel as though that in a lot he is doing and he's accomplishing it. But when it comes to relationships, I don't think he's actually accomplishing his goal. All right. And when you do heal, listen, when you finally get to that place where you're, where you're whole, how can I say, when you're whole, all right, grounded and emotionally stable, love is different. You choose better, you communicate better, you receive better, you give better. You stop settling for chaos, you stop confusion, pain for passion, you stop mistaking trauma. How can I say, you stop mistaking trauma bonds for soul ties, right? Healing makes you, how can I say, healing makes you love clearer, all right? And we don't know. Maybe this chick that he married could be the right one. She could be the wrong one. We don't know. All right, only time will tell. So yeah, I can't judge Kevin. I can't judge nobody. All right, we all got our own path. We all got our own. How can I say? Wounds. We got our own lessons. And when the time is right, when the healing is real, the right person will show up, and everything will make sense. Until then, I feel as though some people should stay single. Stay honest, all right? Stay grown, stay grounded, because love is beautiful, but only when you're ready for it, right? Like, a lot of people's not going to understand where I'm coming from, and a lot is. But, when Kevin touched on depression, I love that he didn't sugarcoat it, because depression is not, a trend. It's not a mood. It's not a vibe. It's reality, right? A lot of us it's a reality that a lot of us live through, right? We all go through that phase where life feels heavy, where the world feels loud, where your own, thoughts feel like they're working against you. Some of us, take help when it's offered. Some of us, want help but don't know how to accept it. And some aren't ready yet. And that's real. Healing can't be forced. Like, why do you think so many people suffer in silence instead of real, how can I say it? They suffer in silence instead of reaching out. Others do. Others, they'll sit here and grow in silence and reach out for help.
What was your purpose? When Kevin Gates realized that he had a purpose, we all have a purpose.
What I'm doing right now, I'm showing the world, but mostly men, how to turn their pain into passion. Turn your pain and take your pain and turn it into purpose. Yep. You don't know who you touching when you do this.
Right. Like I said yesterday.
Like, if somebody gonna come to me and tell me, thank you, keep shining your light. People see through the bullshit. That's just the internet. They like to be miserable. When we get on that black top, I'm still him. People walk up to me, children walk up to me every day. Kevin Gates, I'm like Muhammad Ali. If I go running through one of these neighborhoods, they'll probably follow me. Ali, Boombaye, Ali. Probably, it ain't no telling, because everybody just love me.
Right.
Because I put it all on the table. I put it all on the line every time. I don't got no skeletons. If I did it, I did it. If I didn't do it, I didn't do it. But if I did it and you feel some kind of way about it, you.
Facts.
I did it. I can't change it. Right. I'm not sorry. I don't even tell nobody I apologize for what. Because they told me as a child, if you were sorry, you wouldn't have did it.
So you're like, okay, I did it. Okay, and what? I'm moving on.
You got to take what come behind it. It ain't going to be easy just because you did it. You make sure you ready to accept what come behind what you doing.
Right.
Facts.
I accept it. I accept it how it come. Am I going to be disappointed sometimes?
Yep.
Shit. Damn near 99.99% of the time I'm going to be disappointed. Like, damn, ouch, I should have did that. All that, man. We keep it going.
What you looking at, babe?
Cars on cars.com.
What's wrong with this one?
I just got promoted, so I'm looking for something more.
Commercials. I hope my commercials ain't like
Ciao. 2 million
Why get
cars.
commercials? I don't even.
2 million possibilities. Cars.com. Where to next?
I'm supposed to be in YouTube jail right now, but I'm not.
You take occasional breaks from social media. Do you feel we become addicted to our phone and social media?
Yes, that's why I take
a break every day. When I go to the gym, I got this one little bitty phone with no social media apps, just my music. It's more like an iPod,
right?
But my children could get in touch with it if they need me. And I go in the gym and zone out. That's my me time.
That's your time.
If I don't have time for me, then I'm not gonna be productive.
Give me your number one key for self-love.
Self-love?
Mm-hmm.
We ain't talking about going and get your hands and feet did. We talking about doing what serve you. What leave your soul feeling fulfilled? That's a question you got to answer. Me raising my frequency makes my soul feel fulfilled. Talking to you make my soul feel fulfilled. I like this healing for me.
Is it true, man? You say you stopped getting sick after you stopped lying. So you don't get sick no more.
What? Wait, what?
It wasn't that. It wasn't that I was lying. I wouldn't speak my truth. And when I wasn't speaking my truth, it would affect my throat chakra. Your body know when you lying.
Shout out to the word. He talks about this a lot.
Your body know. Everybody else know too.
Mm-hmm.
Babe, where you been? You forgive me?
Huh?
She already know. Women have intuition. You just lying to yourself. Babe, where you been? I was around the corner. You called. But if you a street kind of, babe, what you doing? Man, babe, I'm gonna call you right back. I'm gambling. I'm shooting dice. And I hang the phone up quick. No, I ain't shooting no dice. I don't even gamble.
I'm dead.
I'm in here slinging that. I'm talking about freestyling with that dick, man.
Lord have mercy. Here we go.
And I got a good woman at the house.
What is it with some of you men? Look, you know what? This is why my boy, all right, my homeboy over here, Answer, gets in trouble here on YouTube. All right. They don't get tired of saying how they sling that mule, that pipe all over the world. All right. Smacking bitches across the face like they the shit. All right. Like, and then y'all be like, damn, I lost something. Wondering why y'all got these stalkers trying to, break what you got good at home. Let's be real, man. Put that mule away. Put that pipe away, all right? Ain't nobody out here playing baseball, man. Y'all want to play baseball with y'all goddamn pipe as a baseball bat. All right, treat life like a baseball game. 3 strikes, you're out. All right, Kevin, you should have learned that the first time. I'm done talking about, you know what? And a woman that accepts her man to be fucking slinging his pipe all over the fucking community like it's community fucking wood, that's on you. All right? Fuck it. Might as well build houses with all the females in the house with that community wood. Real shit.
Busting this bitch, just giving a blessing this hoe for no reason. I ain't about to make my life better. I got a good woman at the house.
Young lady ain't gonna help you out in no way, huh?
I mean, shit.
She fulfilling your soul at that moment. No, she fulfilling a need.
She not
your soul.
She not fulfilling my soul.
A need.
I'm just letting out pressure. Letting out pressure.
Oh my God!
I think what came, like when I had my semen retention journey, really showed me the power.
Your what?
Of not releasing semen, and how sacred I was, and how valuable my life force was. My semen retention journey showed me that, because the way I feel when you go like a long period of time,
right,
and you take your sexual energy and you transmute.
I think he was talking about going celibate. He could have just said that. Semen retention. Where the fuck my baby daddy at? I'm sorry, I'm cussing. Excuse my potty mouth. You know what? We just went from eating groceries to semen retention when he could have just said he went celibate. Kevin, I know you like to get all philosophical and shit, right? And you like to get, all in your little metaphor bag and stuff like that. But right now you're reminding me of Eric from Animorphs. And I just finished binge watching it. I'm mad they only had 1 season. They need to bring that back.
That sexual energy into your workouts or your craft or whatever you focus on, you feel more fulfilled afterwards.
Right.
You start feeling fulfilled after you accomplish something. Right. And then I noticed that. And then I noticed, like, when I did try to go back and just fuck with something right quick, bust something up right quick, you be feeling empty. Like I ain't even had that to do.
Wow.
All right. Just saying, why couldn't you just say that being with different women wasn't matching your energy and your spirit wasn't fulfilled? That's all you could have just said. Being with one woman fulfills your spirit, but according to your behavior, you can't be alone for longer than a week. You hop to relationships.
When you was in the pen, were you in G-pop?
Yeah, every time.
You ain't want to be segregated?
No.
Why?
For what? Now I'd have been administratively segregated in Florida. I tried everything to get in general population.
Why they didn't put you in G-pop in Florida?
Because they ain't want no lawsuits. They felt like I was gonna push that ink pen, like press charges.
Mm-hmm.
But when I got to Illinois, I was in general population. You sign a waiver. Once you sign that waiver, you go straight to general population.
But if you're a celebrity, you probably want to be in SEG.
No, you can sign a waiver.
Why would you want to do that? They know who you are.
And what that mean? Men greet men. Men respect men.
So who would go to SEG?
Somebody who want to go to SEG.
Somebody famous, somebody that's
I don't know. Like I don't want to speak on nobody else, but me.
Yeah.
I signed a waiver.
Say I don't want to be in SEG. I want to be in G-pop.
I'm gonna walk the yard. And where I land, that's where I'm gonna stand. Yes.
So when you're a celebrity, you can sign a waiver, and they'll let you be in gym. So when you're a celebrity and you go to jail, they got you protected. I wonder what was going on with P. Diddy and R. Kelly was really true, because from what he's saying, they got a little special, place for them. Like they got a little special place for the people that jump on rainbows. Same way they got a little special place for the people that got mental health issues. So they got a special place for the celebrities in jail. He said, fuck that, I'm signing a waiver. Don't protect me. I'm human just like you. Okay, Kevin. All right. Let me find out.
Yes, sir. Wow. No surrender, no retreat.
Let me ask you a question.
What's that?
Is it celebrate? Why? What is prison? Because it seemed like in the rap game, prison is celebrated.
I ain't gonna say in the rap game, but in the poverty stricken community, it seemed like you celebrated when you came home.
Yeah.
Big. So it was in turn like if you ever saw the movie 300 with the Spartans.
Yeah.
How they sent the boys out in the wilderness. Mm-hmm. It was like a rite of passage, so to say. But it ain't gotta be the rite of passage.
Right.
The rite of passage could be you taking your son hunting for the first time, right. Taking them fishing. Shit I like to do.
Right. I'm looking at your 2014 XXL freshman class. Dirk.
I just had came home.
Rich homie Quan. I mean, you got a class. I mean, Chance the Rapper, Big Mensa a little bit.
God bless it did.
Yeah. Ty Dolla $ign, Troy Ave, John Connor. Bro, you had a nice little group there.
I didn't even know he was part of a group.
Been doing it a long time. And we ain't even scratched the surface yet.
You mentioned Rich homie Quan had suffered an accident overdose. When you hear stories like that, what goes through your mind?
Sad.
They have peace in paradise.
That's somebody's father. That's somebody's child.
Yeah.
It's sad. I hate that for him.
Now there is this movement. We've had several movements. The movement is F the streets. You hear Savage, a couple of other rappers say F the streets. But then you hear somebody like, hold on, wait a minute. But bro, that's what we know you for. That's
with all due respect to those other people.
Yeah.
They have the right to feel however they want to feel.
Right.
I don't feel like that.
You don't F the street.
The streets made me. Streets made me. God bless the dead and all the junkies that took care of me.
Right.
The God know my heart. I got so much love to give. But he who tried gotta die. Put on murder gloves for him.
Okay, Kevin. All right. Listen, he got a rap for everything. Listen, like I said before, all right, we all fight our demons in the same hell, just in different ways. All right. Some people fight with prayer, some with therapy, some with silence, some with anger, right? And some with humor. somewhat distraction, but the fight is still a fight, right? And depression is a hard pill to swallow because it convinces you that you're, alone, even when you're surrounded with people who love you. When I was younger, right, I reached a point where I tried to end my life, right? And I'm not gonna, go into details, but I will always say this. I truly believe the world, right, would be better without me. And that's how I thought, how can I say it? That's how I thought my truth. How can I say it? I'm gonna put it like this. All right. I thought my truth didn't matter. Right. I thought my pain was invisible and I thought that I was fighting a battle nobody could see. And when you're in that mindset, right, it's not about wanting to die. It's about wanting the pain to stop. Why do you think people underestimate how heavy emotional pain, can get? All right. And then it happened, right? Again. What's crazy, it happened before I got pregnant with my son, my oldest. Depression doesn't care about time. It doesn't care about responsibilities. It doesn't care about, who needs you. It hits when it hits. And when you're carrying life inside you, but you feel like you're losing your own, that's a different kind of, heartbreak. But I'm here today because something in me or someone above me said, not yet. All right, you still have purpose. Like depression doesn't make you feel like, how can I say? Depression makes you feel like it makes you feel like you're against the world. Like your truth doesn't matter, like nobody hears you, right? Like nobody sees you, like nobody, how can I say? Like nobody understands. Like you're screaming underwater, but you're finally, how can I say, accept help. Real help, not judgment. Everything changes. Like you start climbing again, you start breathing again. When you accept that real help, you start seeing colors again, right? You start realizing you were never weak, you were just wounded, right? Like when you let go of the hate, when you stop carrying the weight of what hurt you, when you stop blaming yourself for the things you survived, when you start rising, when you start reaching goals you never thought you could, you start seeing your own strength. You start understanding that healing isn't about forgetting, it's about freeing yourself. But healing requires a shift, all right? It requires a shift in thinking. You can't heal with the same mindset that broke you. You can't grow in the same environment that hurt you. You can't move forward if you're still chained to the past. And that's why building a support system that matters, right? Not people who judge you, not people who silence you, but people who stand with you while you rebuild. Blessings to Jug Flicks promoter. Blessings. How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? Welcome to the live. My bad. I just saw my screen on the phone move. I'm like, what's moving? Then I saw, Juggler FX was on a promoter was on this joint, man. Appreciate you. Thanks you for popping up. So a lot of us really do need a support system. There's a lot of people that can do this without a support system, but that's very rare. And even they keep falling time after time to the point that they accept that they need some type of support. All right. Who became part of your support system when you needed it the most? All right. So when Kevin talks about depression, I respect it because speaking on it helps someone else, feel seen. And when I talk about it, it's not for sympathy. All right. It's to show someone out there that survival is possible. Healing is possible. Climbing out of that darkness is possible. We all heal differently, but we can heal. All right. In that moment, that moment that you accept help, the moment you choose yourself, the moment you decide, right, to keep going, that's when everything changes. Real shit. All right, listen, mental health is important, and conversations like this matter more than people realize. This ain't for everybody, right? Some folks only want entertainment, drama, gossip, or noise. But if you're ready for change, if you're ready to grow, if you're ready to face yourself, then this live is for you. Because healing is not cute, all right? It ain't easy, and it ain't damn sure. I'm gonna put it like this: it damn sure ain't comfortable, all right? But it's necessary. Let me ask you, what made you realize mental health, had to become a priority in your life? All right, and let's not be, how can I say? Let's be real, all right? Not everybody is ready for solutions. Some people just want to vent, all right, but don't want to change. Some people want sympathy but don't want accountability. Some want to complain but not confront. But the ones who are ready, the ones who show up to lives like this, they are the people who are tired, of surviving and finally ready to start living. Why do you think some people feel, how can I say it? Why do you think some people fear, right, healing even when they know they need it?
That's a rap song.
Yeah, I figured.
I made that up, guy.
You've been shot.
I've been shot, I've been stabbed, had like cheap liquor. I done slipped and got back on my feet like C. Billups. I done lost my money gambling, loud mouth rambling, did a lot of lying till my women couldn't stand it. Killed my brother, so I took him from his family. Then I got some tears in my face, now I'm branded. All I ever wanted was some money like Sandy. Louis Vuitton shades for my dame like Fancy. Sweet face, but I eat a pussy like Nasty. But I ain't like a boyfriend if you was just asking. They might say I'm reckless when the stainless out, but this was ever since you came around. Trying to keep my cars covered while the chips are down, hoping I could turn the game around.
Okay, Kevin, you killed it. But come on, man, you say you like eating the groceries over the kitty cat. So be honest. Look how you lied in your song on that one part. You was being real about everything else. But don't sit here and lie when you love eating the groceries more than the goddamn kitty cat. Tell the truth, all right? Just tell them. You like a little bit of chocolate on your nose.
If you had not turned your life around, am I sitting here having a conversation?
Hey, that was so fly that I just did.
That
was a historical moment.
I was trying to figure out why was that? That's right off the top of your head.
No, that come from Kevin Gates. That's the scripture. That's the law. Any question you could ask me, I could answer it with a song. Yeah, this that scripture.
Scripture.
Yes, Lord.
If you're not in the scripture, if Kevin Gates doesn't change, if he doesn't make, like you said, self here, I'm having this conversation with Kevin Gates.
So this is a major show of growth for me.
Yeah.
So thank you. I love it.
Because I couldn't. I mean, this was meant to happen. I'm gonna get you out here. I'm gonna get you out here on your journey. You made a trip to Mecca.
Yes, sir.
How did that change your life? What was it about that trip? What did you see? What was the epiphany that was revealed to you?
I didn't have any epiphanies though. I was so in the moment. The epiphanies came once I came back home.
Okay.
And then like once I came home, I was like home a month. And I went straight to jail and went and did the months. 33 months.
Yo! These weird ass ads.
So you went to Mecca before you did the bid?
Yeah.
Was that by choice? You like,
No, I just went. Like as a Muslim, that's everybody, like that's your dream to go. And I was blessed to be able to go. And I want to go again with my wife. I'm looking forward to going again with her.
Yeah.
That's the most beautiful thing. Like
You
and your children, everybody, y'all relationship centered around God. Like that's I don't know. That's just beautiful to me.
What's your kids' relationship like with your wife, not current wife?
My children?
Yes.
No, they ain't met her yet.
Oh, okay.
They done been on the phone when she was around, but they ain't met her. They gonna f with her though. They like because they younger.
Hold on, wait a minute. I'm a little lost. All right, she lives with you, but Kevin, you got custody of your kid. She don't live with you. Is this some type of like I don't know? Is you living a life like Keke Palmer, where you got your house and she got her house type thing? I don't know. Maybe I'm mistaken, because according to your last Instagram post, right? When you was coming at Drika, right? You say you have custody of your kids, so that means you live with your kids, right? But you say you live with her too, and how do you have your kids and your wife in the same house and they ain't meet yet? Hold up. Wait a minute. Kevin, you got some explaining to do on this one. Because you just like threw me off and like my head is right now asking 1,001 questions. All right. Like, hold up. Wait a minute. So I'm not.
Adults.
Right.
Like I never baby talk with my children. We talk regular. Like my 13-year-old daughter, sometimes she be my therapist. I just talk to her about anything. Say, yeah, baby. And then she told me something one time. She was sitting in the car and my partner was like, you just talked to her about everything? I said, yeah. And she was like, Dad, you know, I really see the importance of having a father figure. I said, why you say that? She said, because I got friends that, because you know I'm big on that. You got shorts on up under there? You know, if somebody else, you always put pants on. You know, I'm big on that type of shit. So anyway, she was like, Dad, you know, like my other friends, they dress provocatively, seeking male validation. And I'm telling my friends, hey, dude, you're getting groomed. She was like, I see the importance of having a father figure.
I'm dead.
And it like, you don't think that they be listening, and you don't think that you mean that much. You don't think you that significant as a father because that's just dad being dad.
Right.
But then for to hear her say that, it was like, it damn made me want to cry because I'm like, when she got her period, I cried. My baby done grew up, man.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I seen the tampons in her room, I was going to get somebody to take the trash out.
Yeah.
I seen the tampons and oh God, I broke down again. I cried. I was like, my baby grown, man. They get big so fast. You know what I'm saying? And
ho. I was going right along with you until I had to listen to it twice. Your daughter's 13. All right. Nothing against what Kevin Gates is saying, right? Listen, I don't know if you as a parent, right, have a 13-year-old and is letting her use tampons. All right, but Kevin, I'm hoping you mean pads. All right, I have to pause it. Kevin, I'm hoping you mean pads. But please, fathers out there, all right, if your daughter's on her period, don't give her tampons. All right, tampons are for the ones, you know, that are having sex. There should not be nothing inside, you know, your daughter's vaginal canal, anywhere inside her vagina, right? Like that, you know, if she's still a virgin. Now, if she's not a virgin at 13, that's a different story. You see where I'm coming from? But please, dads, if your child is not out here having sex, pads when they're on their period. Do not bring them tampons. And the mothers should know better. Because I know Drika active in his daughter's life. There shouldn't be no tampons. But let's continue. I just needed to put that out there. Because this is like the 5th, 6th dad in 1 week that I've heard say my daughter's using tampons. Like, wait, they should not be using tampons. All right? And I know this conversation is uncomfortable for a lot of people out here. But it should not be, especially if you're a mother or a father. No 13, 14, 12, all right, 11, 10, 9, 8-year-old on their period should be using tampons unless they're sexually active, okay? That's it. But hey, listen, I don't know what's going on, but a lot of people I've been hearing a lot of people, and this is, like I said, the 5th or 6th man that I've heard say tampon. No, and moms, y'all should know better. When I say a lot of people, I mean a lot of women. I should not be hearing y'all say that y'all 13 and under, age child is like your daughter is wearing tampons. No, she should not be using tampons. Not at that age.
It's kind of up because she was a baby when I went to jail. I used to take baths and shit with her and everything. Yeah. And then when I went to jail, well, this was like another time I went to jail. This was like when she was first born, she was an infant. She wasn't even walking. I used to have her in the tub, bathing her and shit, put her in a little thing. Mm-hmm. And then it was like, she had got older. And I was like, I never had them moments again.
Nope.
Like, I never had them moments again. I don't get sad about it. I smile. I mean, I'm going to do it with my new babies. All water bird shit.
When you see people impersonate you on IG, have you seen some of the people that be?
Yeah.
You smile?
I'm something that won't be like. I'm something that won't be like.
But I did see you smack that prankster though.
I never touched that dude.
You ain't?
No, that was a sound effect.
Oh.
I never touched him. Talking about when I was with my oldest daughter. Yeah, come on, man. I never touched him. I just told him, say, but stop playing with me. Find you somebody to play with. I ain't playing.
Big game ads, am I right? They're bombastic and outrageous. They take months and cost millions.
I'm gonna get you out on this one. What are your goals for yourself, mentally, physically, spiritually, emotionally? What's kept 5 years when I come back and you sit down in that chair again and I have a conversation with Kevin Gates, what's he gonna tell me different this time?
I'm probably gonna just be telling you a bunch of experiences because I'm not gonna change who I am, but I'm gonna have greater experiences.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be a greater version of what I am right now. So whatever that entails.
Couple of kids.
Lord willing. I don't want to do that right now. I'm still enjoying my wife. Like, we enjoying each other. I don't want to just rush into children right now.
Right.
I'm going to miss her. Because we already got a dog. We got a little puppy and she be buying them clothes and the dog in training school right now. She be calling me. Talking about, I just mailed them some clothes. I don't want them to get cold. I say, babe, it's a dog. No, that's our son.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh my God. Oh my God. I just know how you going to be with kids. So I know.
That makes you feel good, doesn't it?
It make me feel good, but then I'm going to miss you. Because I'm going to have to share you.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm going to have to share you. So I want to have children with you, but I know we're going to have some pretty baby, but I just don't want to share you just yet.
Right. So you holding off.
You're for me. I just got you. You're mine now.
Man, Kev, thank you for stopping by Club Shay. Man, it was a long time. We're meant to be.
All right. That's the end of that interview. All right there, man. Shout out to Club Shay. All right. And Kevin Gates. But listen. All right, we have to be real. Not everybody is ready for solutions. Some people want, to vent, but don't want to change. Some people want sympathy, but not accountability. Some want to complain, but, not confront. But the ones who are here, who are ready, they showed up today. The ones who showed up, right, to the, how can I say it? The ones who show up on lives like this, those are the people who are, tired of surviving and finally ready to, start living. This space, right here is for the ones who want, to put solutions on the table. The ones who, the ones who want to break cycles. The ones who want to stop repeating the same patterns. The one who, it's for the ones who want to stop hurting themselves and others. Because healing doesn't just change you, right? It changes your kids, your relationships, your future, your whole bloodline. Right? And I'm not, here to judge Kevin Gates, right? Or anybody else. We all hear differently, all right? We all love differently. We all fall apart differently. And we all put, ourselves back together differently. Some people heal through silence, some through prayer, all right? Some through therapy, some through community, some through, conversations like this. All right? Healing ain't a one size fits all right? It's personal, right? But you need to be, how can I say it? You need to understand this. All right. But one thing, you know, I will say is this. If you're not healed, if you're not ready, if you're still carrying emotional wounds, you know, right? And then saying, how can I say it? And then, you know, staying single, how can I say it? Then staying single is the best, you know, how can I say the best thing you could do? Not because you're broken, but because you're still rebuilding and you know, can't build a healthy relationship on top of unhealed trauma. That's how people get hurt. That's how cycles repeat, right? And you know, I'm speaking from experience. I've been through depression, right? I've been through trauma. I've been through moments where I didn't, you know, how can I say, think I'd make it. I've been through times where I didn't, you know, see a future for myself. But when I finally accepted help, I finally opened up. Everything changed. Healing didn't make me, you know, perfect, all right? But it made me present. Like, that's why I say this, all right? How can I say this? That's why I say this live, right? This live, right? It's for the ones who are ready to grow, ready to heal, ready to stop pretending, ready to stop carrying pain. Like, you know, it's a personality trait. Ready to stop letting trauma make decisions for them. If you're here for solutions, you're here for truth. If you're here for growth, right, then you're in the right place. So before, you know, we jump into the next topic, all right, I want y'all to, you know, understand this. Healing is a journey, not, how can I say, a destination. And if you're ready to, you know, walk that path, even if it, you know, even if it's slow, even if it's messy, even if it's painful, then this space is for you, because we're not just talking, all right, we're transforming. What's the first step, right, that you need to take towards your healing journey? I'm already on it. I'm still on it. You see where I'm coming from? A lot of people know my story. They've been following me for, you know, a long time. All right. Others don't. But now that I spoke of Kevin Gates, right, the man, not the celebrity, and gave my opinion on his journey, I want to shift into something, you know, I found out about, you know, I found out about yesterday, right? I didn't want to mix the two topics because this one deserves its own space, its own breath, its own moment. All right, I wanted to finish the Kevin Gates interview before touching this, because this right here, this is deeper than entertainment. This is about community, pain, childhood memories, and the kind of trauma that never leaves, all right, in neighborhood. Why do you think certain childhood memories stay with us forever, even when we try to forget? All right, and I don't think anybody else got anything to say. Mr. Oates, do you got something to say before we move into this next topic? I don't even know if Mr. Oates is still there. I think Mr. Oates fell asleep on the screen.
I am not asleep.
Yeah,
Testing. 1, 2, 3. I am not asleep. I am listening. Carry on.
Okay. All right, so guys, give me 1 second. All right, because I got to share the screen. So give me 1 second. All right, I'm going to play this little lyrical poem, and then we're going to touch into the topic of Ariana de Jesus. All right, I'm from Philadelphia. All right, and this topic hits home. And it's something that I want to put out there, all right, and speak on before we even end this live. All right, so give me 1 second.
Welcome to Philadelphia, aka Philadelphia. HP, baby. In HP where my blood runs deep. Not born in Philly, but raised in the streets. A shorty from Ponce, Puerto Rico, I hail. Taino roots run deep, my heritage won't fail. Indigenous to both lands, I proudly proclaim. America where water and air come at a price, but in HP, my heart finds its place. Though it hurts to see what my community has to face. Sometimes I look around, lost in a maze. Questions linger in vain, pause in the haze. People get offended, their egos inflamed. Yet they scream for change, their voices untamed. We seek to make a difference, to break the chains. But anger and offense cloud our noble aims. Opinions are silenced, a disheartening scene. In the HP community where I grew up as a kid, we had nothing but fun. Didn't matter what we did, no matter what we looked like or where we came from. We got along just fine, never felt the need to run. But then a few kids went missing and some loved ones lost their lives due to mistaken identity, confusion, and hate that thrives. And I don't know when it all really changed, but I miss the old days when we all had fun and didn't judge. Sometimes I look around, lost in a maze. Questions linger in vain, pausing in haze. People get offended, their egos inflamed. Yet they scream for change, their voices untamed. Looking back in my community, I shake my head. Strings attached to their backs, they're easily led. Waiting for a savior, a puppet master's command. While warriors fight and take a stand. Warriors rise, their spirits unyielding. Fighting for justice, their voice revealing. They offer solutions, paths to a brighter day. Yet met with resistance, they're forced to sway. Now it's about race. Who has more and who could take what they want? They say they want change, but really they just want chaos to flaunt. They don't care about the community or the people who live here. They just want to stir up trouble, spread fear and hate, it's clear. Sometimes I look around, lost in a maze. Questions linger in vain, falls in a haze. People get offended, their egos inflamed. Yet they scream for change, their voices untamed. In the depths of my soul, a wish unfolds. To turn back time, a story yet untold. My community, once united, now torn apart. How do we divide, leaving scars in every heart? Our kids like sponges, absorb all they see. Mimicking our actions, following our lead. Young boys and girls, lost in a prison's embrace. Acting gangster, a tragic masquerade. Parents, consumed by laziness, have lost their way. Communications fade, they simply give up. Gun violence escalates, a vicious cycle's grip. Parents and children, now enemies, a bitter flip. Sometimes I look around, lost in a maze. Questions linger in vain, pausing in haze. People get offended, their egos inflamed. Yet they scream for change, their voices untamed. They demand change from their kids, yet fail to lead by example. They stumble, their guiding's weak indeed. In HP, we struggle, we fight for our lives. So let me spit these lyrics, unleashing the truth, letting my words freely glow. For HP is my blood, believe it or not. A shorty from Ponce representing my spot. Sometimes I look around, lost in a maze. Questions linger in vain, pausing in haze. People get offended, their egos inflamed. Yet they scream for change, their voices untamed. Welcome to Philly, baby. HP in the house, baby.
All right, y'all. Now, like I told y'all, man, I'm from Philly. This story hits home. And this is justice. All right, 26 years in the making. All right. Listen, when I was younger, one summer, we had a block party. Right. You know, music, food, kids running around, everybody vibing, everybody chilling. It was supposed to be, you know, a good old day, right? A safe day. A day where, you know, the whole block came together. And then out of nowhere, in the middle of a crowd, right? In the middle of a crowd of people, this little girl we were playing with goes missing. Nobody noticed at first. Kids disappear into crowds all the time, or so we thought, right? Have you ever had a moment where a fun memory suddenly turned into something dark, a blur? It's like you're trying to remember. Like you was playing with this little girl at one point. Did you ever see somebody grab her hand? Right? And like I said, this is justice 26 years in the making. When this happened, I was 10 years old. That little girl was 5 years old. All right, I played with her. I remember the panic. And what's crazy is I remember the adults searching. I remember the confusion. I remember the fear in the air, even though I was too young to fully understand it. All right. I remember, you know, they searched for her for a while, calling her name, checking, you know, corners, checking yards, checking everywhere. A child could hide, right? And then, boom, they found her body in a building, you know, on the next block. 2 blocks down from mine's, a block down from the other block that she was playing with, right? Because it was a block party, and it was these 2 blocks closed down. They was both celebrating, and the little girl was playing in between both blocks, all right? So it's like, you know, I'm not going to really go into details because I can't really remember everything, but that moment changed everything. Right? For 26 years here in Philly, a lot of us never fought, how can I say, never forgot what happened. It wasn't the only incident, but it was the first one that tore our community apart. Right? It was the moment innocence died for a lot of us. It was the moment we realized the world wasn't safe, even in our own neighborhoods, even surrounded by people, even in broad daylight. Right? Because it's crazy, because after Ariana de Jesus went missing, that's when people really started, dividing. Then we've had plenty of incidents, but that one happened right here, right in the middle, right in within our communities, where we all thought, the neighbors was, but it was a block party, right? And what's crazy is that now that I'm older and I'm looking at it, it's like I feel as though, right, it could have been any of us. I've been saying this for the past couple of years. It could have been any of us, right? So for 26 years here in Philly, a lot of us never forgot what happened. It wasn't, the only incident, but it was the first one that tore our community. It was the moment that, we learned that, that these type of people don't just exist in movies, right? Crazy part about it, this person wasn't even a part of our community. A lot of us seeing him there, right? I was too young to even notice that he was just a puzzle piece that, didn't belong. All right, a chess piece in the wrong board. I don't know if I'm saying it right, but shit. And the thing is, right, this wasn't just a story. This was this wasn't a rumor. This wasn't something we heard on the news. This was our block, our summer, our childhood, our trauma. And when something like that happens, it changes the way you look at people. It changes the way, you trust. It changes the way you protect your kids. It changes the way you move, all right, through the world. People don't understand how deep community trauma runs. They think, time erases things. It doesn't. Time just teaches you how to carry it, right? And when I saw this video yesterday, the one we're about to watch, it brought, all those memories back. Not in a, painful way, but in a reflective way. Like, damn, this is why we are the way we are. Do you think people underestimate how much childhood trauma shapes adulthood? And I think it does. So before we watch this video, all right, I want y'all to understand something. This isn't about fear. This isn't about relieving, how can I say, trauma. This isn't about acknowledging what shaped us. This is about honoring the kids who didn't make it home. This is about understanding, why our communities move the way they do, why parents hover, right? Why kids grow up so fast, why trust is rare, and why safety is a privilege. What's one thing you wish people understood about growing up in neighborhoods like ours? So let's watch this video together. And when it's done, we'll talk more. We'll break it down more. We'll share, our thoughts. We'll honor the truth. And, if it gets heavy, that's okay, because healing, right? Healing conversations aren't supposed to, how can I say, be late. They're supposed to be real. And this one is as real as it gets. All right.
Breaking news. Justice for Ariana. An international manhunt ends with a suspected killer captured more than 2 decades after he was accused of killing a young girl in Philadelphia. Now her family is one step closer to justice.
Hey.
We got it.
26 long years for the family of Ariana de Jesus. Good evening, everyone. I'm Yuki Washington. The 5-year-old girl was kidnapped and killed in 2000. Now the FBI says it finally captured the fugitive wanted for her murder, thousands of miles from Philadelphia. CBS Philadelphia's Joe Holden just spoke with Ariana's family, who never lost hope after all these years. Joe, good evening.
Yuki, good evening. So the family is behind me. They are about ready to release balloons to mark this important occasion of awaiting justice. As you can see behind me, they are speaking. They are acknowledging what is an important moment in this 5-year-old's short life. They say they are here to see justice through. Many said they did not think a day like this would come. as they are about to launch balloons, people celebrating this momentous occasion.
Yo, the emotions on her is real.
There are hugs and tears. Liza DeJesus rejoices knowing the man investigators say murdered her 5-year-old daughter Ariana in 2000 has been captured. The director of the FBI confirmed Alexis Flores was taken into custody in Honduras by an FBI anti-gang task force.
We got him. Finally waiting.
For Ayanna Vasquez, she was a child herself when her little sister was kidnapped and murdered. Things she says were never the same after that.
Pretty much took it away from me and my entire life shattered. And who knew one moment like this would change the rest of my life moving forward.
Flores' capture thousands of miles away has sparked celebrations here in North Philadelphia. Family and friends say their faith brought them hope that one day justice would come.
I still remember everything about her, her scent, her smell, the color, her bike that she rode. The days we went trick-or-treating and we wore the same Halloween costume. That was my partner, you know, my best friend. And once she was taken from me, then it was just me. And it was hard to have to live with that and learn to not have a sibling anymore.
It brings me a lot of peace, but I also would like to share that, you know, never lose hope on any other cases that are out here that are unsolved. I believe that if you put it in God's hands, it's not in our time, it's in God's time.
We're back live, as you can see. This is an important moment to witness for all of the painful times that we've showed up here to interview the family of Ariana. This stands out as a movement in justice and an incredible moment to witness here in the middle of North Fair Hill Street in North Philadelphia. As far as Alexis Flores, we are told he is due back in the United States over the next several weeks, where he will face justice in the federal system. From an elated North Philadelphia, Joe Holden, CBS News, Philadelphia.
Elated indeed. Jubilation and justice. Joe.
All right. So, I want to show y'all another video, all right, before I really go in. Before I really go in on this mofo, I want to show y'all another
murder. Thousands of miles from.
Give me 1 second. Here we go.
On the night of July 29th, 2000, the tight-knit neighborhood of Hunting Park in Philadelphia would be forever changed. 5-year-old Ariana Morales de Jesus vanished without a trace, her bright future stolen in a moment of horrifying violence. This is the story of a heinous crime, a hunt for justice, and one of America's most wanted fugitives. Ordinary evening. It was a seemingly ordinary evening. Ariana, full of life, played outside with her sister and friends as the sun dipped behind the streets of 6th and Luzerne. Her mother stepped out for a quick trip to the store, never imagining the horror that awaited her return. In those brief moments, the unthinkable happened. Ariana had vanished without a trace. In the frantic hours after she vanished, a desperate community sprang into action. Family, friends, and neighbors scoured every corner, calling her name. Flyers blanketed the streets, while bullhorns echoed through the neighborhood, pleading for more hands to join the search for the little girl.
I remember all that.
An innocent, heartwarming smile. But after 5 agonizing days on August 3rd, 2000, the search came to a tragic end.
Come on with all this.
Ariana's small, lifeless body.
Come on, like you really buffing?
Was discovered in the basement of an abandoned apartment building. She had been brutally assaulted, strangled, and discarded like trash. Her fragile.
And for those of you that don't know, that apartment building that they found her body in has been turned into a daycare. I was speaking about that earlier, right, on yesterday's live stream when I was picking up my daughter. All right, when we did the little walk along with a shorty, I was speaking about the Ariana de Jesus incident. I spoke about it a little bit, just a little bit. See where I'm coming from? But I'm touching a little more now. But that daycare that we passed through that I was showing y'all on yesterday afternoon's live, right? It's the daycare that they found her body in.
Fragile body wrapped in a plastic bag. Among the grim evidence was a t-shirt bearing a bold political logo, its fabric soaked in Ariana's blood. This single clue held the power to unmask her killer, yet no one could have foreseen the long, agonizing years that would pass before the face behind the crime would finally be revealed. The police interviewed countless people from the neighborhood, and soon a man came forward. He claimed the t-shirt belonged to someone he knew as Carlos, a drifter he had once employed as a handyman. But just as quickly as Carlos had appeared, he disappeared, like a ghost slipping into the night. With him went the only real lead, leaving the investigation into Ariana's murder to wither in silence.
And y'all know why he was able to escape? Why he was able to slip through the cracks? Because this man he was here in Philadelphia illegally, using different aliases. And when the gang unit finally, arrested his ass in 2005, because his DNA went into the system in 2007, right? And it's crazy, right? Because I know that there was talk around about the stuff that they found when all that happened. Why didn't the person that hired him, to work for him, to work on that building, say something sooner? I mean, I've said this before. A lot of things just don't make sense. And it's crazy because the man was seen lurking the night before, right? And shout out to the person that commented on my old video, right? The video that I uploaded months ago that, I did a live on, I think it was like, if I'm not mistaken, a few years ago. So I appreciate those that, how can I say commented, because I wouldn't have even known about this update because I've been so caught up. I even missed it. I was wondering why the other day, there was all these cars, all these, police officers and firefighters down the street and news reporter. But, I was working. I had to do what I had to do, right? And boom, a couple of days later, they was like, "Oh, this is happening." I was like, "Oh, snap." Like, and I'm happy that, that Mota, finally found the person that killed her daughter. But if this man wouldn't have been here illegally, this wouldn't have happened to this group. And I know that there's a lot of predators out here that, are here and they're part of America. They born in America, stuff like that, right? But at least those you could prosecute, right, when you get your hands on them. Now, right, this mofo, right, he slipped through the cracks by, through aliases, right? Got deported back to Honduras, slipped through the cracks over there using different aliases until the FBI recently found him back, a few weeks ago. Not even a few weeks ago. What are we on, the 14th? Man, happy Valentine's Day to everybody that's out there, right? Yeah, I'm going to say like a week ago or two, right? Because he got found, if I'm not mistaken, February 6th or something like that? February 3rd? Like a week ago. It's crazy. This motherfucker had a free, happy life, slipping through the cracks when he should have been serving justice.
The case would soon grow cold, the trail of her killer lost in the shadows. For 6 agonizing years, the de Jesus family endured the torment of unanswered questions and unrelenting grief. The memory of Ariana's tragic death haunted them, as the case seemed destined to remain unsolved. Then in 2007, a shocking breakthrough emerged from an unlikely source. With advancements in DNA technology, the blood-stained t-shirt from the crime scene was re-examined. This time, the results were undeniable. A match was found, linking the crime to a man from Honduras. The man's name, Alexis Flores. After the brutal murder of Ariana, Alexis Flores disappeared but eventually resurfaced in Arizona. In 2002, Alexis was arrested for shoplifting and 2 years later, arrested for forgery. Before police could link him to Iriana's death, he was deported back to Honduras, once again vanishing from the reach of law enforcement. Law enforcement, both in the U.S. and internationally, have struggled to locate him. He has been evading capture and has been on the run ever since. Flores is not just another fugitive. He is on the FBI's 10 most wanted list, considered armed and extremely dangerous. He is described as 5 feet 4 inches, weighing between 130 and 140 pounds, with brown eyes and noticeable scars on his forehead and right cheek. He is also known to go by the names of Mario Flores, Mario Roberto Flores, Mario Roberto, Alex Contreras, and Alexis Contreras. Somewhere out there, Alexis Flores is hiding, living under a stolen identity, haunted by the face of the little girl he so brutally took from the world. It's time to bring this coward to justice. If you have any information about his whereabouts, the FBI is offering a reward of up to $250,000 for details leading to his capture.
Listen. I'm glad, like, so genuinely happy that Ariana's mother, Mota, finally got justice. 26 years, all right, is a long time to carry pain, all right? Questions, rumors, and silence through the years. So many things were said about her, about the case, about what happened. And in my opinion, something bigger was trying to erase what we saw. Cloud our memories, make us doubt our own eyes, because how did he not, how can I say, how did we not notice, who took her? How did a whole block, 2 whole blocks miss, the monster standing right there? Why do you think communities sometimes overlook the danger that's right in front of them, right? And yes, I was a child, but even as a kid, something felt off. The messed up part about, the part is, nobody really knew who the man was. People saw him around, but he wasn't from around. He blended in just enough to, how can I say, not raise alarm. And as a kid, you don't think like that. You don't question adults. You don't, analyze strangers. You just play, laugh, and trust the world to be safe. But now, I'm older, wiser. I understand things. I understand things I didn't back, how can I say it? That I didn't understand back then. All right. I had questions, just not the right ones, because kids don't know, what questions to ask sometimes. Kids don't know what danger looks like sometimes. All right. Kids don't know don't know that monsters don't always have fangs or claws. Sometimes they have normal faces and quiet voices. All right. And that's why, this case stuck with so many of us in Philly. It wasn't just a tragedy. It was a wake-up call, a reminder that evil can hide in plain sight. Right? Like, my heart feels so happy, relieved at the same time, right? That this family finally got justice. 26 years in the making. 26 years of pain, 26 years of wait, 26 years of wondering if, the truth would ever come out. And now it's about, it's about time. Because this man, this monster, right? He was lucky for a long time, but karma said enough, right? And let's be real. This wasn't just about one child. This wasn't about, how can I say? This wasn't just about one child. This was about a whole community that carried this wound for decades. This is about, parents who became more protective, kids who grew up faster, neighbors who never forgot. This case shaped the way we moved, the way we trusted, the way we raised our children. It changed the way, how can I say? It changed the whole energy of the block, right? Of the community. People outside don't understand how deep it goes. They don't understand how a single moment, all right, can scar a whole generation. They don't understand how a community, can remember something for 26 years like it happened yesterday. But when you live through it, when you're there, it becomes part of your story, right? Whether you want it or not. Like, I'm going to say it like this, right? That's why this moment matters, because justice didn't just speak for Ariana. It spoke for every child who didn't get justice. It spoke for every parent who still waits for answers. It spoke for every neighborhood, that carries trauma and silence. It spoke for every kid who grew up thinking, the world was safe until it wasn't. So now, as we watch this video together, I want y'all, to remember this isn't just a story. This is history. This is memory. This is pain. This is healing. This is a community finally, how can I say, excelling after holding, its breath for 26 years. Like after this video, I realized, seeing how happy Mota, looked at in his video, I realized that, that how can I put this? Because listen, that woman went through a lot. She went through a lot of depression. It don't matter how old you are. Finally, once you get closure, some people, some people are able to move on and change their life around. And I know she's been doing good for years. You see where I'm coming from? But this right here is going to help her escalate even more. All right. The fact that this man is finally being brought back from Honduras to face justice, that alone says everything. All right. He lived free for too long. He slipped through the cracks that should have never, existed. He walked around breathing air he didn't deserve while a whole community carried the weight of that, of what happened, of what he did. And now the system finally caught up. Justice finally caught up. Karma finally caught up. Like, I feel exactly, how can I say it? I understand and I can feel exactly what the mom was feeling and how, how Mota is feeling now. Listen, the anger, the disbelief, how did he get away with, this for decades? Feeling, how can I say? That's a feeling, that sometimes is going to stick in the back of your head. Even though you're happy, it's like, you still question certain things. But listen, when someone harms a child, it hits different. It hits the soul. Right? It hits the community. It hits every parent, every survivor, every person who remembers that, that summer. And when justice finally comes, it's not about revenge. It's about, accountability that should have happened 26 years ago. And let me say this clearly, right? The anger you feel, the anger that, she felt, right? I was about to say this like I'm talking to Mota right now. All right, I just want to say this to Mota, right? I'll put it like this. I'm going to say this to Mota. The anger she was feeling back then, the frustration, that was valid. All right, the digest is valid. I mean, my bad, the digest. The disgust is valid. But, and it's crazy, right? Because look at how all that pain that she had to carry for years, it finally got justice. Huh. A lot of people, could walk around with darkness in them. And, they hide behind normal faces. They blend in communities, that never asked for them. And eventually, the truth exposes everything. So I know Mota right now. Well, I mean, she's going to be even more happier when she sees him behind bars. I ain't going to sit here and lie. I prefer that man to be behind, in a casket, 20 feet underground. All right. Because in this, John, if you know me, we build caskets up in this, John. All right. Listen, this little girl deserves so much more. She deserves safety. She deserves protection. She deserves a childhood. And the fact that she didn't get that, all right, that fuels the anger that a lot of us felt at one point. That fuels, the heartbreak. That fuels the community's memory. Because it could, it could have been any of us. Any child, any family. All right. And that's why this case stayed alive in people's hearts for decades. Real shit. And the truth is, when something like this happens, It changes the way you see, you know, the world. It changes the way, you know, you trust people. It changes the way you raise your kids. It changes the way you walk down, you know, your own block. It changes the way you look at, you know, a stranger. It changes the way you remember your childhood. Because innocence doesn't come back after something like that happens. That man took in unalived innocence that day. But today is about justice. Today is about a family, you know, finally getting answers. And hopefully we get the answers. Like, I could never understand how a man or a woman can look at a child the way you look at a grown person. But this man did way more than that. Way more. And she didn't deserve none of that. Today's about a community, right? Finally seeing accountability. And hopefully we get that accountability. Hopefully he pays, you know, for what he's done. Today's about a mother who waited 26 years for the truth, all right, to be recognized. Today is about a little girl whose story was never forgotten. Not by her family, not by her block, not by the people who grew up remembering her name. Ariana De Jesus finally has gotten justice 26 years in the making. Right? And let's be real. Justice doesn't erase, you know, the pain. It doesn't undo the past. It doesn't bring back, right, what was lost, but it does bring a sense of balance. It does bring a sense of acknowledgement. It does bring a sense of, how can I say, finally. And sometimes that's the only thing a community can hold on to, you know, after decades of silence. Right? I want us to remember, you know, the little girl, the family, the community, and the decades of unanswered questions. I want us to talk about, you know, with respect, with honesty, with understanding. That's what we have been doing, even though the majority of the time I've been talking to myself. But hey, it don't matter. Like I said, man, listen, this is going to reach who needs to be, who needs to be reached at the time that they need it. Right? We carry this one, you know, with a little more peace than yesterday. All right. And this is a story that, you know, I've talked about, you know, throughout different parts of my, you know, my life, here on social media and off social media. And I'm glad for the mom, man, because a lot of parents don't get justice. They don't get to see the person that harmed their child behind bars or in a casket. And in reality, I feel as though this mofo, all right, this mofo deserves to be 20 feet underground. Because, listen, like I said, I don't understand, and I will never understand how a grown adult can see, you know, a child sexually the way that you see a grown person. I don't know how you can harm a child like that. And after you do that, after you do all of that, you torture this child. You hang this child and you leave her behind a wall inside a building that you're fixing. But I feel as though that the person that hired him, the person that was there with him, right, doing his job, should be in jail too. Because I feel as though that he knew something. And it's not my first time saying this. I said this before. If he knew something, right, why speak up after the fact? Why speak up when the shirt is showing on the news? Should have spoke up before. Seeing the way that mom cried for her daughter and searched for her daughter, man. Just give me a second.
Welcome to Philadelphia, aka Philadelphia. HP, baby. In HP where my blood runs deep. Not born in Philly but raised in the streets. A shorty from Ponce, Puerto Rico I hail. Taino roots run deep, my heritage won't fail. Indigenous to both lands, I proudly proclaim. America where water and air come at a price. But in HP my heart finds its place. Though it hurts to see what my community has to face. Sometimes I look around, lost in a maze. Questions linger in vain, causing a haze. People get offended, their egos inflamed. Yet they scream for change, their voices untamed. We seek to make a difference, to break the chains. But anger and offense cloud our noble aims. Opinions are silenced, a disheartening scene. In the HP community where I grew up as a kid, we had nothing but fun. Didn't matter what we did, no matter what we looked like or where we came from. We got along just fine, never felt the need to run. But then a few kids went missing and some loved ones lost their lives due to mistaken identity, confusion, and hate that thrives. And I don't know when it all really changed, but I miss the old days when we all had fun and didn't judge. Sometimes I look around, lost in a maze. Questions linger in vain, pausing in haze. People get offended, their egos inflamed. Yet they scream for change, their voices untamed. Looking back in my community, I shake my head. Strings attached to their backs, they're easily led. Waiting for a savior, a puppet master's command. While warriors fight and take a stand. Warriors rise, their spirits unyielding. Fighting for justice, their voice revealing. They offer solutions, paths to a brighter day. Yet met with resistance, they're forced to sway. Now it's about race. Who has more and who could take what they want? They say they want change, but really they just want chaos to flaunt. They don't care about the community or the people who live here. They just want to stir up trouble, spread fear and hate, it's clear. Sometimes I look around, lost in a maze. Questions linger in vain, falls in a haze. People get offended, their egos inflamed. Yet they scream for change, their voices untamed. In the depths of my soul, a wish unfolds. To turn back time, a story yet untold. My community, once united, now torn apart. How do we divide, leaving scars in every heart? Our kids like sponges, absorb all they see. Mimicking our actions, following our lead. Young boys and girls, lost in a prison's embrace. Acting gangster, a tragic masquerade. Parents, consumed by laziness, have lost their way. Communications fade, they simply give up. Gun violence escalates, a vicious cycle's grip. Parents and children, now enemies, a bitter flip. Sometimes I look around, lost in a maze. Questions linger in vain, pausing in haze. People get offended, their egos inflamed. Yet they scream for change, their voices untamed. They demand change from their kids, yet fail to lead by example. They stumble, their guiding's weak indeed. In HP, we struggle, we fight for our lives. So let me spit these lyrics, unleashing the truth, letting my words freely glow. For HP is my blood, believe it or not. A shorty from Ponce representing my spot. Sometimes I look around, lost in a maze. Questions linger in vain, pausing in haze. People get offended, their egos inflamed. Yet they scream for change, their voices untamed. Welcome to Philly, baby. HP in the house, baby.
Mr. Oates, is there anything you want to touch on or, say? Anything you want to chop it up or, before I because I will give my conclusion and everything, but when I do that, that means I'm in my life. But if you want to talk about anything, it's your moment. We gonna give my OG, all right, a minute to come, up or down his 4 steps. Samuel L. Jackson, he got it. If anything, I'm like, UPS, I'm the cane I got over here. I think Mr. Oates is down for count. So I'm gonna just give my conclusion. All right, guys, and we're gonna end this live because I've been on this joint 5 hours, 21 minutes. All right. I'm not sure if y'all enjoyed the stream, but if y'all did, man, smash that like button for a shorty, man. If y'all didn't, the dislike is there. I did drop the link for anybody that wanted to come up, chop it up with a shorty, give their perspective on today's topic, but ain't nobody come up. All right. So, listen, I've said everything I've said. Shit, I've been talking for 5 hours. For real. And I don't know, I think I did really good. I think I'm getting better and better, all right, as I do this, all right? Because, listen, like I said, man, I don't want to follow no trends. I don't want to do what everybody else is doing, all right? Like, in the beginning, I wasn't really touching on celebrities and stuff like that. But when people bring the celebrities, I was like, you know what? Let's not talk about the celebrity. Let's turn this into something else, all right? I don't want to talk about the celebrity. I want to talk about the persona, the behavior, all right? The same things that we do. All right, the things that we got to change. What solutions can we bring to the table? All right, I've been doing this for Wow. That's why, man, I try to do it a little different, right? We gotta change. We gotta lead by example. People think, oh no, we can't do it. It's not possible. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Like, people are so worried about the views, and I'm sitting here, I was like, look, I've had my good days. I've deleted videos with 11,000, 12,000 views. That's not what matters. When you come on this joint with a purpose, right, and you stand on it and you're consistent with it, that's what matters. But people don't seem to understand that part, right? Like, we talk about everything on this joint, for real. And it's because, listen, it's possible for us to, how can I say, overcome these obstacles to get in our way. So with that being said, listen, we started, part one. We talked about, trauma, family, betrayal, breaking generational curses, right? And turning pain into purpose. We talked about how the past tries to chain us, how, cycles repeat until somebody stands up and says, it ends with me. And that's exactly what, we've been doing. Not just talking, but breaking, healing, how can I say, unlearning and rebuilding. Because the truth is, our stories don't define us, but they damn sure shape us. All right. In part two, we dug into relationships, soul ties, love break, all right, and how can I say, the way healing changes, the way we show up for others. We talked about Kevin Gates not as a celebrity, but as a man trying to figure out, his heart while still carrying wounds he hasn't fully addressed. And we related our own stories, our own lives. And shout out to Aramero, all right. Even though I had to edit his part out, I enjoyed the time and the conversation we had, all right, and how brave he was, to come on a panel and give his input and what he thought we should change. If he wouldn't have, how can I say, if he would have known how to put the camera, right, got off camera and all that, I would have kept it. But he didn't even realize that he was, how can I say, he was on camera. He thought that nobody could see him. So I had to edit that part. You see where I'm coming from? But I enjoyed the conversation because I learned something different that day, right? And, the love, we also talked about the love we lost, the love we found, the love we weren't ready for, and the love that saved us, all right? Then in part three, today, we went deeper, right? Mental health, depression, survival, and the demons we find behind closed doors. And we did this in all three parts, but we went a little deeper here in part three. We talked about the moments we almost gave up, the moments we felt invisible, the moment we thought, the world would be better without us. And we talked about how accepting help doesn't make you weak, right? It makes you brave. Healing is not easy, but it's possible. And conversations like this matter because somebody's listening. All right. Somebody listening needed to hear, how can I say, they're not alone. We also talked about the monsters in real life, not the ones in movies, but the ones who talk, how can I say, who walk around pretending to be normal. We talked about childhood trauma, the things, we saw too young, the things we didn't understand until adulthood hit us. Right? We talked about how real monsters hide in plain sight and how surviving them changes the way you see the world. All right, it changes how you see it forever. And we touched on something that, how can I say, shook my community for 26 years, the disappearance and murder of Ariana de Jesus. We honored her memory, her family, and the pain that never left Philly. We talked about how a whole neighborhood carried that wound, how justice took decades, and how, relief and heartbreak can exist at the same time. Justice doesn't erase trauma, but it brings, how can I say, a breath of truth we've been holding in for so long, for too long. We talked about how important it is to, bring awareness, all right, to what happened to Ariana. Not to, how can I say, reopen wounds, but to honor, truth, to protect our children and remind people that safety is not guaranteed. We talked about how her story shaped the way we grew up and the way we parent, the way we trust, and the way we, move through our neighborhoods. Her story matters. Her memory matters. Her justice matters. Right? And through all of this, right? Through all of this, the trauma, the healing, the relationships, the community pain, one message stayed the same. Mental health matters. Talking about it matters. Being honest about, about it matters. Building support systems matter. Healing matters, because if you, how can I say, if we don't take care of our minds, our whole, you can tell I'm tired. Our hearts and our spirits, we can't break cycles. We can't protect our kids. We can't build the future we deserve. All right. So, this is the conclusion of part 1, 2, and 3. All right. A journey through pain, truth, love, trauma, justice, and healing. All right. What we talked about Kevin Gates, but we also talked about ourselves. We also talked about Ariana, but we also talked about our community. We talked about depression, and we also talked about survival. And if you're here right now, listening, engaging, reflecting, then you're already doing the work. You're already choosing healing. You're already choosing growth. Right? Like, we spoke our truth, honored our past, brought awareness to Ariana de Jesus, and reminded each other that mental health is not weakness. Right? It's a responsibility. Healing starts with conversations like this, and I'm proud of every single one of us showing up. Who showed up? You see where I'm coming from? Whether you show up on this one or the next one, all right? I appreciate those that support me. You see where I'm coming from? So listen, man, I've been 5 hours into this job. So, I mean, I don't really got nothing else to say. I've said a lot. We've unpacked a lot, all right? Mr. Oates, I think he fell asleep on this job. But I'm going to end this, all right? I'm not sure who's live. But I hope that for those of you that, came through, stop listening a little bit. Those of you that catch the replay, understand the purpose of this live. All right. With that being said, we out this, John.
Yeah, we living in a world where the rules don't apply. They say we gotta follow, but we ready to fly. System got us boxed in, trying to keep us small. But we rise like the phoenix, we ain't scared to brawl. They feeding us lies, but we see through the smoke. We're the voice of the people, we're ready to provoke. They want us to divide, but we're stronger as one. Breaking chains, taking names, yeah, we getting it done. It's us versus the system, we're breaking the mold. It's in the air, yeah, we taking control. No more silence, no more fear. Together we rise, let them know we're here. Riders ignite. In the world of division, they showed us how to share. But the weight of our sorrows, they never taught us to bear. We split our joys and laughter, but the pain remained untold. A burden we carry alone, a story left untold. They taught us to split everything, but not the heavy pain. It lingers in the shadows, a darkness we can't explain. We're left with shattered pieces, trying to mend what's lost. They taught us how to split everything, but not the heavy cost. We learned to divide our dreams and multiply our fears. But the ache in our hearts only grew with passing years. They gave us all the answers, except how to heal. The scars that run so deep, wounds that time can't seal. Yeah, they taught us how to share, but only the good. Smiles and laughter like we understood. But deep down inside, there's a storm we hide. Pain in our hearts, we're just trying to ride. Put on a mask, yeah, we play the part, but nobody sees the cracks in the hearts. We share our dreams, the highs and the lows, but when it comes to hurt, we just close the doors. We share the fun times, deflect the pain, laughing in the sunshine, dancing in the rain. But the shadows linger, they creep and they crawl, breaking us down, but we don't share at all. We got hate in our hearts, but we keep concealed. Taught to share the joy, but wounds, they stay unhealed. They say love was easy to divide, but the heartache never subsides. We tried to split everything into two, but the pain lingers strong and true. Shared our dreams, divided our fears, but the sorrow remained through the years. No matter how we tried to let go, the weight of our suffering continued to grow. Now we're apart trying to heal, but some wounds are too deep to conceal. They said splitting up will set us free, yet the pain lingers in you and me. In a world where rules are set in stone, the system's grip tightens, we're not alone. Bound by chains of injustice greed. Against the odds, we fight to be free. Mighty forces try to keep us down, but our spirits rise, refusing to drown. Defying norms, breaking through the mold. In this battle of wills, our story is told. As the clash continues day by day, we stand united, come what may. For in this world where rules don't apply, our strength and unity will never die. They try to silence our dreams, but we're loud and clear. With every step forward, conquering fear. They can't hold us back. We're the fire and the flame in this battle for freedom. We're all in the game. They say it's just a game, but we're playing for keeps. With the strength of the many, we're shattered elites. No more puppets on strings, we're cutting the ties. With our eyes on the prize, we're reaching for the skies. So let's stand together, let's break down the walls. In this fight for our future, we'll answer the calls. From the ashes, we'll rise like a storm. Riders ignite, it's us versus the system, and we're ready to fight. They building walls, but we're digging tunnels. With every step we take, we're shaking the bundles. From the streets to the courts, we're raising our voice. In a world full of noise, we're making the choice. They want to keep us blind, but we see the light. Knowledge is power, and we're ready to fight. From the corners of the city to the halls of the state, where the heartbeat of the struggle can't afford to wait. It's us versus the system, we're breaking the mold. This in the air, yeah, we taking control. No more silence, no more fear. Together we rise, let them know we're here. Riders ignite. They taught us to split everything, but not the heavy pain. It lingers in the shadows, a darkness we can't explain. We're left with shattered pieces, trying to mend what's lost. They taught us how to split everything, but not the heavy cost. Now we stand here broken, searching for some light, hoping for a way out of this never-ending night. But through it all, we find strength in each other's embrace. Together we'll face tomorrow and find solace in this space. They say don't bring the drama, keep it all light. But every night I'm fighting these demons in sight. Whispers in my mind, yeah, they echo when they shout. While I'm smiling on the surface, I'm breaking without. We're sharing the laughter, but what's underneath? A battlefield of sorrow, a war with no peace. We're warriors in silence, but nobody knows how the pain that we carry just grows and it grows. In a world of lessons learned, they taught us how to stand and burn. But the scars we hide deep inside are the ones that never subside. We followed all rules they made, but the emptiness never fades. Their wounds like knives, cutting through even wounds that always grew. They painted pictures of success, but couldn't fix what's left of us. Now we're left to bear the strain of the pain that lingers, never wanes. It's us versus the system, we're breaking the mold. That's in the air, yeah, we're taking control. No more silence, no more fear. Together we rise, let them know we're here. Riders ignite. So remember this moment, remember this face, remember this sound. We're the voice of the future, and we won't back down. In the face of oppression, we'll stand up tall. It's us versus the system, and united we'll fall. Riders show how we unite.